Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Wild Rift North American Series Major number 2, day number 2, where we had 8 teams of the best Wild Rift squads here in North America vie their way to the top, and now we've whittled it down to 4, and I've got 2 of the best in the business doing it with me today. I'm Degon, joined by Kangas and TJ. Gents, how are you? Kangas, how are you doing, man?
First off, you're way too nice to us, Degon. Way too nice to us. We appreciate it. Happy to be back on the show for day 2 of the second major. We're going to have 2 teams qualify already for regionals after today. Very exciting stuff.
TJ.
I thought he had 2 different commentators that he was going to pull out when he said, I have 2 of the best in the business. I thought the boxes were going to slide to the right, and 2 more commentators were going to slide on, but I guess he's just being nice.
TJ, you are so humble. No, you guys are great, and I'm glad you're here because we had a lot of action yesterday as we were breaking it down. We've got some dominant teams, dominant franchises working their way on through to try and make it and represent North America. So hopefully we'll be able to do that as we want to take a look at the bracket from yesterday's action to see where we're at today. Because again, we had 8, whittled it down to 4 here, and hopefully we'll be sending off some of the best that we have in NA. When we look at the 4 squads that are still here and will be participating in today's matches, who are you most excited to see here, Kangas?
I mean, obviously, eyes are going to be on Immortals. They are the current reigning champions in North America, but I still think that Sentinels are looking really strong and can pack a punch here, can be a threat to Immortals. So that upper bracket finals is going to be spicy.
DJ?
For me, it's all about Cloud9 here. And that's hard for me to say because I am a Sentinels fanboy. Those are my Arena of Valor boys. But over on Cloud9, we saw them in the qualifier, the first qualifier for this major, have to fight their way back into major contention, back into this top 4, and do so looking better than they've ever looked. So whether or not we're going to see that revitalized Cloud9 as we saw tastes of yesterday, or the Cloud9 that drops weird games through weird strategy decisions, is I think one of the biggest question marks hanging over this entire tournament.
Well, one thing that they were able to do yesterday in the lower bracket run against Suzaku Gaming, Suzaku GG, was that they pulled out creative champs. A Soraka was pulled out here by Meals in the mid lane, and that had us thinking a little bit about champions in the meta now, and we have a couple categories, my 2 esteemed casters, and again, this is why I buttered you up earlier to say I've got 2 great casters, because they're going to be 2 great charadesmen as we will describe some of our favorite champions. I got a couple categories here for you, Kangas and TJ, for you to show us which champion fits the categories. All right.
Lay it on me. Bring it.
Let's do it. TJ, don't look so excited. Here we go. So the first category that we have
TJ's
here,
just like middle right now.
the first category we have, and Kangas, you'll go first. Or actually, you both do it, and then I'll guess. All right. Which champion is the strongest champion currently in the meta? We'll go ahead and figure that one out. Oh, Kangas.
I'm gonna let him do his thing.
All right, Kangas is doing his thing. What do you?
I got props. I just grabbed random stuff here.
Oh, all right.
So this is why I'm relaxing, because I know what I'm up against.
Oh wait, I have a background. I also here's even more. Just,
He's got VFX.
What is this? Are you Yumi? Just kind of sitting and sleeping with the cats around?
That's how you play Yumi, everybody. You just gotta chill out. Just catch some Z's. Let your team carry for you. It's fine.
All right.
Angus, I am gonna need you to remove that immediately. Turn that off.
Also, I wanted a charade of the champion, not of the player playing the champion.
Oh, okay. Maybe I misread. Maybe I misread
All right,
what was
all right.
asked of me.
I've got
TJ.
Yeah.
TJ.
Strongest champion in the game. I'm going to do it with, I would say, 100% less effort.
Okay.
Okay.
100% less effort. Let's see what you got here for us, TJ.
I'm still chilling in the sleeping bag, by the way. I'm very warm right now. I'm going to have to take this off later. Wait, was that just a spin?
Yeah, TJ is giving me Garen here. I'm guessing it's Garen that he's
Takes
going with.
no
All
effort
right.
whatsoever. I didn't need to get a sleeping bag down from wherever. I didn't need to get VFX assistance. I had to do a little spin.
Sometimes-
It's Garen. It's the strongest character in the game.
TJ, sometimes to be the strongest character in the game, you have to put in a little extra effort, okay? Like Yumi, when you can just sleep in a sleeping bag.
When,
right,
again,
hey.
you're conflating the player with the character. You don't need to try when you're playing Garen.
I don't have cat ears.
We'll finish the rest of this series later on as we go through the games today. But thank you guys. Get ready for more charadesmen here as we take a look at our first matchup of the day. It's the lower bracket semifinals. Tournament lives on the line. No more ego versus Cloud9, and we take a look at enemy right here. Luan, DJ Type, Truth, Jackie, and Yikes. And Truth had to become the Truth here in a huge Diana game that went the distance, and he carried the squad past Tribe Gaming in their original elimination match.
Yeah, getting the star player in that game as well. Truth had a really big pop-off game yesterday, but Cloud9 also looking pretty good. They've gotten four of their members have actually gotten star players. Selma, Zello, and I believe Old School and Tarzan have all gotten it. So Meals, you're up next. You got to get a star player today, so that way we can get the full trifecta. Or not trifecta, pentafecta? Pentafecta. Yes, we're going with that.
All right.
Think that's it. I thought Mills was going to get it yesterday. He had an incredible performance yesterday as well. The Akali game kind of blew my mind. And I want to see more of that kind of performance from Cloud9, where they're able to rely on Meals, because they've demonstrated they can win through Tarzan, they demonstrated they can win through Old School, and if they can truly make this team a triple threat, maybe a trifecta of threats, they would be on a whole nother level.
There it is. TJ mastering the English language there. Kangas.
Is pentafecta a word? I feel like it should be.
There's
Like,
no way
absolutely
that
not.
is a word. There's no way. Let's move on and take a look at the head-to-head matchup here. One of the first times that we've done this. It's players on opposite teams, normal, but different roles where Yikes at the support role and Old School at the Dragon Laner role. TJ.
But are they different roles? Because look at the stats, Degon. And you will notice that they both have actually the same role on both these teams, and that is carry. Yikes, the support player, of course, for enemy, is everywhere on the map simultaneously, delivering massive numbers of assists and weird numbers of kills. And then Old School, when he's played to, is the linchpin of Cloud9 in the AD carry role.
Exactly. Cloud9, they used to be a team all around Tarzan, but if you've been watching the recent games, the AD carry position is popping off for this squad. Now, the one stat that's different, though, TJ, is if we had damage per minute, I guarantee you Old School has more. I guarantee you. There's no way that the support can match it.
As a support player, that stat isn't important.
Clearly not. Clearly not.
Jeez.
But yeah, the change identity of Cloud9 has been cool to see because Old School's really stepping into his own and having a really good split so far.
Well, time for a stat that matters between all of us casters. Predictions time. Who do you guys have winning this matchup with Tournament Lives on the line? Both of you guys going with Cloud9.
I'm sorry, enemy. I'm sorry.
Angus, why?
I defended them the entire last major. I was always on the enemy team. Then the one time I didn't predict them to win, they won, and I predicted them to win after, and they lost. But this time, I think it's a new major. It's a new prediction game, and I think the Cloud9 are just looking a little cleaner. They're looking a little better. I said 2-1, kind of leaning 2-0 as well. I really do like the look of Cloud9 right now.
DJ.
Well, I don't know what all the whatever that was. Cloud9 have a very clear win condition.
It was the
They've got
lore
an
of
all-star
predictions.
AD carry, who's literally got international experience representing the region at the Horizon Cup, and that allows them, when they play to it, huge damage in late-game teamfights and a lane they can win through early. It happens to be exactly the same lane that enemy have to abandon to activate their win condition, which is Yikes' roaming, and I think that matchup is very scary for enemy as a result.
I know that there's just great matchups all across the map in this specific game. So to get into it, Tournament Lives on the line. Our semifinals of the lower bracket starts right now. No More Ego versus Cloud9 here, major number 2.
Thank you, Degon. As we're ready for a pick and ban. TJ, I'm still in this sleeping bag. I gotta get out of this. I'm gonna start overheating any second now. But yeah, nice of Alk Battery also to let me back into his kitchen as the backdrop for the show today. This is also his sleeping bag, so I'm just kind of crashing at his house in general right now.
Weirdly enough, this is actually Alk Battery's kitchen as well.
You just got the other side of the fridge. The other
yes,
side's
if you open up
decorated.
the fridge,
Yeah.
I'm sitting in there, and then the background, this is an ice cube that's behind me. I'm very small.
Oh, okay, understandable. I'm happy that we're building up the lore of the TJ as well. Enemy on the blue side, Cloud9 on red. Enemy banning away things like the Olaf Akali Senna. Cloud9 focused on a little bit more range with that Corki, and then Diana and the Camille as well. But the Yuumi locked in. There we go. Strongest pick in the game, TJ.
Yeah, does go through the enemy. The trade-off here is Set went through, but Cloud9 don't play Set because they don't like to give resources to the top side of their map in Zello. So this could actually go very bad. Enemy, if they go Set here as well, would have, I think, the two most powerful champions in the game. He could also just fall through the draft. Jace also still on the cards is one of those must-pick champions in the TJ tier list.
And that would give them a lot of range because they've already locked in the Ziggs, but no, they're going for the Wukong instead, so opting for a form of engage. Also kind of carry the Yuumi around potentially in these later fights.
Yeah, I don't see an obvious target for the Yuumi yet, which is kind of interesting. Enemy don't want to put him on the Ziggs, who is presumably their AD carry, could be played in mid, but is oftentimes played in that dual lane role. And that's not a very good partner, I think, for the Yuumi. So I almost would say that we're going to see like a Lucian carry or something that you can attach the Yuumi to in that bottom lane, and this Ziggs is going mid.
That would be fun. Interesting to see Cloud9 opting back into this playstyle, putting Tarzan on the Nunu. We saw this a lot in the qualifier 3, I believe it was, that we were on together, TJ, where we started seeing these different styles from Cloud9. I think it's cool that they're going back to that.
Well, this is, in my mind, what this team does really well. Tarzan is an incredibly good map player. He's very smart about the game, and you can see that in the way he ganks in jungle. So if you give him something like the Nunu, that lets him have early game influence in the ways that he's best. He's very good at showing up in the right lanes at the right time with that snowball to find stuns, and then come late game, they have an extra tank in the mix who can help them win those late game team fights. C9 at this point have 3 tanks. They need to pick up probably an assassin and a long-ranged carry. There's the long-ranged carry. It will be a Caitlyn. I would have gone Varus, but old school's Varus didn't look great the last time we saw it, so a clear priority towards the champions he likes.
But Enemy clearly had a similar read, banning away things like the Lucian and the Kai so they can follow in on the engage of a Renekton or a Nunu. So Cloud9 have their bot lane locked in. They've yet to show their mid lane. Enemy, they'll have to show where the Ziggs is going, as it's Darius for another frontliner for themselves for Luan DJ.
So the Darius does give the Yuumi a target. The Darius can carry Yuumi across the map. That is kind of a late game option. I still really don't like the idea of Ziggs and Yuumi in a lane together. I just don't think the Yumi's going to be able to enable that kit very much, but we're going to see it. I suspect this could go really bad in lane if you get those hard engages from Selmot and old school. If you see them land hooks onto the Ziggs, that lane's just over kind of permanently. The advantage Ziggs does have there is that when Yikes abandons that lane very early, the Ziggs can wave clear from a distance and just sit back, throw bombs out, not be an engaged distance, but Caitlyn's going to challenge that. So Cloud9 have a win condition in that bottom lane.
And that's where they've been finding a lot of their wins in general as of late. Old School having a fantastic season, and they round out the composition with Kennen. A little more AP damage, which they were lacking. Big teamfight engage, and it's also laning against the Zed. So we got the Ninja v Ninja matchup, and we don't. Never mind. They swapped it. It's gonna be the Kennen in the Baron lane.
We've seen this a lot in Asia. When someone drafts a Zed or an assassin into you, you can just play tanks mid. And people don't want you to know this, but you can actually just play tanks anywhere. You could just play Garen in any role.
DJ,
you could just play Renekton.
We don't want people to know this. This is your secret that you've shared with your inner circle, and now we're abusing it. You don't need to tell everybody.
I keep telling people, but nobody's listening. So they're going to play this Renekton in the mid lane, and Zed just can't do anything to it. It's not a counter pick that's going to win lane into Zed. Zed's long enough range that he can kind of sit back and clear wave. But it does mean that there's not going to be a snowballing Zed unless something goes very badly wrong for Meals.
That's the big thing. Zed will be less effective. Even if the Renekton probably won't have a lot of kill pressure on the Zed, still means that, hey, you're neutralizing this assassin in the early game. He hopefully won't get snowballing here, and then your carries will be in a much better position later on, still with a lot of engage options, like I had said before. Cool draft, and I love this flexibility from Cloud9 still in the major here. A reminder that if you win this, you have another shot in the lower bracket finals then to get into top 2 and auto-qualify for the regionals as opposed to auto-seeding into the next major. So there's a lot on the line for this match.
Quite a lot. I also do want to touch on that top lane matchup, because we have two, I think, very exciting matchups now. Bottom lane, obviously, Old School and Selma are trying to bully Jackie hard enough that Old School is a tank shredder. And if they can get 1, maybe 2 kills, depends how many turret plates they get, then the game is just over. Old School will be big enough that there is nothing Yuumi can do to stop mid-game Caitlyn from shredding.
And already we have the push coming in from that as the junglers hang out in the mid lane, try and get this extra priority for the scuttles coming up.
But the other flip side of that is that the Yuumi is going to try and enable, I suspect, this top lane. I think it's going to be Darius that the Yuumi is trying to ride on. And that means this cannon is very important. The kind of X factor in this draft.
X Factor also maybe getting some action up here as Tybe hanging up around the top side of the river, but doesn't find the gank onto Zello. Difficult to get onto this cannon, and we see a lot of focus from Cloud9 on the bottom side. You called it, TJ. Literally, as we're looking at the drafts, both teams have pretty much the same game plan.
Yeah, Jackie, like, this is just such an awkward matchup because if you put, like, a Lucian alongside the Yuumi, you can leverage the Yuumi's healing because of his mobility, right? He can jump into range and then dash out of range, and the Yuumi heals him back up from whatever poke happened. Ziggs does alright in a solo lane in the late game because he can wave clear so effectively, so mid-late game he can just keep wave at arm's reach, nobody can get in. But during this early game, he doesn't have enough mobility, he's very easy to bully out, and that's what you're seeing in lane. Really good rotations from Tarzan, and enemy just lose almost an entire wave against their turret. That's an early plate that goes over to Old School as well. It's a massive gold lead for Cloud9 in exactly the lane they want.
All in from Truth. Ignites Ignite. He's about to die right there. And the minions helping out. First blood for Meals. Everything going in favor of Cloud9 right now.
I apologize for not giving you space for that, Kangas. I just didn't fathom that he would try to do that to a Renekton.
Right?
Because that's what Renekton does. That's why you pick Renekton in this lane. Because when the Zed tries to go in, you press the no thank you button and nothing happens.
You just pop that ultimate. Dominus gives you a lot of health, and it's very difficult for an assassin with no items completed to chunk through that. Maybe if Ty was nearby, and that means that with Truth now falling behind here, this is 2 lanes in advantage for Cloud9 with a 2,000 gold lead at just 3.5 minutes. We don't even have objectives spawned right now, but Cloud9 have a lot of control over this bot side of the Rift.
Yeah, this is a very, very good start for Cloud9. And kind of the only way back into this game now for enemy is Darius.
Tybe's going in. Yeah, Luan DJ, he's roamed in to join on the fight as well. Another re-engage. That's one reset. Looks for the second onto Tarzan, but they'll get the kill regardless. 2 picked up by enemy.
Zello's free farming turret, but it's not worth it because that's a lot of gold over onto Luan DJ, who is the only conceivable win condition, the only bridge back into this game now.
And nice of him to realize that, get out of lane, help out the team right as these objectives will be spawning in about 20 seconds. Clearly Cloud9 just didn't expect the Darius to be there in this moment.
Why would he be?
Right?
Why did he roam all the way down ahead of the dragon? Well, because enemy knew exactly what was about to happen and knew how they could counter it in some small way.
Luan DJ's addition to the roster has been mostly success for enemy, as now we got another fight here. Zello with the stun.
He stole it!
Rift Herald secured by Luan DJ, actually, and they'll get 2 kills to boot. Enemy with a big clapback.
Was that just the empowered auto attack?
I think it might have been. I don't even know if he hit the eye. I couldn't quite tell in the moment, but either way, enemy, they get the steal, they get the objective. They're starting up Dragon, and Cloud9 will walk in and look to bully them off of this. They have the numbers, so they should be able to. But let's see if Tybe actually
That's okay. They're going to get an entire turret plate onto their carry in exchange for this Dragon being started. You take that trait any day of the week.
Tybe's about to have ultimate. We see Yuumi throws out theirs. Now Selma lands the hook, tries to flay them into the trap, but Tybe has ultimate available now. The objective's already secured, though. So enemy, they got to get out of dodge. Flash expended by Tybe.
An early game enemy here can't take team fights. That's not the draft they have. They don't have a solid front line, and they don't have anyone, the Yuumi especially, enables right now. I think the closest is probably Tybe on the Wukong. So they're not looking for 5v5 scraps. That setup where they get a Rift Herald, spend it for all that gold, first turret tank onto Lon DJ is just kind of the dream.
Is he just going to get a solo? He just solo kills Zello right there.
He's huge.
That is massive. Even as the Dead Man's play completed, with the mobility cannon, still hard to get away from this Darius' Truth. Has a Yuumi on top of him. Nice satchel there to knock away members of Cloud9, who will finally answer that turret on the bot side. You would have expected that to go down a little earlier based on how much pressure Old School have been putting onto it, though.
Yeah, I think this game really does come down to those two players now. It is Old School versus Luan DJ, and everyone else just needs to create space and opportunities for those two players.
They're in the top side together. Luan DJ, I think he had a moment there. He could have looked at Old School, but decides not to because he doesn't see where other members of Cloud9 are. Now Selma's nearby. And yeah, the main character is meeting up right now, TJ, in the same lane because of this lane swap from Cloud9. They want to get this Caitlyn working on the next turret.
That little twitch betrayed everything. Selma found Luan DJ and didn't like it at all.
But yeah, now he's all alone. Selma has to flash way back to Tarzan, and another dunk from Luan DJ. Proto belts in with the Yuumi onto Old School. Caitlyn down for the double kill. Doesn't matter if the other members of Cloud9 are still up. Even Meals is just no threat right now. Give him all the kills. Enemy with a 4 for 0.
There is such a narrow opportunity for this team composition to win. You need the Darius to get big, you need the Yuumi to be able to get onto the Darius, and you need to kill the Caitlyn early. And somehow, Cloud9 have let all of this happen. Enemy create the opportunity in this top lane, isolating the 3v3 fight, and look at that single-minded focus from Luan DJ. Diving into the backline, enabled by Yikes, that Caitlyn is going down.
Had such a good mechanical play into that Thresh too. When you're in the brush, oftentimes you'll want to min-max damage, you know, auto, then cancel for the slow, get another auto attack in. He says, no, I'm just going to slow, sidestep the Flay, hit my big AoE damage, and then just layer everything on top. He's able to dodge all those skill shots beautifully. I love it when players have that kind of selection. Now Old School in trouble here. Okay, good Lantern to safety. As now the rest of enemy are trying to get back to the turret. Go back in. Truth with damage onto Old School. Ace in the hole will not find the kill. And now they're stuck in a really rough position. They got to get through the Ziggs bombs. He's just trying to pepper them. He went too far forward though. Zello's there. And it will trade. Old School barely alive, but Selma will fall.
Old School gets out here. Truth 1 HP.
Oh, we're diving! Flashing for the kills. Time now goes back under the turret. Has the safety of it. Does not think that they have enough damage, but he's very low. Cloud9 juggle the turret aggro and will find the kill.
Circus acts happening in the top lane. Luan DJ in the meantime,
no, you
shooting
can't
away
just
at
do
the
that.
bottom lane.
You can't just walk up and try and clear the wave against Darius Yuumi. Okay, Yuumi gets executed. Yeah, I think you still take that if you're enemy.
Oh, anytime. Again, kills onto Old School, who's just playing so aggressive, so disrespectful in these sidelines. It's the third time now that Old School has walked within auto-attack range of Luan DJ, and it has just given enemy the opportunity to win this game. They still have a very difficult to execute win condition. I think 5v5s may still go to Cloud9. You saw a little bit of that teamfight advantage over in the top lane a few moments ago, and enemy know this. That's why they don't bring their Darius into that team fight. They instead have Luan DJ in the bottom lane while all that's going down.
Now they're looking for one, though. If they can find a pick before the dragon, they don't find it, but now they'll start it up. Watch for Zella right now. Zella has a really big flank if Cloud9 want to contest this enemy. They realize that opportunity, and now they're positioning kind of awkwardly. They're not sure if they want to go in or not. Old School in trouble, though. Who's peeling the Caitlyn? Answer is nobody, and now the team fight is enemies to win. Cloud9 completely split on the engage. Meals is able to find something on the back end onto Truth. Maybe we'll get Jack. He does, but it's a triple kill to Luan DJ, and he's going to chase Meals under the turret. You got Yuumi on top of you. You got Tybe as backup, and Meals got nowhere to go for safety. 5 for 2 in favor of enemy.
Great heal juggling at the latter half of that fight by Yikes. And very confusing defense by Cloud9. Nobody on Old School. Nobody protecting kind of the only player on their team who could hope to be able to take down Luan DJ. And if that continues, there is no way back into this game. Cloud9 kind of falling victim to some of their older teamfight problems, where they would focus around Tarzan's engage around the front line as it rolled in, and leave Old School out to dry.
Now Cloud9 are going to try and use this window where they know that enemy are resetting on the map. They should have a numbers advantage, and they can get this objective. So, heads up play from them to actually get a Rift Herald after the play, but they're down 3, close to 4,000 gold now, and this is not the position that they expected to be in based on how those first early levels went.
I will note, all 4,000 of that gold is on Luan DJ. He is, like, single-handedly that lead. So, it's not as bad as it looks if they can take down the raid boss. This, because of the two compositions, if Cloud9 can set up an ideal team fight where they layer all of their CC up front, like here.
You find the raid boss all isolated, all alone. He misses the upper hand. Ziggs bomb comes in. He's very low. They did it. Boss down. Kitty Cat as well. Double kill picked up from Meals, but now Tybe jumps in deep. Gets one in response. Can he get out now? He's exhausted. He has another ultimate charge. He lands it onto 3. Jackie's here for backup, peppering the damage with the bombs. Tarzan low on health bar, and he finally falls. Selma will probably follow. Protobelt's to safety. Enemy can't get the Thresh. But even when they lose Darius, he buys so much time that the rest of the team can get in.
Yeah, Cloud9 get a little sloppy after the initial takedown, which was very good. They find Luan DJ over-aggressive, trying to steal away a buff, and they punish that. They isolate him, they take down the raid boss, which is very necessary. It does mean not only that they get the kill gold, not only that Luan DJ is getting caught up on during that time by Zello, but also he's not farming, so he is falling behind actively everyone who's on the map, playing the game, getting a couple of minions here or there. So, very important to find those kills.
Okay. Flash used by Selma, looking for Yikes. Yikes took it personally, says, alright, I'm just going to throw my ult at the wave now, just to spite you. So a couple cooldowns used, but not a lot to fight over unless we look at this Baron coming up next, and it's right back to Luan DJ in the sideline, TJ. Who's going to answer this Darius? He can just push in. I guess Meals is being sent there right now. He's the one that got the double kill and the shutdown. Potentially Renekton can hold him, but it's still going to be tough.
Yeah, you need to treat him like a raid boss. It has to be Old School with a front line in order to win.
Maybe just engage where Luan DJ is not, could also be the plan. I rooted down, pulled back in. That's a lot of damage from the Ziggs bomb. And that means the Cloud9, they're now all about half health.
They need to do Baron or they lose this trade. If they don't do Baron right now, they're going to lose an inhibitor for nothing.
The turret bot side here. Luan DJ has Yikes on top of him. 3 members of enemy, all pretty full health bars. The engage comes through. 3v4 win for enemy. They're just going to wipe Cloud9 at the Baron, a double kill to Tybe. And look at the bot lane. Luan DJ is on an inhibitor. This might just be game. They're teleporting in, TJ. They want to go for it.
That is the game. Luan DJ can walk through here and just auto-attack down this Nexus.
Tarzan's being stopped. The timers are too long. Nexus is focused. Everyone TP's in. GG. Enemy made quick work in 13 minutes, 49 seconds, taking game 1 against Cloud9.
And if you remember from the draft, I said, well, you know, there's one way that this composition works, and it's like an outside chance. But if Yikes can maybe get on to Luan DJ, and if Luan DJ really wins his lane, then maybe this works. And enemy managed to put together the like 5% outside chance after 5% outside chance. They get very lucky on some of Old School's positioning in the top lane, and they take advantage of that luck. Luan DJ presses the advantage, goes from a slight lead in lane to a massive lead on the map. And then they never take a fight where that's disadvantaged. You see them always know that all of their gold is concentrated on Luan DJ and play relatively passive across the map, using Jackie's ranged harass and letting Luan DJ just chew up the side lanes during that time.
Luan DJ has got to be star player after that performance. I want to give props to Ty for taking up a lot of damage in those team fights while Luan DJ was in the side lane. Jackie for actually handling the lane. Yikes, of course, for doing Yumi things. But Luan DJ was what allowed this composition to actually clutch that win. So that's definitely where my vote's going.
I mean, Can I give a planetary award out?
Yes, of course, always.
Okay, star player, I'm with you. Lord DJ. Planetary award, I think Yikes played a great Yuumi that game. You were joking earlier about how you can get the sleeping bag out and just play Yuumi half asleep. That's actually not true. You do need to, in order to play Yuumi at a competitive level, in order to get the most out of the character, be constantly cycling between targets, be constantly hopping on and off and taking aggro, taking turret aggro, so that the damage is on you and not your carry. That sort of thing is very impressive, and Yikes was nailing it all game. So,
one of the best things you can do.
Award, Star Player Award, absolutely the man with the big axe.
The big axe, swinging it through and picking up the win right there. Also, just the bot lane matchup did not go how we expected, EJ. We set up this match saying, all right, when you look at Cloud9, Old School's having a really good season. He's kind of the new carry. That Caitlyn performance, there were multiple times where he would either walk up to the Darius or the team would just ignore that they had a Caitlyn and just let the Darius walk past them and then assassinate Old School. So I feel bad that, like, a lot of those times it's tough as a Caitlyn. Like, it's not necessarily your fault that you're picked off in those moments, but the team, they need to realize, like, how to deal with the Darius and then actually play around that Caitlyn.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bottom lane performance actually went pretty well.
Yeah.
Right? While they were in the bottom lane, everything was going pretty well. We had those early ganks we were looking for from Tarzan. We had a couple of, like, skirmishes that were very centered around Old School's Caitlyn. But then, yeah, they started going into the top lane, and Old School was way ahead of the rest of his team, like 2-3 times, and he only got caught one of those times because he and his team are very good. But it's the kind of risk that absolutely helped give Luan DJ this scoreline.
25%. That's a quarter of the damage when there's a 5-player team. Very impressive from Luan DJ, especially considering that a lot of that was probably ranked up in the side lanes. He got multiple kills under turrets, putting a lot of pressure on the map. And then also, the big one that we haven't even touched on yet, DJ, is the early levels, when he rotated from the Baron lane to the Raptor camp and then completely caught Cloud9 by surprise. That's kind of where his snowball started, and we just don't see players willing to do that often, where they say, all right, I'm going to sack my lane, give over maybe a plate to my opponent, but it's going to be worth it because I'm going to get a lead somewhere else.
And I think it is worth noting, like, we're hyping this guy up as kind of the thing that won the game. He only did 25% of his team's damage, which is a lot, but it's not... We are saying that he is the solitary win condition of this team, and I think he genuinely is, but so much of that win condition was out of team fights. We saw this early burst, we saw the skirmishing in the top lane, and then once he had enough gold, he just walked away, played the side lanes, and that was the win condition. Show me this steal.
Yeah, this
Did he
steal.
hit the Herald
Does
eye?
he hit the eye? The eye's up. Okay, he does. He does hit the eye.
No, he doesn't. No, that was around the side.
It might have registered.
Is the dress purple or red?
It might have registered. Well, that little sidestep on the flay. Earlier, we saw him around the Raptor pit flash to hit 2 with the decimate. It's like, his mechanics are actually very impressive. The way he's able to position on mobile gaming Wild Rift here. This ain't PC with the mouse and keyboard. This is with your thumbs, everybody. Very impressive, just the movement from Luan DJ. And then this mind to just say, all right, I'm just going to run right at Old School. And look, Meals just leaves him. He's like, all right, well, I can't keep you alive, so good luck.
Which is, like, I don't disagree with Meals' decision. I think Meals is making the right call in that moment of, hey,
my stun's down. I got one for you, Caitlyn.
What can I do in the rest of this fight?
Yeah.
But the problem, the mistake of the team is, why are you in that position? Why are you engaging without making sure Old School has a safe place to operate from? Because he is the entirety of Cloud9, and that's the mistake that was made.
And then this was the kind of Hail Mary from Cloud9, right? They had to go for the Baron, but they just didn't have the damage to burst it down. And then also, they were all like half health when they started that off. And yeah, easy enough for enemy to clean it up.
I do also want to talk about, maybe in a more theoretical way, one of the things that you brought up there, where you were like, wow, his movement, his mechanics. This is a hot take, and I've never been in a position where we have such a one-to-one comparison before. But working in mobile esports, it's long been my theory that in comparison to PC MOBAs, movement is much higher priority. Because all of the movement can be so much more direct, and all of the movement speeds are so much higher. So you can dodge more skill shots, you can walk around people. That's why, like, I think Fiora is much more powerful in Wild Rift than she is on PC, because she's easier to execute in terms of mobility on the ranked ladder.
Sure.
So it's my suspicion, and this will be a pet theory that you can come back in like 3 years and be like, you're totally wrong.
Okay,
but
save
it's my
it.
suspicion.
Production, make sure you're recording this part.
Yeah. When I'm dying in a nursing home, Kangas, I need you to kick down the door as like a swole grandpa, because you're still going to be ripped.
TJ, I'm like
And tell
5
me
years
whether or
older
not
than
I
you.
was
You
right.
think that I'm going to be able to... All right, well, sure. Yeah,
I'm going to be in a
agree to
nursing
this.
home very early. It's a degenerative condition. But the important thing is, I think that movement in Wild Rift is going to evolve, and we're going to see players put on performances like that with regularity. And you already see a little bit of this with ADC players on like Corki, where Corki is so viable because the movement in this game is a little bit more emphasized, and it's a little bit easier to dodge skill shots. I don't know. Personal, abstract, theoretical.
No, I like
tangent.
it. I like it because, of course, we're so early in the esport. Wild Rift is still so young that players are still learning a lot of these mechanics and limit testing what they're able to do. On DJ, with those kinds of performances, that's a demonstration of what is possible. I think Lamont is probably another player that has similar movement. When I watch what they do exactly in a team fight, I'm just blown away. I was like, I didn't even know you could do that in Wild Rift with some of these skill shot dodges, some of these movements. So, well, I hope we see more of that.
Sorry, this is you. Kangas, drive the ship. Tell me if I'm too deep.
Okay, no, I'm
like,
all in. Iceberg me up.
If you're watching an Ashe Kai'Sa team fight on PC, that requires click on target, move mouse over the top of the Ashe, click on the opposite side of the screen to kite away, and that action needs to be repeated, which is tremendously difficult.
Sure.
Which is why it's so impressive. On mobile, instead of that, I don't know what I just did to the word mobile. Mobile, instead of that, you can just drag away from the target on the movement stick and tap the attack button.
Yeah.
And that allows you to be a little more precise with your movements.
Exactly,
So,
yeah.
I don't know.
A little quicker on reactions there. You can dodge those Ashe arrows maybe. But
Mobile.
we are into, speaking of the Fiora, TJ, I mean, you mentioned the pros of her in Wild Rift right now. We do see her locked in for Cloud9. I'm just going to say, Zello does play mid Fiora. This still could be Tarzan on the Fiora, because we see when Cloud9 will struggle with the tank on Tarzan, they'll just jump right back to the carries.
Fiora is one of the few characters that you can play as kind of a carry from the jungle right now. And I think that's what Tarzan wants to do. He wants to have the damage to have map agency. And I far prefer him on early game characters, but this is still going to give him the tools to do that.
TJ, call back to the last major. If you remember, Enemy versus Immortals in the finals. We saw a lot of Yasuo locked in by this team, so much so that Immortals actually started taking it away from them. But Truth back on this pick. I believe it was Truth that played it in the one game that they actually got the Yasuo before it started being banned away from them.
Yasuo is really fun here because they've seen the Morgana and the Fiora. And those two things mean that you should pick the character, because the Morgana, obviously her Dark Binding is blocked by the Yasuo, so that's a very fun counter to that kind of game-defining ability. And then, because they've seen the Fiora in the jungle, they know there isn't an early game lane threat. And the thing that Yasuo is super vulnerable to is getting pressured during the early game. So, Cloud9, if they want to make a pivot here towards that, now that they know it's a Yasuo comp, they should be picking up things like the Lucian in this final cycle that will give them a little bit more early game in Old School's hands. Over on Enemy, you're looking for Malphite, you're looking for Alistar as those like final touches, a little bit more knock-up, full commit.
I mean, they already have 2 knock-up enablers for Yasuo, but a third would never hurt. I do wonder if Cloud9 pivots, because Zello can play the Fiora. Maybe they go for like a Riven jungle, something that can be a little more early in focus and try and shut down.
You want a Lee Sin.
Or a Lee Sin,
if they do that, it's for Lee Sin.
That's what I like about this Fiora, is it still gives them flexibility, and I have seen Zello play that before. But no, it does look like they will commit to the Fiora in the jungle with this set lock-in.
Is this Old School Morgana then, is my question? What are we getting here? Because I would call for a Lucian.
Yeah.
I would call for a Lucian so that you have a lane on the map that you're winning very quickly. But they're intentionally, and this is one of the things I love about Nano, the coach of Cloud9's drafts, he's saving last pick for his most important character, right? getting this positive matchup in the bottom lane is incredibly important.
And now they're going to be matching up into that Varus. Enemies willing to play it here. Jackie locks it in. We've seen a lot of players in the WNS struggle with this champion, really unlocking the full potential that we've seen in other regions. But I love it when players are willing to lock it in on the stage games, because it means that, hey, they've hopefully been putting in the work and putting in the practice to bring out the results today. Now, the question is, what do they pair it with? Because they do still need to lock in a support. And unless it's a Gragas,
the Gragas for that.
Okay.
So this does mean that we've got something funky happening.
Top lane?
It could be Orianna support. It could be Yasuo top lane.
Into set? That's a bold move. Taking Yasuo into the set when you already see
It could be Yasuo ADC Varus mid.
I don't like that world.
Just want to put that out there.
I don't like that
because
world.
I have seen that evil in the world before.
So then Orianna top lane? I don't know, chat. I have no idea what's going on at this point. Cloud9, okay. So this is going to be Morgana Galio in the bot lane with Zed mid, right? Presumably for Cloud9. Theirs is a little more straightforward.
Or set support, but it almost doesn't matter. Because what they really want is they want to avoid the Fiora or Morgana having to play into the Yasuo. That's like the most important thing for them. So getting this set into Yasuo, very good for them. And they also have the Zed in the mid lane to bully out this Orianna, which is very exciting for them as well.
Now, I am a Baron lane main, TJ. I was able to grind my way up to Diamond, playing Pantheon and Garen exclusively. I'm not the biggest Yasuo or Set player, but I imagine it's going to be tough for a Yasuo. When I think about the kits of these two champions, Set just packs such a big wallop in the early game, and Yasuo, while he has some mobility, kind of reliant on a wave being there. The wind wall's not going to do anything against the Set if he plays it correctly. This is a really tough matchup. So Luan DJ, this is a statement lock-in here.
I mean, I'm gonna put my marker down here with full awareness I might get burnt, because Luan DJ did just make an improbable comp work last game. I don't like Yasuo compositions, and I never will. I don't think they're any good, because the Yasuo takes so long to go online. He's going to take till the maybe even 10-minute mark in a game like this, where the set's going to keep him zoned off a wave to do any serious damage. So if you're waiting 10 minutes for the Yasuo to go online, then the rest of your composition is in jail until 10 minutes, or at the very least, the rest of your composition is suboptimal compared to what you could have picked until 10 minutes. Like if this is a Garen support, which does very well with Varus, if this is a Alistar support or a Braum support, which are both stronger support characters than the Gragas, this lane is better off, but they have a Gragas here, which is a weaker pick, because they want to enable the Yasuo. Yeah. So until the 10-minute mark, they have a suboptimal map state for this character that they're gambling on up top.
Jackie is literally playing one of the strongest AD carries based on the composition, but with the composition entirely drafted to the opposite side of the rift. So eyes will be, of course, on Luan DJ, but also on Jackie. How does this Varus position and play out the early stages? Tarzan looking at Luan DJ up here, wasting a little bit of time, not even clearing out the full Krugs, and spotted. So this gives enemy a lot of information of where Cloud9's jungler is currently.
Now, the things that have gone very well for enemy in the draft. Oh my, this is wave shove situation is pretty dire. The things that have gone very well for enemy in the draft, they do have all of their emphasis pointed towards Zello, who is one of the weaker parts of Cloud9. So a lot of this game is on Zello to be able to contain this Yasuo, and if he doesn't, if Luan DJ is just able to outlane Zello, then the game may be over regardless of map state or anything else.
This is hilarious how much enemy are just trying to track Tarzan right now. They've caught him, has to flash away. Nice knock-up. Zello can't get in with the face breaker. Tarzan focused by Time. Smites onto the scuttle for health, and another miss. Zello can't get anybody right now, but Luan DJ has to flash. He's low. Meals with the first blood over the wall, and he gets out to boot. Supports join in. Cloud9 peel off with first blood. One more, though. Yikes.
You can't fight early.
Zello's low on health, and he's picked up. Ooh, Zello. Overconfident they can win that. Yikes with the re-engage. Tarzan with another smite for the health, and now the turn. Meals has the damage. Meals with the autos. Meals with 3 kills to start game 2.
Tarzan should be able to get away here. Luan DJ wants to collect something on his second go at it, because that fight took long enough that he was able to respawn and walk back to it. It's Galio, and this is great positioning by Selmore to be up there on the top side of the map, but the second enemy see that he's there, they need to call off that play. Yasuo is a weak early game character, and he's especially weak to Galio, who is especially strong during the early game. So, really good response by Cloud9 to pivot their forces up to contain that Yasuo early. Kind of foolish engage by enemy, knowing what they knew.
And we could see that that was enemy's decision the entire time. It was just Tybe dancing around in the mid lane, waiting to see where Tarzan was going to go, and then trying to answer that side of the map. Enemy were confident that they could win that.
Yeah, which I'm not so sure about, but I do appreciate that they wanted to shut down Tarzan, because this is where I was going. Kind of the only early game threat over on Cloud9 is Tarzan. They do have the Morgana in the bottom lane, and that will get scary as the game goes on. That'll get to a point where she's doing significant damage. But early game, nothing. Same for Zed. So the advantage that they do have over Cloud9 in the draft is if they can force this.
Good setup here from enemy. I don't think Zelo survives this, especially without the flash. And there, the kill gold goes to Luan DJ too. That's a good combo. The 1-2 punch setup there by enemy. This is what their comp needs to do.
And Zelo should be aware of what enemy need to do. Enemy's only hope of winning this game is pressuring the top lane. So if I'm coaching Zelo, I'm yelling, just stand behind your turret, man.
And right now I'm saying, maybe don't die in the mid lane. Double ultimates expended by Yikes and Truth, picking up the kill onto Old School right there. Now Tarzan pops a grand challenge, has the repositioning. Where's the CC? Flashes away. Yikes still alive. Selma gets a kill onto the clone, and now Luan DJ has joined in as well. Truth picks up a kill. Tarzan's down, Zelo knocked up. Ooh, Luan DJ did not have the last whisper, but now Meals joins in. He's got so much gold from the earlier kills, but can he survive this? Now Tybe, Luan DJ, they go back in. Yasuo ultimate's about to come up, but he has to flash. He goes down. Double kill to Meals. Looking for more on the Tybe. He will get away, but Meals now 5-0 on the Zed.
A massive response from Meals, cashing in the check he earned earlier, which wouldn't be a problem for enemy if they hadn't forced that awkward fight. And as a result, there was a Zed online a couple of minutes early. Zed should start to show up around the 6-7 minute mark. It's a couple of minutes early because of that extra gold boost he got, turning into that lethality, that serrated Dirk in his inventory awfully early, and now turning into extra kills. He's now at 5 kills in total. They have player advantage headed into these objectives.
What's the plated steel cap, so even Yasuo ultimate at this stage of the game won't be as threatening. He's got some armor, he's got some health, he can survive one of those and then turn it back around. Cloud9 getting the dragon, traded for enemy on the Herald here, so we see teams do this often. At least they're able to equalize, and uh-oh, Jackie, you're in trouble. You're in danger, my friend. Yeah, he realizes it.
The really important thing here is that that is a mounted Drake, so they're going to have that little bit of bonus shielding to protect their players from Yasuo during this next phase. That's really exciting for them. Opposite side of the map, you can see mission boost Luan DJ still in full effect. Zelo is taking my advice. He is behind the tier 2. We'll see if that protects him.
And they don't even get the first... Ooh, Shockwave misses from Truth right there. They were looking for the combo.
That's one of my Oriana ults right there.
Yeah. Yeah, enemy were trying to push for a second turret. I think if they landed a big combo there, they get it. But Cloud9, they even get first brick over the trades. Very even game state right now, TJ.
Yeah, a really good kind of adjustment by Cloud9 to say, okay, what we learned from the last game. We don't want to fight Luan DJ in lane. We don't want to fight strength to strength right now. Cloud9 have a weaker map state across the board. They don't have their full combos online yet. So take the map, play time, and only engage when you know you can't get caught out by those big Yasuo combos. That's going to be the rest of the game. The Oriana, the Wukong, and the Gragas trying to land big combos for the Yasuo. Get lots of knockups, 4 or 5 players at the same time, so that they can get kills onto Luan DJ.
Luan DJ getting very confident there onto Meals, the Fed member of Cloud9. Kind of surprised that Meals
I don't know if he win.
Backed away right there, yeah. Big chunk of damage.
Meals versus Luan DJ is probably the game, like that's probably game defining, but Meals doesn't really want to take that fight. I think he, in his mind, every game is just punishing Truth and Jackie every time he gets into the fight. I don't think he really wants to go head-to-head. He would much rather Luan DJ have to fight through Zelo and Selma, the tankier members of the team.
little more defensive on their end, but now Cloud9 getting aggressive with an invade here in the jungle, trying to stop enemy from catching this top wave so they can push it in and take another turret. Yikes will make it to the turret. Luan DJ is not quite there, but they have the combo. If Yikes throws out this ultimate, he does, but there's no Yasuo backing him up. Has to flash. Grand challenge issued by Tarzan. Now Meals goes in for the damage. Yikes is down. Tarzan's here. Luan DJ blown up in the fight as well. Cloud9 with a very successful turret dive.
Yeah, Luan DJ risking a lot there in what was a 2v4. The Cloud9 blew a lot of cooldowns on Yikes, but they could afford to do it because they knew there was nobody else on that side of the map. The reason they knew that was because their bottom lane turret was getting taken. So I think Luan DJ, as painful as it is when you know that you are the team's carry, you need to step back there because you are the team's carry. And right now, his scoreline, his gold lead does not reflect what that should. If you remember game number 1 where he was the team's carry on the Darius, that worked out. Having a solo carry worked for the team because he had 11k gold at this point in the game. Not so much the case this time round.
He was a big threat when he showed up in the fights, but now he's only got 1.5 items completed. Not necessarily going to be that 100-0 threat at this stage. And I mean, we talked about last game, he was like all the gold lead. Now it's Meals that's all the gold lead for Cloud9. He has a massive lead over Truth right now, and is kind of the win condition of Cloud9. Azello, the focus from enemy. They really want to shut down the set even more, and they're going to try and funnel gold into Luan DJ through this way, but there's reinforcements. Selma comes in, so does Tarzan. Luan DJ, you're getting knockups, you're looking clean with it, but it just doesn't matter. You don't have the stats to pick up the kills.
And as we get to the late game, this is going to become less and less the Meals team over on Cloud9. Right? They have other late game threats. Enemy still kind of full built around the Yasuo, which is, you know, to hop back on my anti-weeb soapbox, to hop back on my anti-anime soapbox. Yasuo is this entire team's late game as well, which is more excusable because Yasuo is a really strong late game champion, but the Gragas is always going to do less tanking than any other support pick. The Wukong isn't the highest damage or highest tank jungle pick. You know, they built this composition entirely around the Yasuo. And that means that if Luan DJ does not get enough gold to carry this game, they will not win.
Or if they don't find the nice combo. They have Wukong, Orianna, they still could just like get that one big explosive
I don't know if
fight.
he does enough damage.
There's a chance it won't. We might even get to see that right now as the Chain of Corruption lands on the old school. Orianna flashes, now heroic entrance from Selma. Cloud9 get out, but they do not stop the Herald. That's secured by enemy.
Now the Varus is coming online, which is exciting. But Jackie and Truth are in so much trouble in these team fights because Meals is decent, because Meals is big. It's just going to be so hard to play Varus or Orianna into that. And to go back to what we were talking about, kind of theorizing there, the other thing with these Yasuo compositions is you are ultimately reliant on the Yasuo to do damage in order to win fights. Unlike other single carry compositions where there are sometimes multiple moving parts, the Yasuo needs to ultimately one-shot people with the ultimate in order to make the combo worth it, right?
And it'll help with Tide Black Cleaver completed. Can shred some of that armor. Orianna pack and AP damage, so it's harder to itemize against it. I see a world where it happens. It's just unlikely, because the way Cloud9's playing, too, like, they're not grouping up for these big fights. They're playing the side lanes.
Yeah, and I don't want to make it seem like they're out of this game. This game is still relatively close. These are just my worries when I look at this composition. This is just what's going wrong for them currently. I think if they turn this around, it probably does come from Truth and Jackie. I think if they're able to survive these team fights for the next couple of moments, then the Yasuo will eventually come online. And in the meantime, Orianna, Varus do decent damage by themselves. It's just Meals ought to one-shot them in every team fight. If they can protect them from that, then we can absolutely see Varus and Orianna pick up this slack here for Luan DJ after a kind of shaky early game on the top side.
They do have a lot of high-impact CC, things like the Gragas Barrel, the Orianna Shockwave, the Chain of Corruption. If they landed onto Meals while he's trying to go in, it's a good plan. It's a good path to victory here for enemy, but down 4k gold, Cloud9 still just back to these side lanes. With the Baron spawning soon, School might dot out here as the Black Shield. The taunt comes through. Oh, the Black Shield lands just long enough, but the rest of the damage comes in now. Yikes, under turret has to flash away, but Jackie, now with the Varus damage, will pick up the kill onto Old School. Meals goes in. He wants this kill onto Tybe. Has the damage, looking for it, but through the exhaust, he can't get it. Enemy, they hold strong. Tarzan now fighting Luan DJ. Everyone's skirmishing.
Yeah, interesting targeting there by Meals. Again, you're really looking for the Oriana, you're really looking for the Varus, and Wukong is kind of the worst target for a Zed, because he can just ditch that focus using the clones. So I do wonder if maybe that was a misselection, if Meals was trying to drag target onto Truth, who was like right next to him and maybe got the wrong highlight, which does happen sometimes.
You imagine he would have enough to 100 to 0 Truth or Jackie, who both have the stasis, so Zani's picked up by both of them.
Yeah.
Going to be difficult to get that. Maybe it was also just, hey, he's got, you know, 1/3 health, I can kill him, not realizing, oh, nope, the cooldowns were up. Either way, it doesn't work out for Cloud9, and that's a comeback opportunity for Enemy. Another kill, or rather the first kill onto Jackie. His Varus is going to be completing 3 items relatively soon here, and we could have a dragon fight coming up in 25.
And I do always say Varus is the highest damage AD carry in the game. I do always say Varus is the best AD carry in the game.
I don't think I've ever heard you say that, DJ.
Demonstration.
Gonna let you sit in silence right there as the engage comes through. Zello in with the combo. Meals looking for the damage. Zello caught out on the backline right now. Heroic entrance will come through, but Meals chunked out, has to jump away with the flash, and now Luan DJ wasn't even there the whole time. Might just be caught out though. Oh no, that's a big Yasuo ult. He doesn't actually take it. Instead, he'll just fall to Tarzan, not confident in the fight. Tarzan under turret, tanking up, but he should kill this one. Truth will go down to Meals instead. Cloud9 have the confidence to take the fight. Oh,
and they, that time, could not protect Jackie and Truth, who got zoned out of the fight by damage. They didn't have the hard support tanks. They committed a ton to trying to enable Luan DJ, which just isn't going to happen.
Watch him come in on the flank.
It doesn't go well.
Yeah, Luan DJ just jumps in on his own, gets immediately ulted by Fiora, goes into the stasis. He doesn't take this either. I mean, it's tough because Selma has the taunt, but I think you're going to die either way, so you might as well try and get them low for the Varus. Rough stuff for Enemy right there.
The big fear, I think, is you don't want to trigger the Grand Challenge. You don't want to die and drop that Fiora ult in the middle of the team fight. But, yeah, just an awful position. There's no winning, because he can't hop on the ult. He can't stay in the fight, but if he doesn't stay in the fight, he's gonna die, and the net result is Cloud9 win the team fight they needed. They get that backline exposed, and now they're marching in with the Baron to tie up the series.
All that a rock in a hard place, DJ. Enemy fighting themselves in this situation here. Baron push from Cloud9. How well do they siege? It's Meals in the Baron lane, pushing solo. Nobody yet from Enemy has answered, as Truth and Yikes are both passing towards that direction. Meanwhile, Tarzan's in the bottom lane, so we have 3 lanes of pressure from Cloud9.
Yeah, really good split pushing here from Cloud9 to be able to run this style of composition where they do just have those super minions pushing simultaneously in every single lane, those empowered Baron minions crashing against every turret. Makes it so difficult to concentrate your forces and defend. One of those turrets is always taking damage.
You gotta go for this fight right now. Luan DJ already just hard chunked to start the fight. Cloud9 are fighting under turret this entire time, and they're still winning it right now. That's the combo! Finally, Luan DJ finds it. Can they get Selma? They've lost the turret. That means Super's pouring in. Oh, Flash from Old School. Looking for a double kill here through the stasis. I think he's got Jackie. Wait, he hit level 12. Jackie's still alive somehow there. Now Old School could be in trouble. Time. He's got to fight through the super minions. The Baron, the power minions, the cannon minions are doing so much work. Old School, he's still alive. Oh, finally will go down. Selma now trying to buy time for Yikes here on top of him. Meals and Tarzan joined in. Yikes taken down for the killing spree of Tarzan. That is 3 inhibitors dead. Enemy's base in shambles.
That was a really good Baron play by Cloud9. Just really well played in order to have that pressure in all 3 lanes, in order to keep that pressure in all 3 lanes, even as utter shambles is happening down on the bottom side of that map. You can see that they're still taking the top inhib, pressuring the middle inhib, and that pays off. There's now basically no way they lose this game. Play that clip in 30 seconds. But there should be no way they can lose this game, as all that needs to happen is they collect their forces and push in with these supers.
As TJ says that, we get the thought bubble from Cloud9. It's probably a good idea to group up as 5 and just hard shove mid, right? And then Enemy just hit the perfect combo on them and win the game. I don't think it's going to happen as Luan DJ just gets solo killed in the mid lane. Meals finally confident enough to take it, and yeah. won that pretty handily.
And you're seeing a little bit of the same thing that happened to Old School last game, which is, I think, correctly diagnosed as I'm supposed to be carrying syndrome. Where you're just trying desperately to get gold so that you can carry the game, and that means you're falling further behind and getting caught out.
Yeah, now the rest of the team has to go for the 4v5. Cloud9, they had a really clean game, identifying their win condition and the enemies and executing beautifully. They just got to clean up these last couple kills, even just focus on the Nexus, and they will tie the series 1-1.
1-1. Cloud9, an incredible response in that game. I don't think they left draft with the greatest composition. You know, it's a little bit of a hodgepodge. They don't have a clear carry win condition, but they do have an obvious thing to stop. They do have a whole lot of good picks and an obvious thing that they can't let happen. And as long as they keep the Yasuo behind, they have better picks in each lane. And they understand that, they play the map really well, and it earns them a victory kind of democratically. Meals gets a whole lot of the early gold and becomes that bridge, gets a lot of the kill credit, but it is a team effort here.
Look at that gold from Meals. Full build there, completed boot and chance. Everything you could want as a Zed player. 10-0-3. When we talk about star players, that's definitely a star player performance there. Selma as well, deathless, 0-0-12. That's like the perfect support score you can ask for, as he was also just unkillable at the end of that game. I'm leaning to Meals, but TJ, who do you think for star player this game?
Degon's gonna bully me for this. Okay. Can I say Selma?
What? You know what, TJ? I think you can say Selma. I think Meals might be upset with you because we've yet to have Meals get a star player, and he's the one
well, in that case, Meals.
Out of the 5. But, all right, we'll give it to Meals.
Remember how Meals got all that gold? It was the early game fight where Selma hit like 2 3-man taunts back to back, and Meals just walked in and auto-attacked them.
Yeah, but he auto-attacked them, TJ. He did it.
He did great work. I don't want to take that away. Easily star player. I'm giving it to him because he did a great job that game. But it was Selma's taunts and Selma's support play that I think got Meals to those opportunities and definitely earned them the late game team fights as well.
DJ, did you not see the last bar on Meals' stats there? The full gold kind of screen there?
That's what he was supposed to do.
Game. He did the second
when
one.
You get handed 5 kills in the first 3 minutes. You're handed 5 kills in the first 3 minutes. That you're supposed to win off of that.
Oh, TJ's not impressed. He's like, if you get 5 kills, I don't even care if you win the game. You know, you just did your job.
Look at this taunt.
Look at that. Flash over the wall, get himself out to safety, still be able to get the Shadow Slash in there. Come on, man. What do you got to do to get himself an MVP?
And then he saves this fight. It looks so dangerous, and Selma is just like, nope. Fight over. You're all in jail.
Oh,
Meals walks in and just auto-attacks him.
Fell. A double kill. Huge by our MVP, Meals. Yes, I'm not. I will agree. Time for a TJ term. The Planetary Award. Let's give that one on over to Selma, who was coming down with
he deserves
ulti.
He deserves it. Still deathless, but now everyone's gotten one. All 5 members of Cloud9 in this second major have gotten a star player. You love to see that, because that means that every player can step up in these big moments, in these big games.
Yeah. And I loved this. To your point here, one DJ forced to use the stasis early by your boy Selma, but Tarzan just saying like, nope, you think you're away? I have flash. I'm following you. It's our game to win here.
And that's just rough position to be in it to begin with for Luan DJ. Like, he comes into the fight a little bit late. The whole composition was built on him. And at that point, it was already tough. We had been talking about that for a bit, TJ. And it just felt like enemy, they never really got the fight. Like, that was probably the one time that they actually landed a big combo that was impactful. But, like, they're already losing the base at this point.
Yeah, and this is my larger problem with Yasuo compositions. I think you put so much in an Easter basket, and it's not going to be Easter for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, by the time it comes around,
just
you got rotten
looking
eggs,
at the chocolate,
bad.
And you're like, I'm going to be able to eat that in easily 2-3 days.
Yeah,
and it's real rough for those 2-3 days.
To your credit, where you deserve a Planetary Award, TJ, you called it. You said the Gragas pick there on the bottom side of the map gives them too many things to wait until Easter. What about, the little crumbs that you can get Maybe you don't get the chocolate bunny, but maybe you get a chocolate egg, a Cadbury. You know, you can have one of those early. I like that you called that
my
one
language.
81% KP for meals. Well, I didn't even see that one from before. That's crazy.
Yeah, Meals stepping up here, and we've seen the champion pool kind of come into play here for Meals and showing off the Zed here. Assassins seem to be something that Meals not afraid to step on into. Love to see it because we've been talking a lot about the double tank meta, and that seems to be what we're trending towards. But I was watching the Southeast Asian region, and it looks like they're trending towards double assassin, where you got assassin in the jungle, assassin in the mid lane, and so Zed being one of those that you can unlock here, TJ.
First of all, I made a flowchart about this that I posted like ages ago. We're behind. We're behind what Southeast Asia and China have been doing. Where the flowchart is, if you're running double carry in the backline, the Orianna Varus, for example, then Assassin is really good because there's always a target, there's always somebody to jump on, and so they'll run double, triple Assassin to just make sure they blow up that backline threat. If you're running tank frontline, though, you're really good against compositions that have carries and no frontline.
Okay,
so
there it
like
is. The flowchart.
Rock, paper,
Pokemon.
scissors.
Yeah.
The rock, paper, scissors flowchart
started.
available on TJ's Twitter. You can go check that out later on.
I don't think it is.
Well, I'm going to make you retweet it now. Also,
Okay, sure.
we're talking champs. We did it earlier. Charades for champs that you wanted to see. Some of the strongest ones. Now we're doing the inverse, y'all, as we got a little bit of time to fill as our players are prepping for their elimination match. It's the champions that you don't like to see. Give me the most useless champions in the game, and hopefully you have that one prep. Pangus,
All right,
am
am I up first again?
I'm seeing it. Yeah.
Okay.
you're
All
first
right.
again.
This I think this one's gonna be a dead giveaway.
All right. The sleeping bag was kind of a dead game. TJ's was actually the best. Is that Graves? Graves the most useless champion?
Oh my god, the VFX.
Or is that Sheriff Caitlyn? Oh, he doesn't have headphones.
I think it's Graves.
I couldn't hear you.
I wholeheartedly agree.
I hope
Graves.
you got
I
it.
think
What was the
Graves
guess?
is
Graves.
useless.
Graves.
He's old.
No, it wasn't
And-
Graves. TJ,
It wasn't Graves. It was
Who?
It was
You want to
Sheriff
see
Caitlyn.
it again?
No, that's not going to add more information. Doing the same thing again. Oh, it's a rifle. I thought it was a pistol. Okay, it is Caitlyn.
It's Caitlyn. It's Caitlyn.
Caitlyn's got like a bowler hat.
It's
Do you
Caitlyn.
really not own a bowler hat, Kangas?
I do not own a bowler hat. No. Okay,
That
maybe
is
maybe I'm
astonishing
over-indexing
to me.
towards a specific skin for this champion, but it's
I feel
not
like you
Caitlyn either.
100% own
All
a
right,
bowler
then I
hat.
have no
You're just
idea.
lying.
What was that? Give us the answer.
Jin. It was Jin, guys. Come on. He does like no
Yeah.
damage right now. He's just completely worthless for a team.
All right.
Yeah, sure.
We will, TJ. We will get yours before we close out this
Oh,
series
mine's
because the
very,
draft.
it'll take 2 seconds.
The
I'm ready.
draft is ready. The draft is ready. We got to go to draft. The teams are ready to go. Guys, elimination match. No more ego. Cloud9. 1-1 apiece. Tournament lives on the line. Let's get to it.
Thank you, D-Gon. TJ, just us again. I guess that one took too long for y'all to get. Sorry we couldn't get yours in there. I can't believe y'all didn't get Jin. I would felt so confident about that one. Enemy back on the blue
I
side,
don't believe
though.
you can
Cloud9 back
count
on
to 4.
I could have counted to 4. You know what? I didn't have. I should have just had 4s all around in my background. That really would have sold it here. But back into the
That's
draft.
the only thing I know about Jin.
That is probably
To
his
be-
most.
to be
identified
fair,
character.
I think the reason I didn't get it is because Jin is never on my mind because he is a useless champion. So
Exactly.
there you go.
He's so bad. Greg is locked in first for enemy. Speaking of champions that we're not necessarily enthused about here, they're opting back into that one. Cloud9, back to the same tricks. Running back to Fiora plus Morgana.
I will note, just kind of out of spite, that Jace and Set are still available. I do think they ought to be very high priority in
Camille?
these drafts. And Camille. Camille, little lower prior these days, but very good, especially if you're running a ton of assassins. If this is another Yasuo composition, I'm going to be a little frustrated.
It's shaken up like it could be, because they do still have 2 enablers, but it looks almost more like a traditional Varus composition instead. They have some frontline, some engage tools, and then the range of the Varus.
But Gragas, and I know this is a Yikes special, Yikes does really like Gragas, but I do think Gragas is a very bad support champion. So, whenever I see the Gragas, my head goes, well, why are you picking Gragas? What's the justification? And to me, that would indicate that you're going for the Yasuo composition. It should be a very easy ban here for Cloud9, unless they wouldn't mind the Yasuo coming back out, which is also maybe something that Cloud9 are looking at that draft in that last game and thinking.
Yeah, you do not need to ban the Yasuo if you're Cloud9. Honestly, I'm just going to say, I'm happy that they don't. It almost feels like enemy are baiting them into it, like, oh, you should be afraid. And Cloud9's like, no, we're definitely not afraid. We still have the counters. We still have champions that worked into it last time. And enemy now banning away the set here, so they do have a slight adaptation on their end.
Yeah, the addition of Diana to this composition, as opposed to just playing Orianna, is a little bit of an upgrade for enemy. The Diana is very defensive in the mid lane and can be a really good Yasuo enabler in the late game. It kind of gives another tank that can follow Yasuo into the front lines. Diana operates as a pseudo-tank in the mid-late game. So I like that.
But I'm happy that they're not opting for the Yasuo. Enemy, it did not work out the last time around, and now you'd be leaning into it.
This could be jungle.
So I feel like, okay, yeah, the Camille and the Jace. It took a while, but they locked them in.
So now this is just a solid composition that doesn't have enough HP, in my opinion. And I think if you add like a Braum instead of a Gragas here, we're really talking, we're really gaming in a way that makes me happy. Without it, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle in the late game teamfights. Cloud9 have enough damage that they can go toe-to-toe in the late game teamfights, and they have more frontline. That Darius Galio frontline is going to always be able to last longer, thus enabling their damage dealers to do more damage, kind of regardless of the default stats.
And a lot of skirmishers on Cloud9 side too. Aurelia, Fiora, they can excel in some team fights, also isolated fights. I like what Cloud9 have put together here.
The Aurelia is really interesting to me. I don't know if we're going to see more or less of the Aurelia over time, but she does spike very strong in the late game. And she does have that assassin potential, right? Whenever you're looking at a Varus composition, the number one thing you're asking is, how do I get onto the Varus? How do I shut down the Varus? And Aurelia, as their answer here, is a little bit of a half step, because Aurelia, much like Fiora, isn't a straight assassin. Both of them need to go front to back. They need to walk into the backline. They don't have big jumps like Kha'Zix or Zed or anything. So that's going to be a little bit of a trick. You're going to need to see that Aurelia get a certain amount of gold in order to be able to get onto Jackie. But that's doable. That's a winnable lane.
Exactly, and I still like how, in my way, Aurelia feels like a teamfight assassin. She can blow people up really quick, but her ultimate's just so impactful in these clumped up fights that she can actually function very comfortably in either one, as long as she's individually in a good spot. As some early trading on the bottom lane here. I still on Jackie. Varus was actually pretty good. I'm not going to lie. I was happy with Jackie's Varus performance in the last game, so I'm hoping that he can carry that momentum into this one.
So the worst possible case is Diana Fiora gets stuck on Gragas, Camille, Diana, right? So your Fiora, your Aurelia don't get to the backline, and you get stuck on that kind of pseudo-tank frontline and just nailed with Varus arrows. And if that happens, it's really rough, and enemy will win those fights. If Cloud9, especially Meals and Tarzan, are able to get past that frontline and fully engage onto Jackie at the beginning of fights, then they will win every fight. And I think the odds of them being able to do that are reasonably good, because they do have so many threats to the frontline. Zello, Tarzan, and Emil should just be able to blow through any frontline attempt.
A lot of pressure for the backline here. In, again, do or die for both of these teams. They're 1-1 in this series right now. Tarzan still scrapping in the mid lane. Yikes has joined in, so Cloud9 need to back off. The stakes of this game are pretty massive. This is tournament lives on the line here at this major. The loser will be second seed going into Major 3. The winner will have another best of series. Try and get top 2, which would give them a seed directly into the WNS Championship. And as I say that, enemy are fighting for tooth and nail. Meals, body slammed under the turret. That's first blood picked up by enemy.
Very solid game plan here from enemy, focusing in on this mid lane, where they can shut down the Aurelia early. As I was talking about, Aurelia is a little bit kind of vulnerable to this. A little bit of the Yasuo problem, not to the same extent, but they need early game gold to get rolling. They are a teamfight monster, they are a late game assassin, but they need the early gold, they need a gold advantage in order to be able to 1v2.
I'm looking to stop the recall of Zello right there. Ooh, Luan DJ looking a lot more comfortable on this Jace. It was so crazy to see the difference between Game 1 and Game 2, the impact that Luan DJ had in the games. We know he's still a strong player, and already a slight lead in this lane kind of helps to bolster that, as now Yikes and Truth looking at Meals. That's level 5 Aurelia. Why is it Meals didn't actually try and turn that one around?
I don't think you take the risk into Diana just because she is so tanky. Like, there's no quick kill there, I think, is the decider. Maybe you win that in the 1v2, but who's to say it's a 1v2 for very long?
Could always have more
Which is
members.
the advantage of Diana. Like, she can be an assassin, but I think the biggest advantage of Diana is just that she can take those hits, she can stall out those fights. And in games where you're not comfortable playing Galio mid or Renekton, Mundo mid, one of those tankier characters, like you see in Asia, you can play Diana mid, which is a mainstay in Korea and China, and you get a little bit of both worlds. It's a very good in-between champion.
Have we actually been seeing mid lane Mundo? Because I know you've been playing it, TJ. I know, and you're
I was
solo
ahead of the
queue.
meta. I'm very proud to announce this. I was playing Mundo in mid to varying success, but I was pretty sure it was doable. I'm very pleased to announce that multiple pros have now run it in Asia.
All right, we live in a world, everybody. We live in a society. TJ is bringing in new metas everywhere.
My success with Mundo is jokerifying you.
I think so. Yeah, this is how I snap, everybody. Is what I have to keep playing Diamond games with TJ's Mundo mid. Objectives have spawned, though, so back to the game at hand here. We always get to see which objective teams actually opt for and bring their attention to.
I don't think you're especially looking for a Cloud Drake here. A Drake so boring that they remove it from the game. But you'll take a team fight if you can, Cloud9. They're looking for ways to force fights here. Because you have Darius, and he's so powerful
Jackie
right now.
They got their fight immediately. Jackie just walks up in a spot you are not allowed to be in as an AD carry. And Tarzan takes full advantage.
Yeah. This is all about the Darius spike. Darius ready to go. Galio, this is a good time to fight as well. Like, it's just time to scrap.
Now they're hard committing on to Meals down here. The Aurelia had full vision that Tide was there and just can't stop it. 2 ultimates used, and Meals actually goes down.
Yeah, strange reset comes out of Cloud9. They want to get maximum gold after they find that pick in mid. Here we go.
Just wants to force a fight in 1v2.
They don't have
He's
this
forcing
fight.
Tarzan to come in here, but they do not have the champion advantage. Selma does throw out the ultimate and turns it around. Now Old School has joined in. This enables Tarzan to go forward. Doesn't have the grand challenge, but might not need it. Zello's here as well. Cloud9 don't get the dunk reset, but they will find the kill onto Truth.
Selma knows the limits of his champion, extends that fight long enough that Zello Old School can come in and secure the win.
Watch for the poke, though. Jackie's here. Luan DJ's still in the Baron lane pushing that in, so it's really only Varus that can try and poke Cloud9 off of this. And with Meals here, I don't know if it'll actually matter. Yeah, Dragon secured, and now it's actually Meals going right onto Jackie. Nobody's there to peel, as I say it. Yikes joins in, but too late. Meals finds the kill. Nello slowed down. He should be fine.
The one DJ did just eat an entire top lane turret. Very hungry boy today. That's going to mean there's a very scary Jace kind of waiting in the mid game.
Tribe does not want to allow Cloud9 to back off. Everybody onto Zello. It's a tanky Darius, so he's got the barrier! And into the meat grinder! Enemy overextend. Triple kill to Meals.
You don't need to chase that fight. I'm just laying out how that trade was a win. How you've got a Jace on the top side of the map that could make everything feel better.
No, TJ,
and instead
they
you
need
chase
more.
it. A 2v4? Like, that's crazy. And Cloud9 benefit from it. They stall out the fight. They use the Galio, the Darius again. Those early game team fighting champions that are so strong in this first 5 minutes. And you see the results.
Yeah, it's Cloud9 walking away with now an even gold lead. Even though Luan DJ had amassed about a 1,500 for himself, Jackie all alone yet again here. Everybody just focuses down. The AD carry, Flash is available. He's not going to use it though, which means Jackie just goes down. Tarzan picks up the kill. Can enemy win the rest of the fight? Tibe's trying to frontline here as the Camille, but he got exhausted. Big damage from Luan DJ. That shock blast might have just saved the play. Even though Tibe goes down, I don't think Cloud9 can go for the Herald.
And you see here also the utility of having old school on Morgana, that Black Shield enabling so much more poke.
Almost dead. He's got the shield. Oh, wait, he body slams in. Is he actually? He buys so much time. Oh, TJ, you said it, knows the limits. Baby. Jackie teleports in. Jackie, you're a madman. Zello now runs right at him, pulls him back in. Oh, that's a dead AD carry if ever I've seen one. Cloud9 taking full advantage of the over-aggression from enemy, and they'll look for more on the Yikes. Even Types here, Tarzan buffers it. Cloud9 should get out. We're still fighting, TJ. What are we fighting for? We're fighting for the Moonfall! Truth finds it onto 3, and will just do it himself. Types now joined in. Enemy can turn the play, get a couple more kills. That's a double kill, making a triple for Truth.
That is ludicrous.
What is happening?
Neither team willing to concede defeat. Both have advantage, but want to look for a little more.
Selma even wants more right now. He's trying to just get the wave, but he's tanky enough. They're undeterred. They're going to kill Selma. Oh, no.
That's a lot of gold onto Diana, who, as I was laying out, can be the front line for this team. With Luan DJ doing decently for gold themselves, this is going to be a massive swing in favor of enemy. There are two kind of key carries, possible carries, getting massive gold. And yeah, you see the pivot. Rabadon's death cap now complete. And this is going to go into tankier items. I believe Crystalline Reflector is next on the build card for Diana.
Jackie really struggling here with all these assassins. We highlighted how tough it's going to be for the Varus against things like the Fiora and the Aurelia. And picked off again. Thankfully, though, like you said, Truth is very accelerated right now and is now kind of the big win condition for enemy.
Yeah, because Jackie is not playing this video game, that's for sure.
And it's just enemy looking for picks in the side lane. Okay, this is it. This is it. Jackie's the bait. Gets Cloud9 lulled into a false sense of security so enemy can go in, get a kill, then enemy overextend, Cloud9 collapse on them. It's like the fourth time this has happened, but enemy are getting out. Wait, Truth's out of there. Time flashed and should have a hookshot coming off cooldown relatively soon. Slow onto Selma, running away. That's just a slow Cloud9, the honey fruit. As a CC tool, Time gets out.
Yeah, Selma missing the taunt, starting the taunt a little bit early on the stasis Tybe. And that allows Tybe to get away with their life. Ooh, awkward Jackie.
Yeah.
Here's the Infernal fight.
I don't even know if we get a fight. Truth actually does have Moonfall and the Shock Blast lands. Truth's in there. You know he's going to go for Dragon stolen by Jackie. And now enemy look to clean up the fight, but the challenge is issued by Tarzan. Cloud9 in a good start here. Tybe's joined in too, but where'd the team go? Double kill picked up by Meals. Cloud9 lose the Dragon, but win the fight.
Now, I don't know how you feel about that. Cloud9 happy to get more gold onto their carries.
Now they're diving even more. Cloud9, they don't even care about the turret. They just want the kills. They'll pick one up onto Luan DJ. Tybe trades one back, but objective is also secured. Cloud9 will break the brick.
Anytime you can kill Truth Luan, that's a win. So Cloud9, I think, are happy with it, particularly because Meals gets so much of that gold, including the turret at the end. The Infernal Dreg will be a boon. A couple thousand gold worth of damage, essentially, given over for free. That will scale towards the late game, and it does appear that this game is going the distance.
Such a good start in that fight from enemy. They layer the damage in, but they just can't get it onto everybody. And if you don't land it onto everybody, then Cloud9 have multiple carry threats. They have Meals and Tarzan and Zello, so you get one of them. But then you got to worry about the other two who are even more fed. 9 and 4 for Meals here. Another very impressive performance. Yeah, this is such an even game state. I know that there's a gold lead for enemy, but it really does feel like it could go either way. Speaking of, Tarzan looking for Luan DJ in the Baron lane right now. Yikes is joining in. We got a full-on fight again. The only member not present is Truth, so that means Cloud9 with the champion advantage. 2 kills with a dunk under the turret. Now Tybe looking for even more. Dodges out. Hextech ultimatum onto Zello. Can't quite get the damage into the stasis. Zello still alive with the double kill. Cloud9 win another team fight.
And you see kind of the secret to this team fight. This is something that happens with all Fiora compositions. It's really good Fiora Galio, Fiora Darius. Because if you can get in those kind of death balls, that kind of frontline melee that just rolls forward, distributes CC, when the Fiora gets a kill onto one of the targets that's been caught in the taunt, been caught in the Darius pull, they drop the Grand Challenge and reset the HP of the frontline, which enables them to survive whilst all their cooldowns are down. So Darius, Fiora, Galio, these characters that normally spend all their cooldowns and then have to retreat, have to reset, or they're going to die, because of the Grand Challenge, they can keep pressing. They get whatever they get out of their first set of cooldowns, and as long as they get one kill onto the Grand Challenge target, they're going to be able to keep going.
Truth spots out Zello here. I don't think you can blow him up fast enough. Now the rest of Cloud9 is joined in. That's a flash engage from Yikes. Selma with the heroic entrance. Stasis used in the Grand Challenge, and he's still alive. Truth is just so tanky, and they blow up Zello. Enemy turn the play on its head. Cloud9 were looking for it, but it's Enemy that clean it up. That's one kill. Low health bars. Meanwhile, in the Baron lane, Meal's in trouble in the 1v2. Will survive, but Enemy went out on both sides of the map.
You see in that team fight the window where if they had gotten the kill on the Grand Challenge target, they would have been able to stay. But because they didn't, because of some great movement from Truth, they were unable to confirm the Grand Challenge kill. They didn't get the HP reset. They couldn't stay and tank until their cooldowns were complete, and Cloud9 had to run away with their tail between their legs. So, very good awareness by Truth of who that Grand Challenge spell was on. That's the Fiora ultimate, and the Fiora ultimate is going to be one of the most important abilities in these team fights. I think the most important for Cloud9.
And it will be up for this next Dragon fight as well. 25 seconds on the map. I'm looking at the rest of the cooldowns. Flash should not be available for Old School or Selma, but those are really the only big ones on the side of Cloud9. Enemy, meanwhile, it's Flash on Luan DJ, Flash on Truth, and probably Flash on Yikes too. So we'll see how this fight actually shakes out if either of these teams want to scrap for it. Based on what's happened, I think they're going to fight for it.
We're really fighting today. Over on the enemy side, their dream is to use the engage from Camille, the Hextech ultimatum, to deny all the damage on the opposite side. They need to pick the target who's outputting the most damage and just shut it down.
Ooh, Pix is a big way to start off this Dragon. Right onto Tybe. He has a Guardian Angel already, and that's Selma ult down. Heroic entrance used. Cloud9 without that big zoning tool now, they go to the Dragon.
So is enemy's major engage. So Cloud9 are right to try and pull this Dragon. They know there's no good engage, it's just going to be poked.
Be Truth. Truth's on the flank right now. Watch for this Diana. Jackie's walking forward. He actually avoids the top, and now look at the fight on the top half. Cloud9 just go right onto Yikes, Luan DJ, and everybody else. Dragon is secured by Cloud9, but can they win the fight afterwards? Multiple front lines going on here, but Tarzan is unleashed. Tarzan is unhinged. Goes into the stasis. Has no backup anymore. He's in his own fight here. Selma goes down. A triple kill over to Truth on a killing spree. An Enemy will clean up the fight.
And you're right to call out that split front line. You have the dive, the kind of awkward engage, trying to use that Moonfall as the sole tool to get onto the Dragon with a weird flash forward from Jackie. You have that going on down bottom, and it serves as a distraction for Tybe and Luan DJ to take a separate fight that they know they can win up in the top side. Just isolate members of Cloud9 away from that combo, away from that Grand Challenge CC wall, such that they can win the team fight off of it, such that there's not enough damage from Old School and Zello in this second half of the team fight to turn it round.
One of the big things about that Galio ultimate is it buys space and it buys time for Tarzan to get that Grand Challenge issued, to allow them to reset and get their cooldowns back up. But without that, we saw what happened in that team fight when it's just everybody throwing themselves at each other. It's actually Enemy that had the better positioning there, and now with the 5k gold lead, they're positioning around the Baron here. Got resets, everybody has backed, everybody spent their gold.
Here we go, Baron likely to decide the game, and Enemy want to force these objectives as quick as possible because this Aurelia is going to become more and more powerful as the game goes on. And she's pretty good against all of Enemy's carries. So I think they'd like this to get over and done with before rather than after.
My eyes are still going to be on Truth. So far, this Diana's been the one starting a lot of the fights, going in for these big moonfalls, and has been finding a lot of very impressive ones as well. But it's actually not the Diana, it's Tybe and Meals fighting in a 1v1 in the Baron lane, and Tybe goes down. Rampage for Meals. Yikes, almost caught out here as well. This is big for Cloud9 taking out the jungler.
Look at Truth. He's got a wave. He doesn't stick to the split push, or he's going back to it. he's going to shove here while this Baron dance is ongoing. He's going to try and end this game.
Selma flashes. Tarzan's immediately onto LeJay, who flashes away, but the Grand Challenge is issued, and you cannot escape a Fiora. That's a kill picked up by Cloud9, but that's an inhibitor down. That's success from Truth right there. Jackie buying more time here, goes into the stasis. He's going to die, but what can enemy get done on the map? Truth's now joining in. It would be a 2v5 at the Baron. This is probably crazy to go for this. I think you just have to back away, give it to them. Yikes is not interested in that. Truth thinks he sees the angle, but now Meals is here on the flank. Galley ultimate's coming in, trying to lock down Truth. Has to flash away. He goes in for the moonfall, but he's just going to die for it. Enemy, again, looking for a little more than they can actually hold. They will lose their mid laner.
Yeah, and Truth maybe seeing if he can, you know, get rid of a couple of those Baron buffs, maybe on an off chance to go for a crazy steal attempt. But it's just not going to happen, and now you're down a player. Cloud9 should be trying to keep this tempo up. They should be trying to use this Baron buff whilst they have a player advantage for the next 30 seconds or so, and get pressure onto the turrets, get pressure onto the inhibitors. It was a good trade by enemy to open up the base, but it's not going to win them the game. Cloud9 are still in control. They're still scaling better with Meals coming online.
And Cloud9 can look to use this Baron to actually just shove in these waves, get vision priority around the bottom jungle, and have a better setup for this Elder that's spawning in 20 seconds. That's the really big prize here, and as well as the gold from these turrets that they're taking. A lot of standing gold. They're about even, not having spent all of that. We'll see if they actually go for a reset before the dragon fight. They're actually just taking away the red buff. They have full control here. I should be fine.
That bird just saved Jackie's life. Her chicken jumped in front of the Darth binding. Saved the day.
Missed that one, but hey, props to the chicken, the true sixth man on enemy's squad right now. All the wards dropped from Cloud9 in this bottom jungle, and they're also getting a lot of damage poked in here. Tarzan over the wall with Meals' assistance. Galliwolf comes through, doesn't land on anybody. Enemy can disengage there. So big cooldowns used. Again, it's Tide's Hextech Ultimatum for Selma's Heroic Entrance.
Heroic Entrance will be up pretty quickly. Here we go, though. For the Elder, very likely for the game. Enemy, it's going to be very difficult for them to find a way in.
He lands. Explosive cast, but Selma's frontlining. He's still fine.
Just holding the gap.
Cloud9 are off of the dragon. They go over the wall, and the moonfall from Truth was pretty big. But where's the follow-up? He's already into the Guardian Angel. Now LeJay's in trouble. Tarzan just chasing him down. Will also get tied. That's 2 GAs popped. Cloud9 are not winning the fight on the other side, though. Jackie and Yikes are actually putting in work right now as Cloud9 retreat over the wall to chase from enemy. Can they get more kills? 4v3. Enemy are on the Elder Dragon.
Tarzan still up, can go for a steal. Has to be a harassing presence.
They got him! Zella's about to go down. Oh, he's actually healing up. He's got the shield. He's got the damage. Now LeJay will go down instead. Enemy time. Can he survive it? He's on to Meals, who hits the Grand Challenge. He's healing back up. Meals with the mechanical outplay and the triple kill. Cloud9 earned that fight.
The Fiora ultimate, and Meals gets the final hit in the middle of all of that, and he gets so much regen, he's able to tank through it all. Aurelia is online in the late game.
Yikes can hope for nothing but a steal here. Maybe a barrel can do it. He's over the wall. He's looking for it. Maybe he gets the auto. There's just no way when Smite's available on Tarzan. Cloud9 win the fight, and they get the Elder.
However, a second inhibitor falls to these minions. So Cloud9 have the Elder, have the advantage in this game in terms of scaling, in terms of gold, in terms of dragons, and they are down to a single inhibitor turret.
Wow. I mean, hey, it's all you need, right? You can still just push out these side waves.
I mean,
the tough one's bot lane. The supers are actually very far up. Baron just spawned. Enemy, everybody's up. Everybody's alive. Truth. Oh.
What?
Oh.
Bad thinker.
Yeah.
If I'm enemy, the only thing I try to do from here on is backdoor. It's just the only win condition, but it's like a plausible one. If you can figure out a way to get Yikes to tank and you just burn everything, I think they might even be able to do it without minions.
Pretty much impossible to do, though, when Zello's there and Truth doesn't have the ultimate. So instead, enemy go in! They steal it! Time with the smite steal on Baron! Oh, that's gonna work too. Enemy are still in this game. Tarzan chasing down LeJay, should catch him. GA's back up. Tarzan might be overcommitting right now. Yikes is here. Stasis used. Tarzan low. Turret helping him out. Selma will get the GA. Oh, it wasn't up actually. I missaw the animation, but Jackie's here, can trade one back. Tarzan will fall. Enemy now pushing the base as well with the Baron buff. Truth looking for the 1v2 and the picture-in-picture. Oh, this is absolute chaos right now, TJ. Enemy and Cloud9 are gonna go the distance. Truth will even get one kill in the 1v2.
This is the scariest moment of the game. Jackie and Yikes have an advantage on the map. Zello fairly weak right now to exactly this 1v2. Zello and Meals are going to try and get past Yikes, and if Jackie has enough damage by this point, he should be able to sit behind that and rain out arrows. They're going to push for this final inhib, try and end the game.
Corruption, use. That's one CC tool down now. You got to watch for Yikes. Teleport coming in. They want the win. Enemy are going for the push.
10 seconds on respawns.
Right now, Tarzan with 8 seconds, Selma with 6. Hextech ultimatum onto Zello, who flashes away. You gotta look at this Nexus. But Meals goes in. He's buying time. Cloud9 are respawning. Enemy, you gotta go forward. You gotta look for it right now. They got Zello onto the Nexus. Look at time. He's targeting the Nexus. That's game. Enemy. They'll take the best of 3.
What a spectacular ending! It comes down to a Baron steal. It comes down to a doomed backdoor fight. They couldn't win that team fight, but they win it through just focusing the enemy Nexus and ignoring the team fight. Look at that goals graph and weep,
wow.
Cloud9 fans.
That is a roller coaster right there, TJ. That dip from Cloud9, the comeback from enemy. Started with the fight around the dragons, then the Elder Dragon looked doomed, they lost it, but you're right, the inhibitor taking topside really helped them out there, that extra wave to push in on the Nexus at the end, that came down to the wire, and that was so close. It really did feel like Cloud9 were actually controlling those fights a little bit better, controlling the entrances to the objectives, but Tybe, with the Baron steal, he keeps him in it. That was so close.
Yeah. I mean, it could not be more clear that Meals is coming online, right? Look at the damage numbers, so much that in the second half of the game, like the Aurelia is just going to end the game if nothing stops him. And then something does. It's tied with a heroic steal. It's perfect execution of that window by Jackie and Yikes, pushing it down the mid lane, using their range advantage to just take out the turrets very methodically. And then one or two positioning mistakes by I think, panicked Cloud9. You see Zello overstay, trying to defend that inhibitor for too long. He gets caught in a 1v2, and so he's down early, very low. And that creates this mess when all the TPs are coming in. And to dig for a bit of an older reference, enemy understand that the enemy's gate is down and just focus all fire in on the Nexus.
Oh, what a game. What a game between these two organizations, between these two teams with their tournament lives on the line, back and forth. I'm watching Twitch chat. We see y'all at home enjoying this match, being like, oh, it's over. Tybe got Camille. Oh, Cloud9 coming back. Oh, Jackie is just ulted nothing. Like, oh, look at that escape by Tybe. Like, how many times? Look, can we pull up the gold graph one more time? Because
yeah, we have to look at that.
Itself is just storytelling here. Look, how many big bumps do we have? Not only are we just talking like gold switches, but like in terms of which way it was going. It's like, all right, first gold lead there, then 2, and then red 3, and then at 5:34, and then all the way down at like 7 minutes, and then what a massive lead that has been amassed by Cloud9, and then it goes down and then back up. This game had it all: steals, elders, mistakes, and you know, I was ready to give it to your boy TJ. Selma was the only one that looked like he had steady hands throughout, because even though Truth had big, massive damage, big plays, Tybe had huge engages, Hextech ultimatums, Jackie was ulting the air, there was only one person that didn't get wrecked in this one, and it was Selma, but we can't give the star player to him. So where do we go for the star player in your eyes here, TJ?
Well, no, he lost, Steve. I know it was a
follow
roller
the rules.
coaster, but so the logical part of my brain is going, Truth is the only thing that kept them in those team fights in the early mid part of the game. But the like Twitch chat part of my game is going, Baron steal,
Tybe.
So I'll leave it between Tybe and Truth, I think, are my two entries.
You gave the hard job to Kangas. Kangas, where are we going with this?
Time!
All right,
The Barons killed him.
time.
That is what won them the game. I will give it to Truth. He kept them in the game. But that Baron steal, if they didn't get that game was over. Truth was not getting enough done in the side lane, and Cloud9 could probably have turned the fight afterwards. I hope we can get another look at it throughout this replay package.
Man.
I'm sure we will, but like that was the big moment.
Well, this is the one here where I was like, oh, Ty bit off more than he could chew. It was a good idea if Cloud9 recalled, but it felt like Cloud9 knew the aggression was coming from enemy. They are that type of team, and so they were able to collapse, although not on full health, as 4 members and get that nice 3-man wipe. But then Truth just seeing, all right, well, we'll do it again, and this time it'll work, and it did. And that was literally the story. This was the one that was like a hyper fight. And then here on the top side of the map where it looked good, Yikes gets there on time. Luan DJ was dishing out a ton of damage on this Jace, but not quite leading to kills. And on the Razor's Edge, Cloud9 continued. Watch this. Perfect by Selma with the knockup. And at this point, you're like, oh no, enemy is getting reversaled on. But this one here, TJ, this was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, this entire game is just the story of 1,000 small team fights breaking on tiny margins.
This was so close.
This is a grand challenge play that highlights how strong the grand challenge formula is for Cloud9. And then here we go. I think this is the steal.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Watch this from Ty.
Literally, Ty. Watch him. He says, all right, I got one play and one play only.
Oh my God. It's beautiful. Even going back to that grand challenge, you could see Tarzan gave up on the fight. He was like, yeah, I'm out of mana. I got no more abilities. Like, I got to shove this wave. But still, Meals was able to get the kill where the grand challenge was put down. Just an amazing, amazing game of Wild Rift. Again, one of the games where you just wish you could get more of this series. But unfortunately, both these teams drop in the lower bracket early and no more ego. Move on with the win, and it's time. That KDA, that doesn't look pretty, but it's finally time for a big play to earn himself the star play.
Exactly.
If I'm not mistaken, this is the second time in 2 days that Tybe has saved a game 3 with a huge steal in that final game. He did that yesterday as well, correct?
Yeah, Tribe against Tribe. Oh, man. It was, again, just Tybe having ice in his veins.
Ice in his veins. And again, we have a star player graphic that we actually can reference as talent that shows all the KDAs and all the stats and everything. And I will say that one in particular won't be the most impressive if you didn't actually watch the game. So I actually have something here just for Tybe. If I can actually find it in time. Yeah, here we go. If production can quickly one-box me. There we go. I fixed it for him. Baron steal equals 1. Congratulations, Tybe. There we go. This is what earns it for you.
You can't add new stats, Kangas.
Yep, this is the new one. We're gonna include it on all of our graphics going forward. Of course, just for us to utilize. So I just want everyone to be aware.
He's just making up new stats, Degon.
Yeah. Well,
that wasn't even in Excel. It's not a real statistic.
Baron steal? I think it's a real statistic. It now shows up in the client when you steal it. Remember, in old patches before, you wouldn't even say it. It'd just be like, oh, it went to that team. But now it's something to be celebrated. And No More Ego should do exactly that as their tournament lives continue on. And they are now 1 series away from qualifying into the regional championships. And to be honest, let's hash out this story again. I don't care how many times we've said it, but this team deserves to be celebrated as one of the few unsigned top teams in North America. They are not under a big organization. No More Ego does not pay anything because there is no organization behind it. And they are taking down major teams right now. And it is my pleasure to have the opportunity to chat with Yikes one more time. I feel like, Yikes, we got to do this last major where you were sweating, hands were sweaty, I was sweaty. How are you feeling after that one?
I don't know. I just lost my voice, to be honest. I was screaming out of my lungs. They got 3 Drakes. They got the Elder. You got pretty shaky. Then, Tybe came to rescue again with the smite gap. he got the steal on Baron, and then we just started laughing, just screaming, and then managing the waves. And Truth got a pretty nice kill at bot lane, and we got pretty good kills in top lane, and we just finished the game, man. Exciting stuff.
How do you guys keep doing this? How do you keep doing this? It's not only just like this major, but this is every tournament you enter, bro. Why is it this way? Why can't you just win clean?
To be honest, we are not sure either. It's just that we haven't gotten to Scream for the past 2-3 weeks as much as we want to. We had some personal issues, and then like some players facing financial issues because obviously we are not signed, so we don't have as much as time as the other teams to like practice on the macro and like fix everything and play the proper way. So we just go out there, we just put up a fight, and every week we just show up out of nowhere, and we compete against these teams and give our best.
Yeah, and your best was good enough yet again. It is beautiful to watch you guys play because it is just it is crazy. So let's reel it back on in here when it comes towards the next series, because if you win this, you're in regional championship no matter what. Who do you want to play? You got Immortals, you got Sentinels. Who's the one that you want to play for the regional championship spot? Not the grand finals, but the regional championship spot.
I think I mean obviously we haven't scrimmed them, so I don't know how good they have been recently. Yesterday we got our asses handed to us by Sentinels, so I'm kind of looking forward to take a revenge from them. So I'm hoping they come down. So we'll see where we go with that. But yeah, we are obviously pumped up right now, and we're gonna give our best the next series, whoever it is, and we're gonna try to take the first or second place today for sure.
Yikes, calling his shot. My guy, congratulations. Go take a break, go clean your hands on up, and we'll see those very good hands in the lower bracket finals. Congrats, man.
All right, thank you. See you.
That's great.
What a guy.
That is so great, dude. I love that they send him out after these super long series, stressful series, and he just has such great energy.
It's just mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing that, like what he was saying, this is a team that they don't have a major org behind them. They don't have as much time as these other teams. They got to work other jobs. They have to have other responsibilities on top of competing at this level in Wild Rift. It is just insane that they consistently are making these top runs. They're top 3 at the minimum now. They have another chance to make it to a grand finals in a major. Just such an incredible story.
DJ, as we take a look at the bracket.
It must suck to be Cloud9, man. It's just like the 3rd time in a row that they've been really close.
Yep.
Something's just happened, and I hate to like backseat. I guess I'm coaching the coach. I'm the backseat coach of the coach, which I'm pretty sure is just what Twitch chat does.
Okay.
I feel like yet again the strategy that makes them look really good is Tarzan. You put him on something with early control, and you give Old School a hard carry. And we saw Old School on the 2 games that mattered in Morgana jail. And he didn't play a bad Morgana. Tarzan isn't bad. Selmo's really good. Very obviously, that is a strategy that will win you games, but it's not winning them the games when it matters.
Yeah.
And I just want to see more of Old School on carries, and I do wonder at what point there's a break point where we just switch into that mode permanently, especially as they're now going to have to work their way through Major 3 if they want to get to the finals.
Yes.
And everything's kind of going to be on the line there.
Yeah. And to that point, think about the growth that they had from Major 1 to Major 2. They lock things down. They get to, they go up against the late game kings, and No More Ego fall there in a way that they still can hold their heads high and have a lot of learning lessons. So I'm sure Cloud9 will be back and will be a force for Major 3. But in the end, it's No More Ego on to the lower bracket finals, and they will await the winner of this matchup that we're setting, the upper bracket finals. It's Immortals against Sentinels. We take a look at Immortals roster: Rocky Zora, Lamont, Hoon, Gume, and Charm. This team has been unstoppable. We've been hitting it all year long. The cream of the crop in 2022, Kangas.
Yeah, no one allowed to smile in that one. I don't think Charm necessarily got the full message. He had a little smirk, but they're up against Sentinels here. a team that has consistently been making these top runs. The big story is, of course, Molly, the only player without a photo, which is crazy to me, but Molly has been having an incredible run of things, impressing us a lot with mechanical plays, and everyone on this team stepping up when they need to at the times that they need to. So Sentinels are consistently making that argument with Enemy as, like, who's number 2. It's still kind of determined that Immortals are the team to beat in the region, but it's consistently these next 2 that are going to be, also in this top 3 that are challenging that spot.
Yeah.
But I'm harder on them because Sentinels are the core of the best Arena of Valor teams in North America. And they have not been able to deliver. This is not the team that is dominating the region that I was promised from the players that are good enough to do that. Last season, they got pushed out by the Tribe Super Team. I understand that. They came out ready to go. This season, what's the excuse? They look good, but every time we get late into these broadcast days, late into these majors, Sentinels seem to lose a little bit of momentum, lose a little bit of focus, and drop odd games. And as I'm, checking the time on my watch, we've started a little bit later these days. We just had a long 3-game series. I'm a little bit worried. We'll have to find out whether or not it's past, old man rest's bedtime.
Right. Well, we'll see who will be stepping up here, and we believe it'll be in the mid lane where that important matchup will go down. Molly has been a driving force for this squad, but he's going up against Hoon, who has just been so damn good.
Yeah, Hoon's also having a very impressive season. I mean, you can honestly say that for everybody on Immortals, but this is the matchup that we want to highlight in particular. Look at how close their stats are outside of KDA. Molly does go a little over-aggressive occasionally and will die a little more than Hoon will, but of course, Molly oftentimes we see as more of a primary carry on the side of Sentinels, whereas Immortals, they have multiple people that will step up and be that carry, and Hoon can play more of a backseat kind of secondary engage or secondary carry for the team. So I think that that's really the big difference that I see in the KDAs there, but you see the similar effect that both of them have for their teams.
All right.
And
well, go ahead, TJ. Last thought.
I was just going to say, I'm hyping up the Arena of Valor legacy over on Sentinels. Immortals, it's a mix, but we did see Hoon compete in AOV. We did see Arakizora Lemont compete in other mobile MOBAs over the years. I think multiple for both of them. So just an incredible amount of history and experience on both of these teams.
All right, well, we'll see who will come out on top and seat themselves directly to the grand finals of Major number 2. Will it be Immortals or will it be Sentinels? We'll find out after this short break. You're watching the Wild Rift North American Series. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series presented by Wisdom Gaming and Riot Games. Degon here with Kangas and TJ, and we had ourselves one hell of a series in the lower bracket semifinals, but now it's time for us to focus onto the upper bracket. A slot at the North American Regionals is on the line, guys, between Immortals and Sentinels. This is going to be a huge one here, TJ. Who did you pick in this matchup?
Well, it was a real struggle for me because, as I've talked about many times on this broadcast, Sentinels are my babies, and I want them to succeed.
Oh!
Wait a minute. This is how you treat your children, TJ?
Sometimes you have to admit that your kids aren't winning as much as you would like them to.
When it comes
My
time to
dad did
bet
that for me
real
very
on your
early,
kids.
so I'm just passing it on.
My goodness gracious. Angus, go ahead. Explain your pick.
I'm just going with Immortals because until they lose, I'm just going to keep assuming they're going to win. They look clean every time they come in. They always give teams a struggle, even in this couple of very rare games that they drop. I think that Immortals are just looking like far and away the most consistent team in North America. So till they prove otherwise, I'm going to keep backing them.
Y'all, it's the best name in the game, and I'm not talking about just their summoner name. It's Matthew Taylor Stover. In that top lane, baby. Give me MTS.
Is that what
and
MTS
Sentinels
stands for?
Roll it on through. Yes, that's what it stands for.
I never
It's so
knew.
great. Matthew Taylor Stover. You can give him the full name. All right.
Satisfying
So, TJ,
name.
I had to cut you off last time between our champion charades. I've got one for you now. Give me your favorite champion. And chat, you guys guess as well.
This is more of a show and tell than a charades, so... Because, like, actually doing this properly would take a ton of work. Can you see this? Yeah.
Yes.
What is that?
So this...
Is that the sword?
Is it Fiora? Or is it
Yes.
Yasuo? Okay, it's Fiora. It's a fencing sword.
This is a fencing foil.
What is that handle?
And this is a French grip, or the French grip is the handle. This is a pistol grip. And you basically need a grip like this in order to be able to control the fine movement. Because if you're holding it out in front of you on the French grip, and they do make them, the French grips, which are the more traditional sword handle, have a little bend in them so that you can kind of tuck them into your wrist. But if anyone taps to the side of your blade, that little hole is going to slip out from under your wrist and become hard to control. Whereas here, you see how this, I don't know if I can get this on camera in the right way. You see how that guard slips in right behind my hand? So if it gets tapped to the side, the guard stops it from going anywhere. So I can always keep this blade on target versus the enemies.
Sounds like fencers just aren't confident enough in their
yeah.
wrist strength, TJ.
There you
Something
go.
we can work
Maybe
on.
Tarzan could learn a thing
I'll
or
fence
two
you.
from
Let's go.
TJ.
Let's go.
I would
All
love
right.
to
I'm working on my
stab Steve
wrist strength
Cactus
right
once
now.
or twice.
Yeah. All right, guys. Before we go into draft, you guys all got to do your charades. It's time for my turn for charade before we get into this game. Are you ready? I don't think
ready.
you're ready
Sure.
for this. Here we go. Oh, I'm in the jungle? Oh, I'm invisible?
Oh,
What is this?
Kha'Zix.
What are you doing? It's Timo.
All right, let's go into the jungle. We'll close it out here. We've got Immortals. We got Sentinels for the #1 spot here in North America, the upper bracket finals. Let's get to it.
So was that Timo?
was it?
I think it was Timo
Was
then,
it
right?
Timo? It could have been. He did a at the end, which really threw me.
Yeah,
The
was it
goggles
Rengar
were
then?
Timo, right?
The visor. We're gonna
They're
have to ask him.
bug-eyed. It was
We're
just
gonna have to ask him
bug-eyes.
after. Oh, he says it was
It was
bug-eyes. So it was
bug-eyes.
Kha'Zix then. All right, it looks like I got it. Oh, the invisibility. That's what gave it away for me. I guess all those.
Well,
champions
Timo
do
goes
it.
invisible as well,
Yeah.
as you might know.
True. Well, regardless, thank you, Degon, for blessing us with that. We need to make that a gif of just him
But
jumping
also-
forward.
Maybe it was a bush, which was I was thinking. And anyone's invisible in a bush, so it could be Rengar because Rengar walks into bushes and then he goes invisible and
We're
jumps.
thinking
out,
about
and
this
that
too
could have
much,
been what he was
TJ.
doing.
We're thinking
You guys
about this
are the
way
worst.
too much. Upper bracket finals, best of 3 ahead of CJ. I want to bring our attention there now because these are the teams that are at the top of the bracket right now. Immortals, let's catch up on what they've been drafting. Morgana, early priority with the Thresh and the Diana, and Sentinels answering with Senna, Gragas, and then when Akali locked in as well.
Yeah. So I mentioned earlier that I did favor Immortals. Here's what needs to change over on Sentinels for me to believe in them.
Okay. lay it on
First
me.
of all, we need to see more from MTS. He's one of the best players to ever play mobile esports, and it's just not showing up in these games. He was at one point invited to play in the Korean Expansion League of the KPL, which is the most prestigious mobile esports league until Wild Rift launched. That's the Korean Honor of Kings expansion. He played for Ghost Owl Gaming there prior to that. Prior to being the only Western player ever invited to play in the KPL, he dominated in Arena of Valor and was one of the best players in North America for seasons in a row, if not the best player in North America for seasons in a row. And it just isn't showing. The look on your face tells me as much.
High pedigree.
He looks good. He's a good player, but he's not dominating in the same way.
Exactly. Wild Rift is a different game.
Two,
different beast.
Mali needs to beat Hoon. That's as simple as it is.
That one's pretty clear. And probably piloting the Akali into that Diana as Immortals lock in. More frontline. This is a lot of frontline. Maybe not a lot of damage from Immortals' side. I am actually a little worried about them actually finding these kills, because Sentinels, they also go for more frontline with the Garen.
Yeah, so this is a very Korean draft from Sentinels, which makes me happy. This is one of the reasons why Sentinels make me happy in general. They're going to run this Senna in the bottom lane in Rest Hands. Rest, a former support player, is going to sit at the very back of these team fights and throw out damage, throw out heals, and just kind of set up for these long, drawn-out fights. And people, over the course of them, are going to get tagged low, and at that point you trigger the double assassin squad. There's going to be Akali and Kha'Zix jumping in to clean up these half HP, third HP targets that are created by having the Gragas, the Garen, who never die, sitting in front of the Senna.
And the Senna ultimate can help with those assassinations too, and shielding up the Kha'Zix and Akali that are jumping in. So I do like the overall combo that they're drafting here. But let's look at that from Immortal side. Do they have a clear win condition with this draft? Because I'm kind of struggling to see what the main intention is of these 5 champions.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious thing you have is, okay, we're going to be able to deny a lot of the CC with the Morgana, and the Morgana is going to be able to play at a similar range. The reason you see Morgana picked into a lot of these compositions in North America, kind of the same thought as the brand, but with a little more defensive value. She can sit at the very back of fights, throughout Dark Bindings, throughout the pools of damage, and just kind of add passive value. But that's a key indicator that the bottom lane isn't the win condition for either side. What is the win condition? Well, mid lane. It's all down to the Diana, who I traditionally frame as a more defensive option, but as we saw last game, she can be a carry if you get gold on her.
Exactly.
And that's going to be the key here. Hoon versus Mali for the entire series, I suspect.
And that's what we talked about even leading into this series, TJ, is the importance of the mid lane for each team. Reminder, this is a win that will get you immediately. I mean, you'll still have to play the finals to determine seeding, but you'll immediately get into the WNS championships if you win this best of 3. You know that both of these teams will want that. So a lot of pressure on these players as Hoon gets an early lead into trading.
I was talking to Rest earlier today. I said something, you know, during Major 3, and he said, well, you know, we won't be playing during Major 3.
I love it. That's confidence right there.
They're going to win here today.
Yep.
No need.
And also getting an advantageous trade in the bottom lane. Immortals actually getting the better of Rest there. All right, Rest, let's see the words backed up on the Rift right now, as they are now very low on health.
Ali, the key carry here, does have an advantageous matchup in the mid lane. If he can avoid the Moonfall, that's how that plays out. Once they both get their level 5 ultis, he's going to try and dance in, use the Shuriken Flip, and his movement speed to avoid the Moonfall and then distribute damage afterwards.
Trading patterns of Akali versus Diana, always interesting to see based on how the kits interact with each other. But we actually have an invade right now, TJ. Sheesh invading on the top side, Lamont invading on the bot. So there's a little bit of vertical jungling. It's not often that we see this in Wild Rift, but both these teams clearly coming in with their own game plan right now, and farming at about the same rate. I think it's pretty much dead even, but Sheesh will actually stay for one more camp.
Yeah, so this is going to be a little bit of a gold advantage. And I think Kha'Zix is much better than Wukong in this game, because the Wukong doesn't really have a frontline he can access. If you spin into the Garen, I'm a big advocate for Garen. I earlier in this broadcast named him as, I think, the strongest champion in the game. Nice hook charm. That minion felt it.
TJ, I'll back you up on that real quick. I hit Diamond on Pantheon one trick, and then TJ says, hey, try Garen in your diamond games. And I was like, what? There's no way I could just pick up Garen. And as he just gets a kill in a 1v2, yeah, that's pretty much how Garen goes, everybody. He's just that good.
He's just a little broken right now, and I think the addition of Divine Sunderer will change that. But for right now, you can't kill him. He has more regen than Set. He's got a 3rd HP execute, and he does a ton of damage if you stand in melee range of him. Which means that he can just sit right in the front of fights and burn down anyone who stands close to him, which acts as CC. It's not hard CC, but the damage threat means that nobody can walk close to him, which means he is the ultimate frontline tank. So, very good pairing with the Senna. You put Rest behind him, there should be no way to access Rest.
And especially once you get that stone plate, you just don't take damage either once you go in there. You pop that second ability, pop the stone plate. MTS already with a decent lead over Irakizora. He's got the Black Cleaver completed at 3 minutes, 30 seconds into this game based on picking up that first blood. And objectives are spawning. I think wisely Immortals say, all right, let's play away from the Garen as they're setting up around the dragon.
Yeah, and this is a little worrying. I was talking up MTS. Garen is one of those champions, a lot of people think of Garen as a weak side champion, as a loss leader for the team, where you just lose lane quietly, and then you're still solid in the mid-late game, and he is that. But also, if MTS gets early gold, he can carry on this champion.
Age from beginnings right there, but now he's over the wall. Since lands, the team was not ready to back him up. He looked to flash for the blast cone, but will fall regardless. So a pick for Immortals at a really key moment.
Yeah, beginnings getting a little too frisky. Kind of interesting flag for beginnings. He is running Font of Life here as opposed to Aftershock. Which is going to... Font of Life is a very powerful rune right now. It means that whenever anyone auto-attacks the target that he has started the fight selecting, everyone gets healed.
Falls, TJ popped on the molly, and here comes Charmin Gume. Oh, well done.
Big kills.
Double kill the Charm, wow.
Not where you want the gold, but that's alright, because Hoon gets a decent chunk of the gold. And most importantly, Mali and Sheesh, the 2 damage dealers for Sentinels, the assassins, the closers, who you bring in at the end of the inning to close the game, are gone. Their early game completely absent at this point.
Now focus on the bottom side. Herald dropped here from Immortal, so they're looking for even more gold. That's the turret. First brick cracked just over 5 minutes into this game, and that will net them essentially a 2k gold lead. Let's take a look at the replay.
Just kind of disastrous. The box really effective in those situations. Thresh in general, Morgana in general, very good into a Kali, because while she's sitting in the smoke shroud, you have ways to interact with the Akali by just guessing, okay, is she in this half of the shroud? I'm going to throw a death sentence. Is she in this half of the shroud? I'm going to throw down the pool. I'm going to throw down the box. And just kind of guarantee there's damage, making the Akali uncomfortable.
A lot of tools for Immortals to play against that Akali right now, and Sentinels have not gotten that rolling. We went into this game saying it would be down to that, but now it's actually a fight for a Scuttle Crab here. Sentinels are full committing, but Irakizora goes in as well. The team was trying to peel away. Maybe a little miscommunication right there. He will live, but that's both sums down.
Yeah, MTS not able to get that execute onto Irakizora thanks to some very good movement from Iraqi to stay alive. However, this wave is going to crash, and MTS is starting to collect gold.
Now Irakizora! He didn't have the Dominus. That means he's picked off here. Nice death sentence, double flay as well. The Senna shield comes through, and now Charm has to flash away. Molly over the wall for another kill here. Looking for Gume. Does not find that one. But now, ooh, Sheesh very low on health bar. Hoon looks for it, will get it. Now running away from NTS, and Rest is getting real scrappy right now as Sentinels toy with the idea of a dive. No wave to play with, though, so they back off.
My favorite thing about watching Beginnings, and it's now been 5 years since I first watched Beginnings play, but I've been casting his games for about 3 years, and in that entire time, he has very consistently always looked for aggressive angles as a support player. Very consistently, he'll walk in from behind fights, and you'll be like, why is Beginnings walking up from behind this fight? How could he even be there? And that's what he's always brought, and I love the energy.
I do love that as well. The fight's over, everyone's backing away. He's like, wait, guys, I'm under turret. Let's keep going.
It always, because I'm so laser focused on like the action, and then beginnings is always just somehow behind her.
You know,
And I'm just like, what happened?
just some guy. Just some guy on a flank.
And every now and then, it yields the most incredible plays. Sometimes, as we saw in the mid lane, but every now and then, remarkable things come from it, as is that trading in the top side of the map did break in Sentinels' favor. You can see MTS kind of coming online on the backside of that, Marley repairing some of the damage.
Sentinels, they lay the trap
He's
and they get the
dead.
kill. Well done. MTS gets the silence, rather, and then Sheesh is there for the damage. And there's that Garen execute, too.
Yeah, it's just perfect.
Molly's got no turret.
They've now got...
Molly's got no turret right here because the earlier Herald play dies before the Senna ult can back up. All right, Immortals answering the picks in the side lanes.
An entire turret onto MTS, an Infernal Drake now up to fight. We'll see if Sentinels even go for this. Sheesh will look.
I think they can. They have MTS joining. Flash is available on Garen. Will not have the ultimate, though. They actually have no ultimates except for beginning, so how do they want to approach this? Dragon is secure, and it's actually Zoro that gets it, but now can they win the fight afterwards? Sentinels trying to corral them in the pit right now. They get one. They're still low health bars. Immortals, they flash out. They do not want this heat. They will give up the fight.
No, you don't want to take exactly the kind of fight that Sentinels were presenting there, where it's front to back, where you have to fight past MTS, past beginnings, in order to access rest. Anytime you're in that position, Sentinels will win 9 times out of 10.
If they can have the proper positioning and now the proper timing on this next objective, they won the fight, they got to kill. So even though they don't pick up the Dragon, they will immediately turn to the Herald and equalize the neutral objectives. Barely a slight gold lead for Sentinels. Very even game state at 9 minutes 30 seconds.
Yeah. And Immortals have to be very happy with that Infernal Drake. I've talked about how much I like the Sentinels draft, but a downside of it is they're going to need to wait till the late game. This is a, 15, 20-minute win condition for them. So Infernal Drake, which of course gives you a percentage boost of damage, is just going to get more powerful as that clock ticks. It's going to keep Immortals in the game as it goes on.
It's hard to sometimes match the scaling of something like a Senna, a Kali, the Assassins. They can just blow you up into late game once they have 3 items completed. But hey, you can actually blow up the Assassins now. But speaking of, Sheesh, as the Assassin drops the Herald in the mid lane, not the most efficient usage, as I believe they'll only get 2 plates right now. Immortals are actually fighting to stop it. They kill it!
Yeah. You really can't... Thresh is one of the characters, Set, one of the other characters that can remove the charge on the Rift Herald by flying it backwards, and you see that there.
Isolation damage from Sheesh onto Zoro.
Because
Flash.
It cancels the animation. So you saw there the Rift Herald starts the charge and then gets flayed backwards halfway through the charge. And that means he has to like set up and start again. It's like watching American football where they just keep resetting the line. You're like, when are they going to start playing?
Yeah, false start.
Rift Herald stuck
foul.
in that.
I don't know football. I don't even know if those are real
Neither
terms,
do I.
But I hope they are, so the bit landed. Regardless, Sentinels don't get the mid turret because the Herald was claimed, but they at least get the bottom turret. Sheesh pushing back Zoro, and now that's one in their pocket. But who's looking at the mid lane right now? Again, beginnings here. This time we had him in vision the whole time, as he will go down, but he's still alive for right now. The death sentence wasn't back. He survived for a while, bought time for the team. Maybe this is the turnaround for Sentinels. Sheesh goes in, gets the kill on a charm for Molly. And now the big cyclone from Lamont. Not enough damage to pick up the kills, but enough to push Sentinels back.
Hey, support for support trade. We call those calculated.
Yeah.
Font of Life. One of the most powerful runes in the game, and you see there why. He's just able to lay out Font of Life, and then he's got the support of Rest the entire time, and it just gives him so much, like a weird amount of regen on top of the shielding that he has. You see that HP jump up like 3-4 times in that fight. And as a result, so much is spent, and the positioning is so weird that it's a 1-for-1 trade. Even though Beginnings absolutely did not deserve a 1-for-1 trade there. He just walked down the mid lane into a Morgana to see what would happen.
Hey man, sometimes you just gotta make the play. That's what we call, that's where we praise the player and say that's a player that will start action on the Rift. Every team needs one, right? That's the engage.
Like I said, Beginnings is a commentator's favorite player.
We do love to see it. Also a fantastic interview as we got to chat with him after the last, I believe it was the last major even. So.
His entire team actually is, Rest and Beginnings are like the most positive dudes in the AOV scene. They were both kind of the team captains that kept the two top teams in Arena of Valor on track, and they were like the positive spirits
you were
on
just
those
tweeting
teams,
about this the other day, of like how Rest has never flamed anybody in an interview.
Oh man. We used to get Rest versus Beginnings on stage for finals, and they would do interviews where they were just both like, yeah, I don't know, I hope we win.
There's a couple wholesome gamers on there if you'd love to see it, as now Immortals taking advantage of that wholesomeness, say, all right, we're going to get aggressive, start up the dragon, force you to come into us, Char pops the ultimate, and now look at MTS, this is what a Garen can do! 1v5 frontlining while the rest of the team comes through, the explosive cast makes chaos happen, but it's Sentinels that are thriving in this, their health bars are just not going down! Double kill to MTS on a rampage for the Garen!
And the ultimate gets cancelled as well, so that's a small percentage of MTS's true power demonstrated. But yeah, the Garen just sits in the front line, the Gragas just sits in the front line, and for the entire first 2 seconds of the fight, it's just Rest regenerating, resetting the HP. So MTS, by the time they finally shut down Rest, still has full HP.
Just a bait. TJ, they went for the Baron, but they didn't want to commit to it. They instead turned back, bait Immortals in, and now they can pick up a couple more kills. That's Hoon down. Yeah, off the objective. It's just a way to get a little more gold in your pocket, but Immortals, they can actually get back on the map and have a little more tempo here. End of the day, though, Sentinels, they still won that fight. They still feel good about the plays. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe not. Beginnings. Okay, he's good.
So that fight is the ideal for Sentinels. You have that very beefy frontline MTS Beginning soaking up the damage, Rest sitting behind it, resetting the HP, and enabling a little bit of risk-taking from Sheesh, from Mali. And there's just not a whole lot you can do about it if you're Immortals. If you fight front to back like that in any team composition, the team with more HP on their tanks will win. And that team is Sentinels.
And now MTS even has the Guardian Angel picked up too, so second
Love
life,
to see it.
3 items, close to 4, as that will be a Dead Man's Play coming in here any second now, basically doubling the items of Iraqi Zoro right now.
Yeah. And Iraqi Zoro has been a weak lane for Immortals. They put their emphasis towards mid, towards bottom, and they leave kind of Iraqi Zoro out to dry. And MTS was actually able to punish that this game, and that is why Sentinels are still in this game, because MTS got that early kill on the top side and kept shoving in that lane, kept taking advantage of the matchup. And it's good to see for Sentinels, to see them winning through that all-star top laner that I was hyping up.
And now he's taking 2 turrets for himself, too. Even with this lead, he just walks up to Lamont on the blue buff, pushes him back, she smites it away. So Sentinels are starting to get really confident to just take anything on the Rift. If they have multiple members, especially if they have MTS there, there's not a lot that Immortals can do to stop them.
And that little call to tap the Baron and just see what they get, that's such a fun call from MTS. And it is something you only see from teams that are as experienced as these two, where they're like, hey, we'll just see what happens. We'll tap on the Baron. Obviously, we can't take the Baron, but maybe IMC panic and overextend, and exactly that happened.
But can they do it again? Because now we have a little bit of a lull in the game. That sentence lands onto Rest. That's a really big member to hit, but the team's not there to follow up. Lamont could not get the Cyclone, and they needed Hoon there, really, to make anything happen. Yeah. But at least that's Flash out of Rest.
Well, every fight now comes down to Sentinels establishing the front to back, right?
Yeah.
It is not even so much does Rest get dove or whatever, is at this point, is there a front to back? Is there a front line established? And if Immortals can find fights where they're fighting into Sheesh, into Mali, into the lighter weight members of the team, and they don't need to deal with MTS in beginnings, they can win.
Oh, throws out the Moonfall, but Sheesh was already out. That's rough.
And on the opposite side of it, the reason why I think that's so important is because there is no damage threat left over on Immortal. Right, their biggest damage threat is Gume now, down in the bottom lane on Morgana. Hoon is scaling, will do a decent amount in team fights, but certainly not enough to beginnings. So the only way they ever get through these tanks is Gume just has free reign and slowly melts them down. And that's going to mean, it's going to necessitate that the big damage carries over on Sentinels just aren't in the area, or asleep at the wheel, or already dead. Otherwise, there's no way you win a fight.
Maybe CC'd if Lamont can just land a big Cyclone, but now they just flash engage onto Rest here. Goes into the stasis. Cheese jumps over the wall. Hoon back onto the back line. Good start for Immortals, but can they deal with the front line of Sentinels? MTS doing damage, Molly as well. MTS is low though. I think Immortals have done it. They've won both sides of the fight. They get the Guardian Angel out of MTS. He has flashes. He comes out and he's still alive. Teleport's now coming in here. Sheesh got a reset. He's joining in on the fight again. Sheesh and Rest are here. They look for more, but now Immortals, they have an unfair fight. They did not expect the cavalry to arrive, and a triple kill to Sheesh.
And that was the dream fight for Immortals, but Sentinels managed to hold on with just enough members that they could teleport back to the fight and turn it. And that is the cooler heads, that is the experience on these players, as they don't even go for the Elder. They rush to the top side of the map and pick up the 2 cannon minions.
They want it, they have enough minions, and it's only Iraqi Zoro in 4 seconds. Sentinels with the killer mentality, win the team fight, easy game.
Beginnings of the fountain.
1 up in the series.
You flashed into the fountain, Steve.
Do you not do that every game? When you're about to win, you have flash? That's like mandatory, DJ.
Not in tournament game, this Chief.
You know, fair enough. I can't say I've ever had the experience of playing in one, so I don't know if I would do it or not.
You heard us talking about his aggression. Like, I'll show you.
Sentinels, man. Those are those instances where I'm just going to say it. You know, 4 out of 5 teams in North America probably wouldn't have gone for the game there. They would have gone for an objective. They would have gone for, you know, controlling the map, maybe even just resetting, spending gold. The fact that Sentinels just said, no, literally everybody at the same time commit. Run to the Baron lane. End the game. Those are those snap calls that oftentimes I see lacking in a lot of the top teams in North America. So the fact that Sentinels did that, I'm just impressed, honestly.
I do wonder, because I know both Rest and Beginnings used to do shot call for their various teams. I suspect it's probably Beginning shot calling. But I would be very curious who is making those calls on that team. They have just such a wealth of competitive experience that Sentinels can execute those plays, where they can go immediately and say, hey, we've got a win angle here. We've got a low % win chance if we just shove through the top side. And with Garen, that becomes a guaranteed win chance because the Garen can soak up turret damage for so long because he has so much armor. So you can just park him underneath turrets, and sure, you've only got 2 cannon minions, but that'll be enough.
That's all they needed. And of course, it also came down to the fact that MTS had such a big lead by himself. When we talk about star player, I feel like it's got to go to MTS based on that performance. Yes, maybe an easy mode with the Garen. We talk about how strong this champion is and how you're able to execute on it. But the fact that he got that solo kill in a 1v2, mind you, he was still able to get the kill and then also just dominate the game state from that point. I got to give it to MTS.
No dissent here. MTS was the like secondary win condition of this team, but also the important win condition of this team. You need the tanks to operate in the front line, and you need them to be a grinding wall that you can't get past. And they demonstrate why I think Garen is one of the most powerful characters in the game, if not the most powerful on this patch. And with a very solid performance, a little bit of that old MTS flair.
Yeah.
They do deserve the Star Player Award.
I was going to say, TJ, I mean, you went into this one hyping up MTS based on past accomplishments in other mobile esports, but the fact that he hadn't quite hit those levels, that was probably the most impressive performance I've seen from MTS individually from any of the games I've had the opportunity to cast so far in North American Wild Rift. Is this it? Is this like what we should expect from MTS now? Is he starting to live up to the hype?
Well, the thing that MTS was always able to do, even internationally against the best teams in Asia, was win lane.
Yeah.
Very consistently, MTS would leave lane with an advantage. And if we can see that happening consistently, that's the miracle that he offers. And frankly, I think he should be, if he's able to achieve his previous performances, the best top laner in North America. And I want to see that. So those are my standards. That's a lengthy answer. Yes, I think this is a good demonstration of MTS winning lane. No, I don't think he's back yet, because old MTS would do that every single game, and I haven't seen that yet.
So wait for a couple more levels of performance like this. A couple more games under his belt.
It's the consistency that made him scary.
Okay, all right. Well, hey, if he's able to get a couple more star players in this event, starting to make an argument for himself that this could be the comeback. As we look through the replays here, yeah, this is the one. First blood here. Matthew Taylor Stover, I think that was the name, right? Did I get that?
Yeah.
Matthew Taylor Stover. What a gamer.
I mean, like, minor note there, Iraqi Zoro, I think just thought that they would be safe with the Thresh Lantern, didn't understand exactly how much MTS could do to him in that brief time. But even if you think that's a fight you can take and survive, it's not a fight where you're ever going to be able to kill Garen underneath turret. So I think just a little bit greedy, just not a very sensible decision in that situation, because you're just not going to be able to get the kill in any circumstance.
And then it's tough for the rest of the team now because, you're behind individually, you're not winning some of these skirmishes. There was a couple back and forths. One stat that Beginnings actually had better than MTS was damage taken. As a frontliner, you actually, typically you look for that to be a pretty high number, but I think we all know why Beginnings had it higher than MTS. Based on some of these replays that I always played the game, MTS was mostly there as a follow-up after the fight had already started, and then this secondary front line. But this is the game I need to play right here.
You've heard me tonight be very critical of Gragas support. I generally don't think Gragas support offers enough HP to be a true tank. Beginnings, the thing that separates his Gragas support from other people's Gragas supports is two things, actually. First of all, Font of Life looked really good. He was using Font of Life to perfect efficacy and getting a ton of extra regen off of it, off of the Senna operating behind him, giving him extra HP as well. And secondly, his use of Zhonya's. He was very, very good at using the Zhonya's to kind of bridge the gaps between his cooldowns and eat up enemy cooldowns. Every time you saw him spend Zhonya's, it would dodge or avoid or nullify 2-3 different attacks that would have probably done a majority of his HP. It's a really good play by Beginnings in those team fights.
Utilizing your cooldowns correctly. This is something that I've actually been talking about with other casters behind the scenes, especially in MOBAs. Mechanically, being able to use your abilities to the maximum DPS effect, that's what most players practice. They're like, okay, what are my combos? How do I get everything out in the correct order to maximize damage? But then comes the next step of correctly using them, sometimes not using them right away. You want to hold the cooldown for the optimal time to do it, and that's the mark of a player that fully understands their champion to a much deeper level.
And to give a really good example of that, did you see Arakizoro sit on his stun for the entirety of that first dragon fight, so that when MTS went in for the ultimate, he was instantly stunned out of the ulti?
Yeah. Those are the kinds of things, yeah.
That was really cool. Arakizoro had a rough lane, but in that one fight, he single-handedly cancelled out a huge percentage of MTS's damage. Really cool to see.
But now, hey, TJ getting back into pick and ban for game number 2 here. Sentinels are 1 game away from locking in a seed at the WNS Championships, and they're playing into a Yuumi. This was left up in the ban phase and first picked by Immortals.
Yeah, I don't agree with letting Yuumi through here. Sentinels are more concerned with banning out Lulu than Yuumi, and that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. More concerned with banning out the Fiora than Yuumi. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Leblanc's very good, but you have just handed Gume and Charm this Yuumi Lucian combo, which seems a million times more scary, especially considering that one of Sentinel's weaknesses is down there in the bottom lane. And they get Arakizoro the Garen.
I like this
Garen,
a lot.
Really scary. This is a lot.
This chat from Immortals is looking really strong right now. They have 2 good Yuumi carries. Garen by himself is very strong. This is Immortals, I think, realizing, hey, we're down 1-0 in this series. And they're, again, the team that we expect to win. We both had them in our predictions, CJ. Everybody looks at Immortals as the current kings of North America. Backs against the wall, they have a really good setup for this game, too.
Yeah, and this Ashe is the correct pick into Yuumi comps, because the Ashe can just slow whoever the Yuumi is on. You can burn through the HP slowly in the late game. In the early game, you can just kind of nullify the effect because they can't keep up with you. The problem that they're going to have is they don't have the HP to set up this Ashe right now. I think this might even be an Ashe Morgana lane, which would be terrifying, but it is Rest Beginnings, so I wouldn't be too surprised. And if that happens, they don't have tank to be the front line right now.
They'll need some.
The other thing I'm wondering here, sorry, as we're looking at it, is this Olaf maybe top lane in MTS's hands? Could be Shisha's, could be MTS.
Could be. I've been playing a lot of Garen lately, ever since you got me on the Garen trade, and I have gotten slapped around by Olafs in lane. So there is a chance that maybe Sentinels actually want to flex that there as an aggressive early game option. And they're holding it to the very end here as they lock in Diana blind.
Yeah, Diana, very safe blind pick. I mean, nothing is a perfectly safe blind pick, but Diana is one of the safer ones because she is just that more defensive option. You can see both these teams drafting very defensively here, both these teams opting into the front to back. Immortals, their late game presence, their late game damage is going to come from their support role from the Yuumi. Sentinels, their late game damage is going to come from the Ashe, but it's unclear where their late game frontline is going to come from. And that's actually more important, I think. You can have a kind of mediocre late game damage source if you have the best available frontline. Immortals have the best available frontline. Sentinels coming up a little short here.
And Immortals also have the Ahri, so that's something they can look to get past the front line and then charm up the Ashe if there's an angle and an opportunity to do so. They'll have to do it through the Black Shield, but still, give a little bit of priority in the lane.
The Ahri is pretty good into Diana, which I think is why it's selected. This is just a Hoon win game angle. But it's not a very good pick for the draft overall. So I respect it if he can get a gold lead in lane, which is basically what he's signing up to do.
As the Ahri, that is your goal initially. Sentinels, though, they are going to put Olaf into the jungle as they lock in Renekton. Another frontliner, not the beefiest of all frontliners, but hey, it is more tanks to stand in front of this Ashe.
And that does mean that this will be an Ashe Morgana bottom lane, so that would be very frustrating to lane into if I were playing Lucian, hypothetically. If any Dark Binding lands, that probably just is the kill. They're going to have that double engage CC, where if the Ashe arrow lands, you follow it up with the Morgana Dark Binding, or vice versa. And that's really scary in lane, because Yuumi can't really heal through it. There's not really that kind of burst damage, that kind of long CC does counter Yuumi to a certain extent. However, they are very vulnerable in the late game to Garen. Like, if Garen can just sit in the front line and be regened by a Yuumi, they don't have the tools to get past that right now. And they don't have the tools to stop the Garen without MTS really crushing lane.
And a lot of auto-attack damage from the Ashe, from the Olaf, from the Renekton, and Jax is also very strong against comps like this, because he can just spin his little staff and then nullify all of that. That's another champion that Yuumi can attach onto in the late game, because Garen can survive on his own. The Yuumi is just like the little cherry on top, but if Yuumi decides to go on the Lamont instead, that's also terrifying.
One of the other things I look for in compositions like this is, okay, well, Immortals have a ton of tools in the late game. They've got the Yuumi, they've got the Jax, they've got the Garen. How do they get there? What's the bridge, I like to say? And that's pretty obvious here. You have Lucian, you have Ahri, who are both very strong early and mid-game team fighters, and they're going to get kind of that bonus boost of having Jax and Garen if those characters play defensively as pseudo-tanks during the early game. They have damage options, they will win these team fights. Failing the miraculous, which is where Sentinels are at, they need to win these lanes. They can't just perform at their characters' baselines. They need to overperform and win lanes, earn advantages in order to have a chance in this game.
But speaking of that, already the bot lane's looking rough. The Yuumi poke's coming through. Gume has been able to get these first abilities through the minions to actually poke out Sentinels as well. So positioning-wise, Immortals feeling pretty comfortable here in the early stages. I want to track the junglers as well, where they want to put their early pressure here. TJ Sheesh starting on the top side, going for a full clear, and Lamont starting on the bot side.
It almost doesn't matter what Sheesh wants to do, because he's playing Olaf. So, like, whenever Ahri sees Olaf, he's just going to walk in the other direction. And Olaf really needs CC, so the only place Sheesh can meaningfully gank is top lane early. Once we hit level 5, Rest and Beginnings come online, their CC activates, and then Sheesh can be a presence down bottom. But you're never going to be able to gank Ahri as Olaf unless Hoon really screws up.
Yeah, but I like that his game plan is actually invade right now. Lamont's also reading the same thing.
It's fun.
Going for this blue buff. Rest and Beginnings, they're actually pushed onto turrets, so they're not necessarily in a spot to answer this. Hoon, meanwhile, oh, you gotta watch out, Sheesh. Charm lands. He smites it away, though. Sheesh, he's actually committing to this. He's gonna take away the ward.
I love that. Sheesh is like, there's a ward in my bush. Walks over, gets rid of it.
And he'll spot out Araki Zora, who doesn't actually hard commit because he wanted to catch a little bit of that wave instead. So just vertical jungling from both sides. Yet again, though, Lamont now gets one extra camp. He did take away that Gromp.
A little bit of a gold advantage to Immortals, which, again, I think Immortals won the draft. I think they have a little bit of a compositional advantage. By no means a game-ending one, but certainly an advantage. So when they get a little bit of early gold, that's just gotta feel really good. That's just a very good indication that this game's going well for them.
Eyes will definitely be on, like you said, those early game bridges from this point forward for Immortals. How do Hoon and Gume want to impact these fights, as we're about a minute just over a minute away from the objective spawning. You can already start to tell what the game plan could be from teams if they want to set up for the trades or the contests. Lamont, though, just walking up at Sheesh. Kind of dangerous as the Jax right now. Flashes away as the Ash Arrow does go topside, but because Ash Arrow was used top, that's actually not available in lane now.
Yeah, the Ash Arrow from Rest landing over on the top side, helping out that fight, but you don't want to engage at that point as Sheesh. That's not a favorable trade. Garen's kind of scary. MTS not online yet. So they back away. I will say it is kind of entertaining. Do you remember when Rest was playing Twisted Fate AD carry?
Yep.
And we had multiple conversations, me and Rest, where he was like, well, I just really like the utility. And I said to him, just play Ashe. You could do all the same things. So it is really entertaining to me that he is now playing Ashe, and I'm saying I think he lost draft.
That is quite funny. He's going to be like, TJ, I did this
you
for
can't please me,
you.
I'm sorry.
Why can't you just be happy for me?
I like that he's playing Ashe.
Right, there we go. We'll give him that. But see, the difference is that Ashe can give, global vision and global CC, but TF actually gets there on his own. He gets to see the action.
Yeah, but the only thing Twisted Fate... I had this argument like 5 times. The only thing Twisted Fate does when he arrives is throw a gold card. And then he's on the wrong side of the map, and he's provided 1 stun, which is exactly equivalent to what Nash can do.
Yeah, but he looks cool. He's got a hat,
True.
Very nice. As the objectives are traded here.
I am a sucker for a good hat.
See, that's what I'm saying. You got to think about the cosmetics. Sentinels grab the Dragon. Immortals grab the Rift Herald. They did not contest each other. Honestly, if you're Immortals, that's even better for you because you can just keep scaling. Irakizor picked up the Black Cleaver. Lamont has really not been contested in this jungle and not punished for not having a flash there. So I'm happy with where Immortals find themselves in this game.
I was doing some thinking about Araki Zoro, whose name I had never really parsed before. But it is, of course, Araki Zoro, presumably of the Mask of Zoro.
Oh, are we doing this, TJ? Is it happening now?
Adventure serial. And lo and behold, Steve Kangas, the other day I happened to be watching the Mask of Zoro, the... Uh-oh.
I'll let you get back to that point, TJ, because it looks like Hood's in trouble. He does Spirit Rush under turret. All right, where were you?
So I was watching the Mask of Zoro, which is like this 2002 Anthony Hopkins, Antonio Banderas movie.
Classic.
It's just a really fun movie.
That's it. That's all you got. I thought you were going to turn that into a point on the game or draw a parallel.
Well, it's kind of weird. The guy who directed it, Martin Campbell, is known for premiering the idea of the modern spy thriller. He directed this seminal BBC miniseries in the 1990s, 1998. No, 1985. Sorry, I'm checking my notes from when I was stuck in Wikipedia
yes.
a week ago.
The date that every average Wild Rift viewer knows and loves.
1985. So it was Edge of Darkness, which is this incredible seminal work of spy fiction. If you've watched Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, all those BBC slow Cold War spy thrillers, again probably a hit with our younger audience.
Oh, clearly, yeah.
He directed the BBC miniseries that defined that, and then he went on to make GoldenEye, Mask of Zorro, Casino Royale, and you might be like, wow, that's a lot of really cool action movies. I don't know what else he made.
Let me guess. The Notebook.
Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern.
No. No. Now, that's definitely a movie none of our audience have seen before. I would promise you that. And if they have, I'm sorry. And I'm sorry that you referenced that, TJ. Can't believe it.
It's just weird. He defined the thriller genre. He directed solid action movies. Casino Royale slaps. And then he was just you know what? I'm gonna make
this is my
Green
legacy.
Lantern.
I'm gonna make the best DC movie of all time. I'm happy we went on that tangent,
That's actually
TJ.
true.
What a long tangent. Literally, that started with an Ash Arrow and it ended with an Ash Arrow as Sentinels.
There it is, it's the
we'll
combo!
actually get the kill this time.
They set up for it that time. You see, the Ash Arrow comes in, lands, and Beginnings is already in position because he knows the Ash Arrow is coming. Immortals have no way of knowing, but if you're on the team with the Ash, that's how you should use it. Get in position, call for the arrow, punish it with a 1-2 punch.
Exactly. The follow-up for the team. willing to go in there, and Hoon maybe had opportunities with Flash and Spirit Rush to try and dodge out on that, but just not fast enough reaction time. And now Immortals at least clap back on the opposite side of the map. Oh, we get a reshoot of this. Yeah.
Thank you very much, observers. That was clean.
And again, Ultimate had Flash, but it's a very short window that you can react to those, and Hoon was not ready.
So, second objective is coming up now. This game has kind of been on pause the entire time.
Zora will walk forward. Oh, and now they just hard command. Oh, they caught beginnings! Black Shield available, but not used, unless maybe it was used off-screen earlier. Either way, that's a pick for Immortals to start up this dragon. Now, Zora's looking for even more. Lamont jumps in. They're now turning on to MTS. He's taking out of the fight, too. Big Yumi ult coming through, but Molly diving onto the backline just cannot find the ult. Sheesh doing work. Rest focus down. That's a double kill to Lamont. Can Sheesh make it happen? Sheesh on a killing spree! Sheesh! Doing everything for the team with the assistance of Molly. Double kill to each. Mid-dongo wombo combo.
And the end of that fight just turns onto Molly. They try and play aggressive onto him. And you see, riding up from the mountains like Zora himself, Sheesh, just in position, ready to start wailing away. All the movement's been spent. That is perfect play of the Olaf, a character that's so dependent on positioning. And Sheesh, this entire fight, it is pixel perfect.
Look at him. Look, it's Anthony Hopkins, guys. He's running in. Oh no, that's Antonio Banderas. That's Zora. Anthony Hopkins is the older one. Regardless, Sheesh. What a performance on the Olaf. We know what he can do in the early game, and Sheesh piloting that to great success. Now we're back to the Herald fight here. The teams are mad at each other. Beginning just flashes in. Ult says the Morgana. Very low on the health bar right now, though. Immortals have a really good position right here, and Sentinels have overextended. But now Molly with the moonfall onto 3. Sentinels look to turn it back around, and they're going to ace Immortals Sentinels. Are you kidding me? Juggling the turret aggro, and now they go back in. Quadra kill to Molly, and an ace for Sentinels.
And the team composition works perfectly because they catch Immortals on the back foot. They lose the front line very early, but then MCS Mali step forward and become the front line, providing enough pressure that Immortals are tripping over themselves to retreat away, and Rest is just able to whittle away at those bigger HP bars over the course of the fight, leaving low HP, half HP targets to be blown up by Mali, to be detonated by that explosive front line.
What a performance from Sentinels right now against the top team in North America. Immortals have been dominating everybody. It was Tribe last year. This year we have like, all right, 2022 is the year of Immortals, but Sentinels now in the upper bracket finals are maybe one team fight away, one or two, from just dominating the team that has been killing every other team in this bracket and guaranteeing a seed into the WNS championships. This would be huge for Sentinels off the back of Molly, who got counter-picked in lane, had an insane re-engage there as the Diana. Oh, this is just a beautiful story for the team of Sentinels.
They are not out of the woods yet, though, because Immortals have a late-game composition. They come online when this Yumi does, when this Jax does, and we are headed that way. Rakizoro's Garen is a little bit behind, hasn't had the explosive success in lane that you want to be a carry Garen, which means that the Yumi is going to be most attached in these fights to Lebmont, one of the best junglers, I think the most dominant jungler in North America right now. And if he wants to defend that title, to remain in the upper bracket of this tournament, well, he needs to perform right now.
And he does have that Herald, even though they lost the fight, Immortals did get the objective. If Charm just sits on Lamont, that could be a big win condition for Immortals as well, as they'll try and push this in. Maybe Lamont's just going to commit to the Herald down here. Sentinels, they're canceling their reset, so they might stick around. Yeah, Immortals are not going to utilize it yet.
MTS. Kind of hovering here, keeping the wave pushed, which you'd love to see. Because he stays here a moment longer, that wave is going to be bouncing forwards. Immortals respond. Hoon there picking up the minions. And while all this is happening and the attention for Immortals is being dragged upwards, the Infernal Drake is spawning. One of the most important Drakes in the game, if not the most important in my opinion. And so Sentinels will have advantage priority, as we gamers like to say, on this dragon.
They are in the jungle, got the Death Brush set up here. Lamont has charm
looking
on him, though, so he is a threat.
You're looking for that Death Rush setup because the ideal engage for Sentinels is Dark Binding Arrow or the inverse. And they don't feel they can do it there because they know that they don't have any vision. They know that there's probably more than the single member kind of near that area. They're not confident they can burn through Jax Yumi in that single engage. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for an isolated target that they can double CC and shut down.
They're also looking to push these waves in, but Immortals, they drop the Herald mid lane, and they're actually posturing to the top side. Lamont's just giving up Prio with the Dragon. He jumped on the Baron.
Baron? Lamont on the Baron.
Yeah.
Heals off of it.
There's no way.
Heals off of it.
There's no way that you can actually take that. But, oh, they pull Sentinels up. This is a window where they can now run into this bottom river. Oh, they don't fully utilize it, though. Sentinels get back into the bottom river. Arrow committed onto Hoon. Duoro's on the front line. He's trying to stop the advance from Sentinels here as Lamont frontlining on the other side. Immortals are low on their health bars, but they haven't lost anybody yet.
Zoro saves that fight, possibly the game, possibly the series there, by eating the Dark Binding. He rotates in front of his beleaguered mid laner, saves Hoon from the Dark Binding combo after the Ash Arrow lands.
Lamont's taking damage right there. He took a huge chunk from Molly as Sheesh gets a Dragon engaged! And just a pop from Molly! Deleting Hoon from the Rift. That's a pick for Sentinels after the objective. Do they go for the Baron now themselves?
I think so. This is the right timing for it. Knowing that Hoon's down, Sentinels are quite okay if Immortals try to teamfight them. They will win the 4v5 any day of the week. Here we go.
Ash Arrow thrown. It doesn't hit Lamont. Can he steal it? He doesn't. He jumps in, but now he's too far forward.
That's the game.
Go in. They say, we see a team fight win after the objective. We see a game with a clean ace. They can push in these waves. I don't think it's game over. But that has got to be demoralizing for Immortals. Sentinels are poised to take this game.
I don't know if that's an end. It's going to be close, but it certainly is the nail in the coffin. Because Sentinels are going to be able to open up the base here.
What can Hoon do? Sentinels want this. They want the 2-0 over the #1 team in North America. King Slayers Sentinels will be the first team to qualify for the WNS Championships.
Resh said to me earlier today that he wasn't planning on going to Major 3. He was planning on qualifying today, and we see it now. An easy 2-0, just coasting in the best form Sentinels have delivered in a Major so far. Knowing their win conditions, playing to individual strengths, and showing the coordination that has always been Sentinels' greatest strength as they execute cross-map plays across an entire series.
Everybody's stepping up in the key moments, but Molly in particular there on the Diana, the big carry, TJ. 9-0-6, did not die. Engaged most of those fights. You talked about the Dark Binding and the Ash Arrow. At the end there, it was just Molly saying, all right, I'm just going to hard commit. I'm going in. I trust that the team will follow up on me. Getting the pick onto Hoon was massive because then Immortals cannot defend and cannot fight that Baron afterwards. Sentinels with a 2-0. This is not how we expected things to go today, TJ, but man, is it making this bracket run spicy.
Well, if you remember the two things that Sentinels needed to clean up in order to win this series, MTS needed to win lane, Molly needed to win lane. Both those things happen. And credit to Molly, Hoon picked the Ahri, a kind of duelist champion, off of counter pick. It's a good matchup into Diana, and Hoon says, I'm going to win this lane. This is my game plan. I'm going to crush this lane and walk away with the win. And isn't able to do so. Molly defends that lane, comes into the mid-late game, wins every team fight for his team, operates as that pseudo frontline, giving the space for Rest and Beginnings and Sheesh to provide the damage that closes the deal.
Molly with the most damage dealt, most damage taken, most gold earned, everything in Molly's court right there, TJ. That was an incredible performance from these guys, and now they are guaranteed at minimum 2nd seed in the WNS Championships. That is massive for them as the team that's kind of perennially in 2nd or 3rd place behind Immortals. They've bested them. Now, Immortals have a lower bracket finals against enemy, so there's a chance we get a rematch. There's a chance that Immortals can bounce back and have some revenge here, but for right now, in this moment, Sentinels just took down the #1 team in North America and are making an argument that they might just be that next team up on the ladder.
Yeah, and I frankly thought that coming out of that draft, Immortals had come out on top, that they were poised for a game win, and Sentinels didn't win their lanes, they didn't find picks across the map or any of the other ways you normally talk about how to beat a draft. They just out-team fought it. And that needs to become the trademark for Sentinels. Use that coordination.
There we go. Much deserved star player. I don't think that this is going to be surprising for anybody. Molly was the entire galaxy in that game right there.
94% kill participation.
39%
Zero
damage.
Deaths.
That
Do you want to just keep reading
That
stats?
is basically 2/5 of the damage as 1/5 of the team. Did 2 players worth of damage.
Just an incredible performance from Molly. And I talk about out-team fighting. Whenever there's a Diana composition that's winning teamfight after teamfight, you better look at those moonfalls, because odds are it's the moonfalls that are turning those fights. I'm happy that North America's discovered Diana. I'm happy in particular we got to watch Molly deliver in such fashion.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, we highlighted at the top of the show. It was Molly, it was Hoon. And you called it, TJ, there. The Ahri wants to make plays. The Ahri wants to be that mage assassin. One thing that I liked, the way that the lanes ended up shaking up, you had both those mid laners move down to the Dragon Lane, to the bottom side. And because Yuumi was in the game, right? Yuumi wants to bully, Yuumi wants to heal, wants to get those team fights in, and is sticking with Lucian. That allowed Beginnings to just kind of hover on that bottom side of the map and not let Ahri go anywhere, and capitalize when that Ash arrow came across the map, land on in, and prevent the Ahri from roaming around and getting those picks. TJ.
And one note, just to kind of build off of Beginnings there, is something I didn't anticipate coming out of the draft, something that Sentinels have just taught me, is how many teamfights did we see those big ultis come out of Charm on the Yuumi, and they were just cancelled out by a combination of the Ragnarok from Sheesh and the Black Shield from Beginnings. And over again, you would see those big teamfight ending CC ultimates, and I'd be like, oh, well, that's over. And then all of Sentinels would just walk out and keep coming and be ready to continue the teamfight. And that comes from having that double CC denial over on their team.
That's something that we see that often with Morgana in support. Oftentimes she's played in the carry role, you know, she's farming up instead, but the fact that Beginnings was able to pilot this, when we think of Beginnings as this tank player, we're talking about that all game one, it's like, oh, he's going to be the guy that flakes you and goes for the crazy all-in play. We did see Beginnings flash Morgana ultimate into the entire team once there, so that was pretty slick, but it's cool that Beginnings is showing a deeper champ pool than I necessarily expected from him.
Well, for deeper insight to the first qualifier to the WNS Championship, let's chat with our first star player of this series. It's MTS Matthew Taylor Stover. Speak some respect on his name. Congrats, man, on the win. And again, you did it. You took down Immortals here, and you now get to cruise on through to the championship.
Yep, finally, I guess. we always face Immortals at the end, and it seems like we always win the first game, and then we get reverse sweeps again, so nice to finally close one out.
Absolutely. Talk me through this series here. You got game one under your belt, and then game two, kind of, were you feeling those nerves because of the way historically this battle has gone?
Yeah, I mean, whenever we win versus them, we always say we got to get the next one, like not to celebrate too much and stuff like that, so it's kind of how it's been. I mean, I got a lot of confidence from the first game, so the second game felt like, honestly, I didn't really do anything in the second game. Mally kind of carried that one. But it's whatever.
No. Look at that. Great team member giving all the credit on over. Remember, that first game was all you, man, on the Garen, and forcing that to be like not played in game number two. And I kind of just want to get your thoughts now, knowing that, hey, you climbed the mountain. You made history here in 2022. The first team to qualify, first team to beat Immortals here in a full series in a very important match. What does that mean to you and the squad?
Well, considering season 0, we went from like 7th, 8th now to qualifying second. It's like, well, at least second and first now. It's like a huge step for us. We've been putting in a lot of work, so thank God it finally paid off. And I feel like we always knew we could beat them, but we always kind of struggled in the tournaments, so it's good to finally get the win.
All right, well, you have your choice of two teams now. You want to do it again against the Immortals, or do you want to run against the Young Bucks and no more ego?
I'd rather just face enemy now. Like, it's nice to get IMT out of the way, but like, I'm down to face the enemy after this. It's hard to beat Immortals like that many games in a row.
Well, on DJ, man, that's going to be a tough one. Well, we'll see what happens. Congratulations. Go sit back as you get to watch this series, and best of luck in the grand finals.
All right, thank you.
MTS, everyone. You heard. Game 2, I didn't do too much. He knew where his bread was buttered.
Okay, he was very polite, as the Sentinels players always are. Bless them. But there was a little bit of a we'll see there. I don't know if you caught that.
I did.
After you said that he was going to be playing a Talon DJ.
That's true. That's true. I mean, he did ask for it. I felt like he was going to give us a little more on why they wanted to play enemy, but kind boys here in the WNS, but a huge win here for Sentinels. So let's set the table now for Immortals, the team that has kind of been the cream of the crop here and has been leading the way. They now find themselves on the lower bracket, taking on enemy, a rematch of the grand finals, major number 1. What are you feeling here for Kangas for them to fix?
In terms of fixing, I think I just want to see Irakizora back onto a more focused weak side in the top lane. I think that Immortals look best when they leave Irakizora on an island, and against enemy, maybe they have a better shot against that. I think it's got out of control in game 1 with MTS, obviously, in the Sentinels match, but against enemy, hopefully Immortals can go into this one expecting less action in that top half, and then try and let the rest of the kind of roster carry them there. But also, this is the match, a reminder for everybody, we might see Yasuo bans, or at least be a contested pick between these two teams, because that's what happened in the Major last time around, and both of them like to pilot it.
I mean, I think what was obvious from the moment we first saw this Immortals roster was they were the best in North America, but there wasn't going to be a tribe gaming situation like we had last season. It wasn't going to be Immortals locking things out, because though Immortals are very good, they were not 4 steps, 5 steps ahead of everybody else, and we're just not going to, I think, ever get a repeat of that here in North America, where we now have so many competitive teams. So I think if they want to pick up this series, if they want to pick up this tournament still, you're looking at that top side, you're looking at a couple of the mispositionings that happened around it, not necessarily even from Irakizora, but just generally when the play shifted to respond to aggression from Sentinels, that's where we started to see positioning mistakes get made. Hoon gave us one in the mid lane where he got caught by that double CC. That's the sort of stuff that could undo, especially versus enemy, a team that plays aggressive on the map. They have Law and DJ to pressure through the top side. They have Yikes to roam and create threats everywhere.
Exactly. And I think when I'm looking at this mid lane matchup, Hoon didn't have the greatest game, but we know that Truth has been firing on all cylinders here. I just feel like this is going to be a great matchup between an Immortals now who is in a place they haven't been in all year long, and a No More Ego who has just been pushing it over and over again, specifically on the back of their star player. We gave it to him last time, Tybe in the jungle, and this is a battle between two guys that don't know how to back down here in Lamont and Tybe.
This is going to be an exciting one. These are two of the most exciting junglers to watch. Sheesh is definitely up there as well, but in terms of like the junglers that can have the biggest impacts for their teams, Lamont's one of the players that has impressed me the most with his just pure mechanical play on top of his decision-making and just aggressiveness. He will always invade in the jungle. Tybe, he's now making a reputation for himself as this clutch factor for the team. That's a term used a lot in traditional sports. The player that can just deliver in these high-pressure situations. Tybe with 2 Baron steals in Game 3s in 1 weekend? I mean, come on. Tybe is definitely that guy for this team.
And I think like the defining factor in this game is going to be in that jungle, in that mid lane, where you have these pop-off players from Immortals who just got smothered in that last game, where we didn't see Hoon manage to perform this series. We also didn't see Lebmont, though it kind of went unremarked on because it wasn't a failure of Lebmont's to perform. It was just an absence of Lebmont being a carry. Yeah. And so I think they need to diagnose what about Sentinel's map pace, what about the way that they were thrown off balance caused that for them, and certainly make sure that enemy can't pull anything from those games they were most assuredly watching.
Yeah, and TJ, that's the huge point. If you're the superstar player, that last tournament, we're crowning him as the best player in the league. You can't have 2 absent games back-to-back, so Lebmont has an opportunity, and the rest of Immortals have the opportunity to right that against No More Ego. Guys, It's been a great day of games with both of y'all here. Again, two great casters. TJ, final thoughts.
I was going to use this to, when you said most useless champion, I was going to use this Teemo statue that I just got today. Yeah, Riot Games sent it to me, and I was going to use it as the most useless champion. Kagas, show me yours!
I have an open mind. but I got it too. Let's go!
Okay, we both got it,
We'll do it on Boxing Day.
It's good because it's useless, just like us. Thank you very much, Degon. It was a great day of games.
Thank you.
It was awesome to be on the show. It's always fun to cast the next generation here in esports. Wild Rift, baby, it's heating up, and it's good that we're seeing the top teams drop series, because that means it's more competitive in the region. Teams are going to learn more from each other, and we're going to be even stronger going into that next international event.
History made the first ticket punch to the regional championship through the form of Sentinels. But we're not done yet. 2 more series left to go in Major number 2, and it's do or die time for Immortals and No More Ego. Who will win? We'll find out after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series. D-Gon here with the caster swap. We got Pastry and Smacks closing out Major 2 with me today. Pastry, how's it going, brother?
I'm feeling great. Wild Rift is fun. Apparently, that's a somewhat controversial opinion, but not for me. I'm here again. Let's do it.
For those of you that don't know, Pastry shot out that tweet, and it was a lightning rod of attraction. Smacks, how are you, man? You got any spicy takes for us, too?
I agreed with Pastry Time on that tweet. Right underneath it, you can find me supporting his tweet, even though he's got all the gremlins on Twitter disagreeing. Wild Rift is fun, and that's why I'm here.
It's been a lot of fun, and we got ourselves to a point here where it's a big matchup. It's a lot of stakes on the line here. Immortals, no more ego. This was the finals from Major number 1. We're having it here in the lower bracket finals, and the stakes are even higher this time because the winner of this matchup not only will face Sentinels in the grand finals for the cash prize, but more importantly, the auto seed into the WNS Regional Championship. Huge, huge stuff here. So, time to get to what you all predicted. I know you just got here, but I know your minds have been ready to go, and you've been thinking about this matchup.
Oh,
Who
yeah.
did you guys pick? And it's Smacks! Smacks, you're going with Immortals. All right.
Of course.
Defend yourself.
Of course I'm going with Immortals. These guys have been the best team in North America up until today, where we just saw Sentinels really pop off. I think Immortals is definitely going to want to go back and get revenge against them later and get that grudge match and get it all the way to that regional qualifier in the first go as well.
Yeah, look, I think Smacks is brain in this one. I'm definitely hot. Enemy have just kind of got momentum. I mean, this is a team that like really wins off of like their instincts and their aggression, and they must be feeling good off the win against Cloud9. They made the finals before. I think they can do one better here, make the finals again, and this time topple IMT in the process.
Yo, class is permanent, form is temporary, and no more ego are in better form than Immortals. Let's see how it plays out here. I'm not sure exactly if I use that quote correctly. Whatever.
Good enough for me.
Lower bracket finals, best of 3, Immortals and no more ego. Let's get to it.
Alrighty, Smacks at it again as we march our way towards the grand finals here for Major 2. Already going to get a different result here, at least as one of the finalists, of course, with Sentinels already through. But IMT, they have not lost a tournament in 2022, at least really, as far as their pedigree has gone. So probably don't want to start here, especially when there is a WNS championship seed on the line.
If I'm remembering correctly, however, today was the first series that they've lost, period. So
I think so, yeah.
It could be a day to just break records and ruin streaks at this point for Immortals if they don't get their act together in this match, and hopefully for them, the next one as we move forward. Charm gets his signature Rakan. I'm super excited for this one.
Yeah, also a great takeaway from Yikes as well. We've seen how aggressive Yikes wants to be on likes of Gragas. He loves Rakan as well. Yeah, and Truth, that's true. Also a very good Rakan player. My favorite Rakan in WNS, as it turns out. But Jace, Corky going to be sticking to the standards here for IMT, which we definitely expect. And then Camille likely for Tybe, and Morgana plus Garen. Probably Jackie and maybe Yikes' champion, but probably Luan's if I had to guess.
Yeah, Yikes definitely I could see being a Garen player, and that's a port role. It's not something that we've seen too much recently, but with something we know is very good. So for Yikes, I think it's a good shout out. Could definitely go down there. I've really enjoyed Yikes' roaming. He did play a game of Yuumi today, so maybe expect the unexpected from him.
Well, probably don't expect you to be banned, or unbanned, I should say. So Enemy at least doing that one there. But obviously going to take the champion when it's up. That's why it's banned in red side basically every game. Gallery, the other one there. And then Malphite actually taken away. The Araki's special is going to be clipped off the board here in phase 2.
I do quite like both of those bans. It just gives Lebmon and Iraqi Zoro so much consistency in the way that they play.
Oh,
Yasuo!
we're at it again!
Okay, we're going right back to this. We need more displacement for this to work, I think.
Yeah, Camille not quite enough. Garen can't offer anything. Morgana can't offer anything. These are great follow-ups, right? If a big Yasuo combo can start, but only really have, I think, literally Heart of Hookshot. If that's even true, that might not even be true. Yeah. Oh, that is true. Okay. See, enough Yasuo games on PC. It does port over.
The hookshot definitely will be enough to get things started sometimes, but you really do want some extra consistency here. The Malphite that is like the big one is already gone, so we might have to see something else, maybe for a EX champion.
I like this.
Ooh, okay.
That's really solid. This does mean that I think Jackie is the one playing the Yasuo, though. That's really cool.
Morgana, Dragon Lane 1 back on Yasuo would be my guess, with Truth, Diana in mid. And so it is Garen support, if that's the case. But I guess it could be farming Yasuo bot. I think Yasuo probably should be played bot or mid. So I actually really like the idea of Jackie taking the champion, but Luan already did take it blind. It is the same matchup if he's going back to top lane there, assuming Araki is on the set, although he's not, because there is also a Renekton in this draft.
Oh,
that's interesting.
I forgot about this, Pastry. Luan DJ Yasuo is a fiend. So, of course, he's going to be the one on this champion. I completely forgot about this. The other exciting thing that we've just realized is that Lebmont is playing Jace jungle. Yeah. That's incredible. I know Rafa is a big fan of Jace jungle, but it's not something that you see very often. Very difficult to pilot in that role.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. And already I feel like we're seeing a little bit of a departure from both these teams. I mean, IMT, this is like a little bit more standard. Like they are, in my eyes, kind of the standard team for North America. And they definitely showed that off yesterday in day 1 of Major 2. We'll see what happens here as they keep trying to play day 2. They don't have very much left to go here. This is the last chance for either of these two teams as Baron basically loses finals. This is the spot in the finals. The Sentinels await their opponents. But this will be a fun one here. Lots of fun ones here in the top side for Immortals, and of course, it's spice everywhere here for NME.
Woon playing the set as well into this Diana. This is a matchup that makes a lot of sense to me. You really have a tough time dying solo to the Diana unless you get really chunked out by those first abilities. So for Hoon, I really like that he's playing the mitigation. We saw a bit of that drafting strategy from Cloud9 earlier in the day, where they were playing things like the Kennen top lane into the Renekton and the Caitlyn as well to try to dominate the laning phase. Didn't quite pan out in the late game, and that's really the stage that I'm worried for Immortals. If they can't fully snowball this game against enemy, I'm worried for that scaling.
Yeah, I'm also curious how Yax is going to do on a much less mobile support and Roma in Garen. Not that he can't do it, and certainly given the opportunity, he will. But mid lane, we've already got some action in Lemma going in. Flash E gets the knockback, but Time's going to be okay. Now Truth trying to turn it back around, but does flash out, just barely going to live there. Honey fruit needed, but Truth stays alive.
Really like that try from Immortals. Double flashes there. Speaking of flashes, Araki has to get out of the damage from Luan DJ. I told you this guy's Yasuo is gross, and he is in this counter matchup, a really tough one against Renekton, and it's still working out.
Oh, that's filthy. Charm with a fat roam there. Mid. That's going to be first blood. Hoons gets it, but yikes. Also with the roam, is going to try and get it himself. Lebon jumps in. Can't quite find it just yet. Hoon low, but not dead just yet. Finally traded back, but Tybe is going to be able to hook shot away.
Tybe cleans one up at its first blood alongside another kill for Immortals, and they have a solid lead. This is what I expected out of these champions. Their early game is really strong. So we get to watch this one again. Hoon's crowd control, really nice to stall for Charm to arrive into the play as well. Unfortunate for Hoon that he does have to flash. It does lead to him dying eventually, but he's still going to favor that play in the end, and he does just end up being a facilitator frontline for this team later on.
And of course, great roam there from Yikes to kind of counter Charm's roam. You know, Garen, not a lot of CC, kind of, waddles into battle, but getting enough damage done, getting enough disruption, able to make sure at least a couple trades happen. So enemy gets some gold. Immortals are going to be up about 1,000 gold off the back of that play, although definitely eyes still on that top side for enemy. We know Luan is going to be a threat in the late game, but already getting some leverage in this 1v1 again. To me, this is a pick where Luan is clearly very comfortable on this champion because there are no Yasuos in the world, really, in competitive Wild Rift.
Luan is really, really good at this game. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that one. We saw him, honestly, at his lowest against Sentinels yesterday, that matchup against MTS. MTS was really just on fire, but up until that point, Luan has looked like...
Today, if they can get the upset win up against IMT, or on the ropes here in the lower finals. Best of 3 for this one, of course. Grand finals will be a best of 5. So Sentinel's going to have to play a long one if they do want to claim a victory here in this major. But for now, it's all good here. Immortals happy with their early lead. Jackie playing pretty nicely. Just kind of defending mostly 1v2, honestly. Yikes can't offer that much even when he's in the lane. And of course, Yikes loves to leave the lane. But not too bad, all things considered. We'll see how this first objective fight goes, though.
This is definitely something we expect of that Morgana in the lane. Being that wave clear bot just allows Yikes to do what Yikes loves best, going elsewhere and being that second jungler as
Oh,
Tybe.
this is a problem though. Tybe gets in there. One can't find out. In fact, Tybe's got to dodge out of the way. Charm also moving in. Rocky Zoro gets the ignite down. Beautiful play, and Charm over the top of the wonderful engage is going to make sure one goes down as well. IMT with a beautiful engage.
Charm did that so fast in this Rakan.
Yeah.
This is why he is known for this pick. This is why he's named after it as well. The quickness, the charmer, Rakan. Oh man, that was absolutely beautiful. He pressed so many buttons in less than a second.
Yeah, that is not easy on mobile, I'll tell you that much. As someone that's played a lot of Rakan at a significantly worse level, clicking your buttons properly as Rakan is actually really hard. Because you basically, if you want a W, you can't tap cast it. You can't cheat. Yeah, obviously pros are going to be drag casting anyway, but you do that on Rakan, and it's hilarious how bad the AI is for you, as Jackie's going to have to flash here in mid.
It's really tough. The Rakan.
It's really tough.
I've definitely biffed it countless times on that champion, but Rakan definitely more comfortable in the hands of Charm. I'm really excited that he's on this pick and showing off once more. Luan in Baron lane.
Oh, they're sending it. Execution! What a roam out of Yikes gives Luan a kill. Nice setup there from the Yasuo.
Dunking him with the Darius or the Garen sword, I think counts as crowd control. You said before that Garen doesn't have any. I think killing somebody, it's got to count for something. You have all of that extra damage.
All right, I'll agree. Jackie trouble in mid lane, but living for now. Dragon also the big fight. Corki gets the kill, but there's Lemont going down as Truth. Able to get one. Does steal the Dragon as well, but Hoon still fighting. Tybe can't help. Hoon is just a wrecking ball here in the bottom river as Charm's going to roam down as well here. Yume also moving forward. Flash E gets a max distance. Hoon able to get that kill.
Hoon is too fast with the boot upgrade right there. He's able to pop that active and get in range alongside his grip punches. As Tybe going for something fishy.
Very, very ambitious. Camille passing pretty good. Tybe's gonna live, just barely though.
Ooh, if Hoon popped the ignite, he wouldn't have been so lucky there. But Hoon, not quite sure if he needed it. The damage could potentially have been there, but he is leveling the punches as he's gone for the Blade of the Ring King build. So not enough damage in the Haymaker, as it turns out. That's okay though. Immortals all right with that exchange. They get a few more kills off the Rift. It's honestly a pretty close game, though, still, because enemy do find the play top lane, and they steal away the Drake.
Yeah, feeling good. Again, enemy just trying to buy a bit of time here. Yikes in trouble in top side, though, and now they're going to move forward. That's a nice dive for IMT. Gets one kill, going to get the tower off the back as well.
Everybody arriving for Immortals up on this top side of the Rift. As they have already taken that Rift Herald for themselves, they usually want to be using that one earlier than later. Did they use it Baron lane? I didn't actually notice. There have been so much stuff happening on the other side of the Rift. We'll find out in a little bit as Immortals, they keep that Goldly with another pick.
Yeah, did take the first tower. Not sure how they took it, though. Zaraki in trouble. Tybe diving in. Misses the E just barely, but there should be enough. Luan goes in. Gonna donate the kill over. Yasuo is starting to get some gold.
Luan is already critting people this early into the game. That itemization is really strong for him in this game. We'll see. Oh, there's the Rift Herald that we were looking for.
Here we go, Charm again. That's such a good CC chain. That's an easy kill there. As Hoon's going to pick up one. Now the Herald gets dropped. Yikes trying to cut it off, but not going to be enough there. IMT getting a lot of gold all of a sudden.
Yes, more gold for Immortals. More engaging, too.
One more time, Stat jumps in, but the silence is nice. Yikes, though, spinning around, trying to make it happen. An enemy just disengage, sorry. IMT are gonna try and take this blue, but nothing happens.
Looking for something again in this position. The ultimates aren't quite there in their entirety, and they don't have Corki package at all, so Gume is not quite confident enough to dive in and follow up, as he really is the big damage dealer on this team for Immortals. This is the major problem that scaling is going to have once Luan interacts with Gume, because yeah, you've got all these melee champions with their Blade of the Ring Kings, but if you can't actually get on then it's only Gume who can attack him, so Gume really needs to get online with the scaling.
Yeah, interestingly, you've actually seen a swap here for enemy, so Truth's actually topside right now dealing with Araki, and Juan is actually just... and maybe 1v1 the set, does actually have 2 items already, so the Yasuo is fairly strong, but with no vision here and Rift Tower being started, maybe Luan wandered down a little too early here, but enemy are going to try and fight back for this. Already an engage onto Araki Zoro. Are going to try and get the dunk, but Charm goes back in again. A beautiful engage as Lemont's going to get a kill at the end of it all. And IMT, they've turned the fight completely around. Charm gets a double kill as Lemont barely misses the snipe onto Jackie.
Jackie is so low as Luan, he's flashing out, he can't survive! Hoon is too fast, he's got so many punches.
Yeah, Hoon tried to make the fattest play there with the W, trying to pick off Jackie. Did miss, but still gets a kill at the end of it all. And IMT continuing to snowball this early game, Smacks.
Lean fight, very nearly an ace on this one as well, as Iraqi Zoro far too bulky, and then all the crowd control follow-up from Charm nets him a double kill on the support, well deserved for him. Jackie, he actually lived with 1 HP. I thought that it missed, but it actually did hit him. As we do get to see the rerun of Luan's death in this game as well. Yikes, starting up Drake. This is going to be really tough. That last team fight for Immortals was won even without Corki package. This one's going to be even harder.
Yeah, you know, some gold maybe been spent. IMT had time to reset on this map, and as you mentioned, Gume now ready with the package to drop on enemies' heads. So obviously one they want to fight for. Infernal Drake is a big price here on the Wild Rift, but we'll see what enemy can do. Tybe's getting some poke down, but Gume can get out pretty much any time using the package, but did get poked pretty heavily. Tybe gonna get jumped on. Oh, a beautiful stopwatch. Charm, though, is gonna find the re-engage, but it's not enough just yet. Yax goes back in, but they don't have the damage. Flash out there from Lebmont is gonna keep him out safely. Flash out there again. Truth actually got the kill on the back end of it all, but the package is gonna cut him off as Iraqi Zoro with a massive flank is gonna take down Truth, but Tybe is going for it in a 1v3, not recommended. Hoon gonna dunk him over the top, but Yax chases down alongside Luan. And now still going, but they don't have the resources at Charm. He's going to go back in for the CC, but can't quite find it. Yax able to get away, but Luan, no ulti, couldn't pull the trigger on the tornado, and now Yasuo is going to get out of there. Luan is going to kite away, but enemy, what a ridiculous dive, honestly.
Yeah, 2 for 2 in the end, and Corki package expended means the enemy very well could go back to the scene of the crime and attempt this Drake again, despite being down so heavily. Luan is so strong on this Yasuo, and he's about to get stronger now with this Rocket Belt. If they can get here in time with their Yasuo, I feel like enemy could make some stirrings happen.
They got to go in now, but they're not going to be able to get the Drake. Can they get the fight, though? Time trying to find the steal again, but doesn't get the objective. It's Lebmont that smites it down, and IMT are going to back away.
And if Tybe got there in time, we've seen what he can do to these objectives. He would have stolen that one, I'm sure of it, but didn't get there in time, had to come out of the base. He's on to Gume, though.
Gume in trouble, crushed instantly there by Yikes, and the fight's still going. Moonfall is going to pull them back in. Charm barely able to dash away to safety, but the tower is now the target. They will get it. Lebmont trying to go back in with the roots. Massive, that's a third kill now. Enemy, they just don't stop.
Everybody dead for Immortals at this point. All of their damage. Iraqi, Lebmont, Gume, all dead. This is going to be huge destruction in the mid lane right now for enemy. Potentially a full inhibitor. That would be destruction. Oh no, you do not want this to happen for Immortals.
Yeah, no, Charm. Gonna get himself picked up. Yep, Truth picks up the kill, and now again, still more good stasis there. And that's bad news, Bears. Hoon's gonna go down as well.
Everybody's still alive as well. They couldn't even find a return play. Immortals, they have Hoon stationed up there in the Dragon Lane trying to find some response, but trading an inner turret for an inhibitor is just not going to be worth it. Enemy, they're clawing their way back into the gold lead. Still at a deficit, but an inhibitor is really going to make up for that.
And it is wild that they're still down in gold after all that, but enemy have put themselves back in contention for this game, and we've talked about it already. The richest man still on enemy is Luan. This Yasuo is getting dangerously close to 3 items finished.
That Infinity Edge is coming soon. He's got the BF sword already. We got to keep our eyes on that one. Once that is finished, it will probably feel like Immortals need to kill him, or they will just straight up lose their team fights. And again, we're seeing the problems that they're having into the late game with a draft like this. So many melee champions, and then you got Gume who's going for the facilitator build with the Black Cleaver. Does have a very efficient item cost and breakdown for this, but it's not going to deal as much damage once you're on 3, 4, 5 items on this champion.
Yeah, an enemy still staying aggressive here. You know, have maybe some play around the Baron, at least going to take over the top half of the map, because they know they could set something up. There again, there's the catch they want. Charm going to be dead. Just nothing you can do. Ricardo, take it back. He's able to find it. Truth flashes in for the ulti, but doesn't connect it. And now Lebmont and Iraqi Zoro trying to cut them off, but enemy are going to back away.
Major engage whiff for enemy. Hextech Ultimatum and the Moonfall not really landing on anyone at all. Round 2 on Gume, forced the W.
Gume, got a flash. Oh, Tide flashes in, but no ulti this time for the Camille. Going back through, what a stopwatch. Beautiful timing there on the other side, but Hoon in the backline, just dead to Truth, and Luan now is going to dive in, pops the win while Charm goes back in, but no knock-up. In fact, no ulti for Luan either.
Dead. That's a big frontline carry gone for Immortals enemy. They could have made the decision to go for something else on the Rift. They're thinking about recalling, finding Iraqi.
Oh, what a binding there, Jackie. Clutch there into Iraqi's over, but he's so tanky, man. I don't know if you can do it. Morgana ulti is going to let it rip. There's one getting one. Truth back in. Doesn't find it, but Lebmont goes in, and Truth is going to live. Into stasis they go. Enemy looking for the upset here in game number 1.
Enemy, they don't have enough minions in range quite yet, and their health bars are dangerously low. They don't make the call to end the game quite yet. It's going to be attempting some recalls or another pick onto Charm. Oh, here comes the teleport. They're going for Baron right now.
This is so aggressive. Luan's probably got money to spend, could maybe have the IE, but Enemy, they want the tempo instead, Smacks. They're staying on the map.
Is going to be theirs. Apart from any teleport shenanigans, Hoon is there. They're trying to find Jackie, but he's not the prize that you will need to save your game. You need to get in the pit.
Araki's here as well, the Baron! Oh, time to smite it down, but can Enemy get the fight at the end of this? Truth is just getting smashed down as Luan also going to be left for forfeit. Enemy, they do get the Baron, but it's a pretty costly sacrifice.
IMT find a few stragglers there, 3 to be exact. Tybe still on the Rift, but he used Smite in that exchange to take away the Baron, meaning Immortals have this Drake dead to rights. Not Elder yet, it won't spawn for another 4 minutes, but we do see Immortals winning yet another skirmish thanks to the added damage from the Baron and Jackie out of position. As we watch this one again, excellent engage from Hoon.
Yeah, that basically slammed like everyone in the Baron pit. It was like a picture-perfect set ulti, and then easy cleanup there. Charm lives at the end as well. And double kill there for Iraqi Zoro at the end of the day. The Infinity is now done for Luan. Has an extra chain vest there as well. Probably building a GA as Tybe already has his. But Enemy not out of the woods. They need to get more done. They've had this mid inhib down for so long, and now they've got the Baron, but you have to get yourself into a side lane here, and you have to think with the Yasuo, there's a way forward here for Enemy. Luan is so strong right now.
Gotta keep an eye on where Jackie and Tybe are on the Rift at all times, because they're the only members who do have that Baron. They're the only ones who can empower those minions. Currently they're stationed 1 dragon, 1 mid lane right now. Mid lane doesn't really need it at this point because you do have those super minions, but you do want to keep that pressure rolling. It does feel like Enemy just want to clean up some of these turrets because, again, they're still down in gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, like, through all of the good the Enemy have done, IMT are just surfing on the gold lead they built for themselves with this early game. Jackie, Truth, and now Luan all here in the top side of the Rift. 2v3 right now. Baron is nice. Transferred here to the top tier 2. Gonna be an easy take there.
Nice work. They still have that Baron in the dragon lane as well. Engage attempt from Charm. Back
really nice.
Right away.
Missile's gonna miss, unfortunately, for Gume.
Yeah. Jackie, really dangerous right there. You have to pop that black shield, but you don't see Charm over that wall thanks to the vision play, so good for Charm that he's still being able to find these. Nice black shield right there, though.
Gotta back away. Jackie, oh no, Charm goes back through! That's not what they wanted. Truth already popped the ulti as well. So what can you do? Yikes going in. Oh, Truth, what's the play here? Who's gonna try and lock him up at Luan? He's gonna protobot out of the way. Now forced to flash as Truth goes back in as well, but that's not the play you're looking for. The stasis play is just gonna leave Truth dead to Gume.
Truth didn't have his ultimate in the end right there, and stasis isn't enough to keep you alive. There's another engage.
Oh no! Tybe, what happened?
Oh.
GA's gonna die for nothing. How did he get caught? Enemy falling apart a little as Immortals continue to find picks.
Oh, that is the Baron buffs dead. Both Tybe and Jackie were the only members who had it. And now Immortals, they're trying to equalize the mid lane pressure by taking some turrets of their own. They have about 9 seconds before Jackie is alive. They're still going. They're trying for the inhibitor. Their minions are dying.
Yeah, Yikes buying time here, trying to get the minion wave out. Doesn't successfully get away. Windwall's nice, but it's not enough. No, it is. All right, never mind. Gume finds it.
You gotta get that last auto attack there, Gume. He's on this Corki. He's gonna be able to go back and take his package whenever he wants. You have to imagine that's going to be the option for this Baron as it spawns. Enemy were the ones who were able to take it in the last exchange off the back of a really solid skirmish, but They have not been able to take the full clean sweep on every single team fight afterward. They're still down in that gold. They still need to find these fights on their own terms. Otherwise, Immortals have the engaged threat from Hoon and Charm to stuff them out.
Yeah, it feels like, again, if we look at Luan's Yasuo, couldn't get there the last time he played it today. This is where you want to be. You know, 4 items now officially done. If you can just find the right fight, Yasuo can take over either the team fight or the side lane. But it's a lot of pressure on this up-and-coming player's shoulders here, as Luan's going to have to make it work.
We've seen him do this before. He is playing his signature Yasuo as well. If there's any player on this Yasuo to do it in a position like this, it is Luan. Just has to prove it again in this position to get to that match point, to make it all the way up to that grand finals and face off against Sentinels. And more importantly right now, qualify for the regional championships. Elder Dragon is up. They have to stake their position right here for enemy, but they're against Corki Package yet again.
Yeah, Tybe's in the wrong spot, but does have teleport, but this is going down so quickly. IMT just going to be given this straight Camille now TPing in, but Arakizaru's trying to camp it. Dragon's still low, but they haven't got it just yet. Tybe can threaten the steal, though. Yikes is so tanky, but there's just no follow-up there. No one's doing anything. Yikes is going to go down. Luan gets marked by Arakizaru. He's going to fall now as well. The revive's going to happen, but is that going to make a difference? Truth now in the mix, but it's just not enough. Gume gets the double kill, and IMT play the fight perfectly to finish off this game. Arakizaru is going to revive. Luan's going to die at the end of it all, and it's only Tybe left.
Luan wasn't even able to ultimate in that play as Tybe. His position is spotted. He's going to be killed. A full 5-for-0 ace in Immortals. They don't even need Elder at this point, Pastry. They're going to be marching down mid lane and taking the first game.
Yep, the little Winions there. Not enough for NME as Immortals are going to battle back, keep their lead, and take game number 1.
Oh, I love the play around the Elder Dragon to wrap up game number 1, Pastry. They took it so fast, but you saw the exact moment where they realized they could stop all Drake progress and immediately take the fight from there. Immortals, really solid stuff to close out this game in a draft that did heavily get outscaled, in my opinion, and they kept the gold lead the entire way through.
Yeah, I mean, it was so funny that Enemy did a bunch of stuff in a row that looked so good, and the gold still didn't shift back into positive for them. Credit to IMT for getting this lead that was so big that Enemy, even with their great play, couldn't overcome it. And unfortunately, even with the scaling, even with the big Yasuo, it was just never the fight the Enemy wanted.
I'm thinking right now about who I'd take for star player. It's got to be either Hoon or Charm. Both of their engages were so solid all the way throughout this entire game. I think just because the two of us are Rakan players, we're probably favoring Charm a bit more.
I mean, I was that, and also the fact that Charm, I think, did a lot of the early lifting.
Yeah.
So I'm here for Charm. I mean, Charm's Rakan looks incredible. I can see why you're not supposed to give him this champion.
Hoon did the most damage in the game while being the engaged threat, though.
Charm almost did as much damage as Gume.
That's a good point. Both these guys did so well. Let's lock it in for Charm, though.
All right, I'm here for it. I think so too. But a very well played game by IMT. Such a cool draft as well, right? You know, Araki back in the Renekton, nice and stable. Even though, Luan was kind of trying to outplay him a little in the 1v1, Araki kept this cool. But Hoon set mid, looking incredible. Gume on Old Faithful there with Corki. And then this Jace jungle, we didn't even talk much about Lebmont, but he had a very good game still. Just unfortunately overshadowed by the rest of the skirmishing and the rest of the engaging his support was doing.
Truthfully, Lebmont has had a pretty quiet day. After the last series that they played as well, I think he's sort of taken a backseat today. Not really sure why that is, but at least for this game, it really worked out because the rest of the team followed suit, and they actually fell in line to get Immortals to where they needed to be in this game. And Lebmont was a pretty big part of getting their early lead set. So I don't want to gloss over him too much. Hopefully that he can get back to that star player form. But for now, it's going to be Charm, as we mentioned before. Look at that. 84% KP. Not bad.
That's nice. 18 assists. And I don't know what the regular support damage percent is. I want to say 15 feels like quite a lot for a support. Does, yeah. So just a really good overall game. And like you said, it was between Charm and Hoon. And those are really the only engage that IMT had. Like, if you're going to start anything, it had to be one of those two players, and they both did so much work to be able to start those engages against a tricky comp to play against, because like they have plenty of divers, they've got great tanks, like and they got to the point where you could start to have really powerful 5v5s, and IMT just never let enemy back in when they got that gold lead, even though enemy did everything they could to try and reduce the gold lead to as little as it could be. Just wasn't enough.
Yeah, let's talk about enemy for a little bit, because the entire time they felt competitive. All that whole game, they were down in gold, but they were still able to find things in those team fights and in those skirmishes, and that's so exciting to me, because this is top 3 in the region, right? We're finally seeing that means something when compared to last year, when it was just like, oh, top 3, this match is fighting to see who's going to lose to Tribe.
Right.
That's completely not the case anymore. We're seeing all of our teams so competitive, and it's really cool to again see that in fruition. For enemy, like going into the second game, we know they're going to be competitive again. I'm fully expecting this goes the third game distance at this point, with all the things that they showed us right there. Maybe they can move over to blue side and force some more uncomfortable bans and force, Immortals to take away the Yumi for a change.
Yeah, and enemy are a team that, I mean, they're so much fun to watch because they're just incredibly proactive. Like, perhaps to a fault sometimes, but the amount of plays they go for, the amount of roaming that Yikes does, and like this is a team that's still like figuring things out. Like, Juan's on the team now. He's a Yasuo player. There aren't very many of those in competitive Wild Rift, and yet they almost made it work in this game. Truth, obviously, is stellar mid laner. As we watch some highlights from this game, I mean, this is going to be the charm show for the first half of this, I feel like, because that was a lot about how this early game was going for IMT.
And yeah, I completely forgot that he's the one who even got them first blood to begin with. Yeah, he definitely deserves it for this game. These team fights, the quickness into 4-man grand entrance too, like, it's such a beautiful Rakan game. The two of us got to take notes, man, because if he's pressing buttons that fast, then like we're
doing something wrong.
Tool.
Yeah, we're messing up, that's for sure. Also, I think that didn't include Chum's very quick whip around the back of the pit in that fight. Or it must have been a different fight.
That was a previous one, yeah.
Yeah, it must have been.
He used everything there. It was just a highlight reel for him, so.
Yeah.
They all looked incredible. He's going for the Zeke's build, too, which is a underrated item, I think, for Rakan.
Pretty good one, as it turns
everything
out.
that he wants.
Yeah. Just so good. And it's funny watching those fights back. It's like, Truth couldn't do anything. Like, and that was a relatively big Diana. Like, it's not like Truth was down in gold or not looking for a fight. It's just like they could never stitch together, a good 5v5 with Diana and Yasuo really combining together, which is one of the problems where you try and draft, like, let's say, less to your Yasuo and try and have maybe, a bit more stable, bit more usual picks, but then you only have, maybe one good way to enable that. And turns out when the two champions aren't next to each other and they don't press their buttons properly, you don't get to do the thing. You have to play like a normal melee champion, which Yasuo is not that fun, to be honest.
There was definitely an element where Luan wasn't in range for the Moonfall to really make it work, but there were also times where the Charm and Hoon disruption was enough to make sure that the Moonfall never even happened to begin with. So it's a bit on both sides. I think for enemy, there could have been some fights where they were more coordinated, and they did get that one off. And maybe we do see the gold swing the other way in that game at least once, but all throughout Immortals, we're firing on all cylinders, so solid. And this is again why you ban Rakan from this guy. Like, they first picked this champion for Charm, and he really made it work. Enemy didn't have a strategy to fully shut this champion out. And Rakan kind of just is one of those champions, right? Like, there isn't a lot that you can do to fully shut out a skilled Rakan player, which is what Charm is.
Absolutely. So moving into the next game there, I mean, enemy, definitely a lot of traction there in that game. Certainly agree with you that we could at least go the distance here for this series. It's also fun, just kind of big picture, like enemy, I feel like are still scaling. Like they're making little mistakes that are fixable with more practice, and they're definitely getting a lot of practice at the high level here in the WNS. So more to come from them, but for Immortals, I think it has to feel good after the thrashing they received from Sentinels to, reset, have a pretty clean game, get a lead, not really ever let it go. And even when you did fall behind, they knew exactly what to do to kind of get back to the fight, recognize what to do around the late game macro as well, around the Elder Dragon. So IMT feeling pretty good. Again, they're such a solid team. It's really hard to put them off kilter. Obviously, that happened already today, so we'll see if Enemy can be as disruptive as Sentinels have already been as they await one of these two teams in the grand finals.
That was, again, the first time that we've seen Immortals taste defeat for this year. It happened last year, but for this year, that was the only series that they've lost in the entirety of WNS 2022. So seeing them bounce back is a really good skill
again.
That we know that they have. And
this is not the same draft, by the way. I just want to clarify this is a different draft, even though enemies bans are similar. There is a Camille ban, so no Camille there for Tybe. But yeah, Charm is going to have Rakan again, which feels risky, let's say, given the performance last game. But we'll see. Galio Corki, definitely a good trade there for Enemy.
Take away that Corki from Gume, and we don't know who's going to get that champion yet, but just having that power on your team is always really solid. It's going to be tradesies across the board, though, as Hoon gets his hands on the Diana, not the facilitator that we saw him play on set. I mean, I say facilitator. He did the most damage in that game. So.
Yeah.
Maybe set is still very good after the nerf.
Facilitated the DPS, if you will, and the engages, and the tanking, and the... Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe set... Maybe, yeah. Maybe little tap. Little tap with the nerf bat.
Get our magnifying glasses out for the patches again. See if we can look at him once more, get a better diagnosis. Or just, maybe we need to nerf Hoon. That's the answer. But he's on Diana this time, so we'll see how that one goes. Luan taking away the Renekton, unless it's a Renekton mid that we've already seen once today.
Could be, but we'll see. I imagine they'd want to give Luan counter pick, but maybe not. Maybe it's just about giving him something comfortable where he can play aggressively up against the Rocky Zoro, because we know Rocky is more than happy to, sit in the lane, chill, play a bit more weak side. Lebon is going to be back on Jace jungle, I assume, based on this draft. Like, nowhere else for Jace to really go. Like, yeah, top lane, but I don't associate Araki as necessarily a Jace player, so I'm guessing Lebon's going for the run back, and then Yasuo and Akali banned out of there. Don't want to deal with assassins on the IMT side. And then it is Varus and Morgana banned away. So Jackie with fewer choices as Tybe is going to go to Kha'Zix here in this game.
You got to be careful with that Araki Jace accusation. He might come for you on that one. I don't actually know. I haven't seen him play Jace either. But
yeah, I don't know. Come on, it's not me, bro. You got to play a champion. I'll say you play it.
Maybe he's doing it right now. We'll see what the
way
the draft pans out. There is still that Malphite, which I think would work quite well, especially now with the Kha'Zix locked in. Not banned away this time, so we'll see if that's the case. Kai'Sa, that's really cool because Kai'Sa is usually for like the 10 players on the screen right now. It's usually a mid laner. It's usually played by Truth, so it's pretty fun.
And there's Set once again. Yeah, I like that one. Now, that champion looks pretty good. Probably Araki's champion, I guess. Could be Hoon's again. You know what? We'll just kind of wait and see, because I'm very curious what the last pick is for NME, because Kha'Zix, Corki, Galio drafts is not necessarily what I expected. So I'm curious how they're going to wrap it all up, especially because I think there's a chance that Luan's getting a counter pick here, but maybe Truth is instead.
A lot of team fighters for Enemy and then a Kha'Zix to follow that up into all this frontline for Immortals once more. You'd think that this is potentially more follow up on the engage.
More dive.
I was going to say some more DPS, but no, it's Zed. I really don't like Zed into Diana personally. I think that is like the one champion that is difficult for Zed to play into. But if Truth feels confident, then I mean you just got to give it to him.
Yeah, I mean I agree with you. I think the lane matchup's just super unfun times for Zed, who wants to be aggressive and try and kill his lane opponent, which means that Truth just needs to leave. Like, get your farm and then go find somebody else. Anybody else, in fact, except maybe Set. But, there's a lot of good targets here as far as IMT carries are concerned. Truth's obviously an excellent Zed player. The champion is among the best in Wild Rift still. And Akali was banned, Yasuo was banned, Zed being left open kind of notably here. Enemy going to have a lot of dive, a lot of burst damage, but going to be tough to crack the Set Diana if IMT get ahead again. And, of course, we still have Charms Rakan, the big nuisance in the back pocket as well.
Yeah, one thing that I will say about these assassins is when there's not a lot of peel on the other team, then the enemy AD carry is as good as dead. So Gume really has his work cut out for him in this game to stay alive. That's why he's playing Kai'Sa, though, to be a dive buddy. He's not sitting in that back line. He's going in with the engages from Hoon, Charm, and Araki Zoro this time, who's playing more of that engage style that we just saw from Hoon. It's going to be hard to top his teammate from game one, but see if he's got it.
We're at it already. Truth level 1E just slaps Hoon. Wins the early trade there in mid lane. But like you said, I don't think this is a matchup Truth's going to get much mileage out of. Hoon's going to respect him at level 1 at least, but Truth's going to have to milk the early levels a lot because there's nothing left once Diana gets a few levels and a bit more tankiness.
The shield really helps for Hoon in this matchup. It really makes the Diana unbearable for most assassins to deal with. The Zed, the Akali as well, which is banned away. Like Hoon can deal and make quick work with all of that with that shield. And for this game, I would expect the Crystalline Reflector as well. The armor AP item, very, very often built on Diana.
Oh, yikes! No! A big misstep there for Yikes. Just gets killed at level 1.
Wow.
Oh, no. Not the way Enemy wanted to start this. Not with a playmaker like Yikes, but he'll be back, don't worry. But that's a big punish there for IMT.
So one of the big things about Kai'Sa in this game compared to League of Legends is that her range isn't as short compared to the rest of the field in this game. So with her burst damage, she's basically just a lane bully. And that's what we just saw right there. There's so much burst damage with the Caustic Wounds on the passive and the Icathian Rain as well, dealing every bit of damage into Yikes, who didn't have that same bulkiness that we expect for a Galio to have later into the game. And with Charm's Ignite as well, that kill just so easy in the early game. That's why I like this Kai'Sa Rakan lane as a duo. You just have so much extra burst very, very early.
Of course, Yikes is top lane after dying at under 2 minutes. Jackie, in the meantime, is going to have a terrible time of it, but kind of used to it at this point. Tybe going to maybe try and kick him out of the jungle, but not going to do it as the Grump does reset.
Yeah, bit of an inexperience there from Lebmon. On Jace, if you use your golf swing, 9 times out of 10, it knocks the jungle camp out of range, and it will reset immediately over the wall.
Oh my God, how did that work? As the one with the Yikes' help is going to get the kill in top lane. It's one of those things where it's like he comes the first time, yeah, whatever, I can dodge this gank. And then he's just like, he has to have left, you know? He's got to be like, who would stay here? Who would stay here in this brush?
Yikes would.
Yikes would, exactly.
Yikes would, and he did, as we're getting Charm. A lot of crowd control there available. Nice dash to get out of it.
Yeah, real nice. Actually, Taunt did connect there for Yikes. Great timing on the counter room there for Yikes and Tybe, but did not work out. Charm able to weasel his way out of that position. There was a lot of that in game number 1 on Rakan, both getting in and getting out of fights so smoothly here for Charm on his signature champion. And as we said, this does leave Jackie big chillin' in the 1v1/1v2, but going to be A-okay right now. Not feeling too bad.
You can really see where Enemy is playing based on the wards on the map. There's 4 of them on the top side. Is that one just despawned in the river? They're really trying to get everything done onto Iraqi Zoro, who at this point is probably just confused. I thought Baron lane was a solo lane. I've got Yikes here, and he's here again. Yep,
and his Charm now as well. Yikes, though, is going to get the double taunt, and Longy Day is going to back away.
Crucial taunt there, because if he delayed even a little bit, Charm certainly would have popped the quickness on top of him, as he does have that level 5, thanks to the experience he was able to gain by, just being a regular support, staying in the lane for a little while longer. Yikes, taking that a wild ride up to the Baron lane. Ult's traded.
Ooh, True trying to make it happen, but you talked about it. Oh, actually getting close! Both of them flash away and they'll both live.
Oh, very, very close. Hoon gonna need to get some honey fruit there. Yikes is here to cancel out the recall and try to buy some time as Enemy maybe think to look for an objective. Hoon actually, he knows that Yikes is here, but can he do anything about it?
Big wraparound. Who? No ulti, no barrier. Great hop away, but the taunt's there, and that kill's gonna go over to Galio. But there's Charm on the backside as Gume roams in there as well, gets one. Looking for the second. Truth gonna just barely escape, I think. But what a counterplay there. No, Gume is gonna shut it down. Now Tybe's here though. This is big gold for the Kazakhs to get. Charm now in trouble. Over the wall, but Tybe flashes in, knows they can get the kill. Charm gonna have to flash to safety.
Oh. Jackie was in position for that package, but not wanting to blind jump into the unknown. Will remain on the other side of the rift, and Enemy, with Tybe cleaning up that kill, feeling a little bit more confident to go over to this dragon. Warded right now by Immortals. They know this is happening. They already spent the time to get the Rift Herald, and they'll drop it mid lane to add some more pressure to their assault in this Drake pit.
Hoon doesn't have ulti, and Yikes already gets the kill. Beautiful pick off there for Enemy, as Hoon now kind of caught out of position. Does have the ulti cooling off, so Hoon can look for an angle now. Enemy want this dragon very badly.
Lebmont struggling in this game just a tad as he does get caught out by the Corki package. Won't be able to arrive for the smite steal or the follow-up play as Charm, I think that might have been the example of the tap cast you were talking about.
Oh no! Rakana AI, not the strongest. As Charm may have been betrayed there looking for the big play nice and early, but they do escape with the dragon. I will say, though, it was pretty costly for Enemy, and I'm actually kind of impressed that the gold lead isn't worse, because IMT dropped the Herald mid, and the tower's just gone. It's like it was never on the map to begin with.
Yume does deal a lot of that damage in the early game. With all these components, he already does have the Icathian Rain upgrade. You only need just like a full thrift shop of items in your inventory. I like to call it like 1.5 item spike for Kaisa in Wild Rift.
The Macklemore?
Oh yeah, for sure. The items are 99 cents. Just a bunch of utility as well. Vamp Scepter and Executioner's Calling don't feel too bad.
Yeah, no, they'll be perfectly good here in this one. Gume, of course, wants to just get close to people and click Q on them before autoing them, so all lining up nicely as Gume is actually going to go back. Maybe has a full item finish now as well. We'll check in just a mo, as it is topside pressure now for NME. They will get a tower back finally, and actually even up the gold lead by the looks of things. In fact, they'll just barely overtake it as Tide and Charm are doing battle, but Charm's going to get away.
On the Stealthy Gator, this lane there's a solo kill. Oh no, it wasn't quite a solo kill. Hoon did help. But it is a kill nonetheless on top of Truth. Hoon and Lebmont secure that one and get a lot more pressure into that dragon lane, potentially looking for a turret trade as Enemy currently up on the play even after losing their mid.
Yeah, Tide is trying very badly to gank this top lane, but IMT sniffing out. Araki's Zoro going to play safe for now. Tybe actually going to get himself outplayed. Araki Zoro finds the 1v2 kill with the tower helping out, and IMT take the tower bottom side as well.
Ult, flash, ignite, Araki Zoro making it happen as Yikes! Oh no! You're not bulking up for this!
Maybe Aftershock's enough. Hoon is low. Truth really wants to click Deathmark, but doesn't have it, and now going to have to get out of there. Oh, Galio ulti committed, and the Kaiser W? Gume not going to follow, probably out of range.
Yeah, it would have been scary to do as well, as he didn't quite know if Deathmark was up. It wouldn't have been for a few seconds, but still, very scary prospect, giving over some gold to Truth. It's not what you want in this position. Immortals already have a solid lead, and they do not want to throw that one away anytime soon. More plays across the Rift, ending up in Immortals with the gold lead, just like the first game. Enemy are still finding some positive plays despite this.
Yeah, this gold lead is much more manageable, though, for NME. Yeah. You know, they were up, 7,500 gold at some point for IMT in the last game. This is, not even 1,000 between the two sides. As IMT are going to start the second Rift Herald here. Corki package sounded means that IMT are going to be able to play with this. Oh, sorry, that's NME's Corki. It's not Gume anymore.
They swapped it around now. They're playing with our brains here, Pastry. Jackie's the one who has the Corki package and will be a nuisance for Immortals if they do actually start up this objective. Still deciding on whether or not they want to leash it over to this brush that they're all sitting in.
I'm going to get it by the looks of things. Luan just can't get in, though. Angle here. Jackie with the package ready, but who's the engage? It really just is Yikes. Got to find the flank here. And, Charm getting very tricky. There's Araki going in. There's, Corki getting charmed on the back of it all as well. Not bad here, but Enemy need to find more. And Charm's already found one. IMT just taking over this team fight. Hoon now leaping in to finish off the last two stragglers as Truth is going to go down. And Tybe's the only one left alive as the ace is on the table, but IMT don't even need it.
And Immortals were able to play in a way where they completely avoided the Corki package. Jackie thought he was cutting off their escape, but they just went in instead. And now Immortals, with this full team fight win, are able to secure the prize of the Infernal. And Tybe can't even steal the blue buff. Gume the better assassin on the day.
Yeah, we don't need to see it, but I saw the tragedy unfolding on my mini-map as I watched this fight again.
Yeah, look at this Corki package one more time, because Jackie, I really like this idea from him. He's cutting off the front line and the back line, but Gume and Levmont are playing champions where they can just go into melee range. They don't need to be the artillery members. That's the benefit of locking in this Kaisa. They can just dive right past Corki package, and it's like it wasn't even there. The battle line's not able to split up. Immortals still playing fully together as a team, except for Hoon, perhaps, who did just die on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it looks like a 1v3 Hoon was involved in there. Went a little accident here in the bottom half of the map. Arakizora, though, trying to make it happen. Luan back in. Charm going to look to make it turn around, but Charm's going to go down now. Luan is going to get a couple kills out of that.
Immortals bleeding a few picks over to enemy, and this could be even more if they're not careful.
Oh no, Jackie just deleted. Yikes, no health either. Going on to Araki, but the Ignite's not enough. And that's 2 traded back as Luan is, hoping for a 3rd kill, I guess.
I was underestimating their strength there. They don't even need to be careful at this point. They are still quite strong. Just maybe a bit more coordinated at that point. Hoon can't quite go for 1v3s at this stage of the game. Yet is the asterisk, because we know Hoon has the possibility to do this later. He just doesn't have the items he needs quite at this time.
And thankfully for Hoon, doesn't really need it. Team's doing just fine right now as IMT have built a very big lead. I remarked earlier how it was less than 1,000 enemy. Felt like they could manage this game a little bit more, but now they're down 4,000 gold off the back of IMT's continued aggression, and going to be tough here to battle through this mid game. I mean, you kind of needed to stay ahead with Kha'Zix, Zed, and friends, and you're not ahead right now.
Who doesn't need to go for those plays, but you know that he wants to. You know that he wants to get in there, make things
I respect
happen.
it.
Stir things up. That's just the kind of player he is. It's a nice dodge from Jackie.
Oh, great flash. Can't dodge them all, unfortunately. Jackie just going to be picked off there by Levmont.
It's close. I like the moves from Jackie. There's just too much damage at that point. He's under fire from Gume, Levmont, and all of Charm's crowd control flashing in. It's now, they spot out Tybe.
Oh, the DJ Khaled. It's another one here in the jungle. Ty gonna have to get out of there. Does hop away to safety, but IMT are doing such a good job of punishing enemies' tendencies, because enemy are so aggressive. Ooh. And IMT know this. They're just continuing to chase down and try and pick people off. Now Truth in a 1v4 has the deathmark. Defensively has the shadows out. Beautiful W to avoid Hoon diving on in, but they still lose the tower.
Not bad from Truth, but not really good either, because as Zed, you want to use all those spells to actually kill somebody, so to actually be forced to use them defensively means that all of your kill threat is gone for quite some time, as here's the engage.
Arakizora are going to start it off again. They know the enemy are going to keep running at them, but yikes, with a decent Galio ult, he's going to try and make it happen for Hoon and Charm combining together again, ripping through the team fight. Levmont collects it all, and that is an ace smacks for Immortals.
Good moves from Hoon. There's the flashy play that I knew he wanted to make with the ultimate. Getting in there, locking everyone down, and turning enemy into a firing range for Immortals weapons. Now they're taking the inhibitor, now they're taking the Nexus, and they've qualified for the regional championships and the finals.
IMT running it back. They will take on Sentinels again in our grand finals, a 2-0 sweep of enemy.
Ooh, that rematch is already stirring in the air, Pastry. I can smell it from here in Michigan. I know that it's going to bang. Can't wait for that one. Best of 5 as well, as we take a look at the post-match. You know, to enemies' credit, I see a little bit of red there. They didn't have a full shutout this time.
Yeah, I mean, enemy, a very exciting team to watch. I'm very happy they have auto-qualified to the next major. Because I can't wait to see them again for IMT, though. They won't be there because they'll already be waiting in the WNS Regional Championship as we kind of crown a king of North America. And, of course, we'll have to play this grand final as well, see if they can keep the 100% majors for 2022 streak alive. Star player, though, Smacks.
Oh, I almost forgot about that.
I want to. I mean, I don't want to say it's controversial. I think Arakizora had an excellent game on set.
He did. It's definitely true.
I think that's him or Gume. That's who I'm kind of, going between.
You know, I think it's Araki, because remember early game when he got camped by Yikes for like a minute?
Yes.
Level 2 Galio. That was his only death the game, and he was still very impactful the entire time as this set champion. Immortals set. I think they just know how to play this champion, but I think Araki gets it.
All right, I'm here for Araki. Sign it up. Maybe he's still mad at me for the Jace thing, but he's not going to be mad after this. Very nice set game there, sir.
Yeah, and there it is. Iraqi needing that one, I think, to kind of refuel himself a little bit after a tough upper bracket finals against Sentinels, this time coming on through and taking care of business against No More Ego. And more importantly, as you guys have hit multiple times now, booking their ticket to the regional championship here from North America for the WNS championship. And they looked like the better team, the more controlled team, although No More Ego game number 1 and in this game constantly challenging the hands of Immortals. Immortals showed greater map awareness, showed patience, showed ways to find gold without necessarily always needing to get kills here, Pastry.
Yeah, I think IMT, like, this is a tough matchup for Enemy because IMT are just so consistent and so solid. And I hope Enemy don't gamble because they chase losses very hard. And it's one of those things where if they temper some of that stuff and continue to get experience, this team is so threatening. If this team ever gets more significant infrastructure, I'm afraid for everyone in NA Wild Rift because Enemy have so much just talent naturally with the individual skills of their players that an organized enemy is very scary, and they're already getting scarier major on major. But of course, it was IMT's game. It was Arakizora as the star player, and I think the expected team won because IMT are just not only very good, but extremely consistent in how they approach their games.
They need to be consistent in this next matchup too against Sentinels because, like you said before, Dion, they kind of got rocked in that matchup earlier today. They better have collected themselves going into that one because it's a best of 5 against Sentinels. They're currently still kings of the hill, but they're definitely shocked a little bit. They're shaken. They're not quite so secure with their crowns as they thought they were before, with Sentinels taking that series before.
I mean, I would say that they're more secure than what I thought with the way they just handled No More Ego. Right? I mean, that was...
I agree.
Game one again, right? The hands, and you expect this from No More Ego. We're catching Immortals a little bit, but I think once they got a handle on that game, and then you go into this one, and just the split pushing, you could see the styling coming on through here. The Diana being shown how it's supposed to be played, and the combo here by Charm just working to perfection.
Yeah, Yikes, too aggressive there in that play, and that is both a bug and a feature of Yikes' play. It's one of the reasons Enemy is such a lovable team, but IMT just the better team today. And like you said, Smax, and I didn't notice it until you said it, but that was Iraqi's only death this game. And
it's one that you have a really hard time seeing coming. Unless you remember that it's Yikes. I feel like this is the one team where you have to play with nameplates on every single time.
Correct.
So that you're constantly reminded that the enemy support is not a support at all. He's just a second jungler.
Bonus jungler.
Oh man,
yeah,
he's just such an exciting player to have in our league as well. I'm so glad that Yikes is playing this role.
And these fights close, but the hands challenge that was the first that felt very not as clean as you're used to seeing from Enemy. Where like, all right, let's see if we can find a way out of it. But Immortals just sit together and just getting it on point. Took large control of this game, and then it felt pretty comfortable from here on out.
Yeah, I feel like this is a demonstration of like why IMT are so consistently successful. They're just, a little bit more polished, a little bit more refined. And I just feel like Enemy, once they find that, they can really compete, at the top of the tables and be consistently challenging, not just making it close, but getting wins out of the deal. But IMT in this game, this is like all their class and all their experience really showing, because when you play against a team like Enemy where they're just going to run at you 24/7, you have to be ready. And IMT were more than ready this series.
They definitely were.
Something that TJ and Kangas brought up in the earlier shows as well was that Ledma did have sort of a quiet series before, and I think that was still a bit true in this one, but it feels like all of Immortals kind of realized, like, oh, he might be having a bit of an off day. We can take it from here, don't worry. We saw Hoon just like fully pop off in both of those games. Charm got his signature Rakan, and Irakizora even getting that signature, the star player as well in that last one. It feels like Immortals, one of the reasons why they are so consistent is that they can all really fill that role so well. And they're going to need to do that again in the finals now.
Yeah, they definitely are, and it's going to be fascinating to see if Lamont can can fix this, right?
Yeah.
Can he find form in such a short amount of time? Because this team is transcendent when he is able to find that. But right now, he's got to find it. And got to find it quick. As we take a look at our prizing for the tournament, as we know who our 4th and 3rd place teams are, and it is that it falls in 4th place, and then No More Ego finding himself in 3rd place. But the battle for the lion's share of our $15,000 prize pool for this major is still yet to be decided. Immortals and Sentinels about to go head to head. But we've also got the side prizes as we want to give back and continue to see the growth of North American Wild Rift for our most improved players, and we love that we are able to give these prizes away. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of these prizes that we have here for our most improved. And there it is. Suzaku Gaming's Baron Laner Tsuki is able to get on in there. Boom for Reflection, and starting everyone's favorite streamer.
Yeah.
Not normally used to seeing Tribe on the bottom side, but they did finish 5th. All these prizes going to the teams from 5th through 8th here. Quick thoughts on our prizes here, Smack.
I'm really glad to see some Suzaku and Reflection representation. Yep. I think for Reflection, it's kind of a shame that they did end up in 7-8 because they did take games off of some of our best teams. One off of Immortals, one off of Cloud9. I think for Boom and his team, seeing them in the future is going to be definitely something that I'm excited for. So congratulations to him and the other two here on the screen.
All right. Let's take a look at our second set. Down on the bottom side of the map to our Dragon Laner and support, it's Blanks and Stove from Reflection and of Suzaku. Again, just love the fact that we're able to give back and build this community from the ground up here, Pastry.
Blanks is so good. Like, again, like this is such a cool initiative because we've talked about it before. Like, this is a young sport, and teams show up that are not necessarily like, you know, at the top level, have orgs or organized players or really a starting roster that consistently shows up to play every week, you know. But when you give it a go, you can get a grand just for showing up and playing well. And Blanks is the kind of player that, you know, and Reflection are the kind of team that we will keep a very close eye on kind of throughout Wild Rift history, because these are the players that we'll probably start to see on, you know, if their teams don't get to top 4, they'll be on top 4 teams eventually, right? There's so much talent bubbling up into Wild Rift right now, I feel like.
And of course, for you all at home, qualifier for Major 3, qualifier 1 for Major 3 is available. You all have the opportunity to sign up and play. And remember, some of the top teams are already seeded into the major, right? Teams 3 through 6 go straight to the major. So the only 2 teams that you'll see from here would be Reflection and 16-Bit Genesis. So you all at home, grab your phones, have the opportunity to partake in Season 1 of Wild Rift in North America. All right, let's take a look at how everything is shaken up as we go to our final match, not only of the evening, but of the whole major. It's pride on the line here. Sentinels and Immortals, a rematch of the upper bracket finals. But this time, the rankings a little shifted because Sentinels are the team as the upper seed here, Pastry.
If I'm not mistaken, these are the top 2 seeds coming into this event. So not super surprising to see them meet. It's actually was kind of funny that we didn't see them in the first major. I thought we'd get this final again, and instead NME kind of stomped on through with like, hello, we're a finalist now, which was really cool to see. This is maybe the final we expected in Major 1. Now getting it here in Major 2 with Immortals losing a series for the first time in 2022. It's so exciting, and I am seeing it. I'm not going to want to make it 5-0 on the day, right? Sentinels, obviously, they want to go home quick. They want to wrap it up. Immortals going to have a lot to fight for here in this series. It should be so much fun.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the rosters for these squads. And again, it's going to be such a big matchup here, and you go up and down these rosters here, Smacks, like it's matchups galore.
Oh man, this is the matchup that we all want to see, like Pastry Time just said, and we did already see it before. But for Immortals, like I'm really hoping that we get a bit more of the lower finals than the upper finals in this next series, because we saw some very creative picks that we haven't seen a whole lot of before. That Jace Jungle really stood out. Both of their set games were amazing, and they need to actually have that effectiveness to take down a team like Sentinels. The big player for me on this roster of 5 is today Rest, actually. The way that he's able to play a supportive style of marksman really opens up the entire roster of Sentinels, which is just filled with pop-off players to go above and beyond. And that is why they looked so good earlier today, in my opinion.
All right, let's take a look at the head-to-head. And when you come into it, you thought about this at the beginning of the tournament. It'd be Lamont and Sheesh. Lamont lacking a little bit of form here, but Sheesh has just been a monster. He's taken over games, Pastry, and it's made Sentinels look like the best team in the league so far.
Yeah, he got like a casual pentakill on Kha'Zix. His team like escorted him to the final kill. Yeah, she's been on fire, and I think junglers are often great barometers for how teams are doing, and Lamont being quieter and Sheesh being kind of a flame with the rest of Sentinels is bad news for Immortals fans. So definitely hoping Lamont kind of gets back some of that form. We have a very close 5-game final.
All right, that's right. You hit the nail on the head there, Pastry. It is best of 5, so drafts galore. We'll see who will be Major number 2 champion after we take a short break. Y'all are watching the Wild Rift North American Series. Hello, everyone. It's been a long journey with 8 teams, and now we're down to the top 2 here in North America. You're watching the Wild Rift North American Series Major 2 Grand Finals, joined by Pastry and Smacks Degon here, bringing you all the action, and we've got ourselves a heck of a rematch here, a grudge match between the top 2 teams in North America. It's Sentinels and Immortals here, Pastry.
I mean, yeah, what could you ask for, right? Arguably the 2 best teams in North America right now, in a scene that is seeing a ton of competition from teams, that compete in major on major, and Sentinels already thrashed them, so I imagine we're going to have IMT wanting a different result, and hopefully we get no bagels in either columns.
I'm hoping for the same thing, man. I'm hoping that we go the distance all 5 games. We're already here for the grand finals. We might as well make it a barn burner. Let's go all the way.
All right, let's get to it, and it starts with our predictions. What did our experts think? And me, I'm just here. Let's take a peek. And we got double Sentinels here. I'm the odd man out.
Got him.
All right, go ahead, Smacks.
Wasn't your prediction in the upper final, wasn't it completely swapped? Wasn't it the casters on Immortals and you on Sentinels? That's pretty funny.
Yes.
Well,
yeah, we swapped it up.
Regardless, I think that Sentinels looks really, really good today, and I think that momentum's going to carry them to a win in the entire major.
Pastry.
I agree.
All right. Well, nothing left to do except to get into our best of 5. That's right. Extra Wild Rift here. 5 games to decide who is the champion of Major number 2 and take home the lion's share of the $15,000 prize pool. To get us into it, Pastry, Smacks, take us away.
Let's go! Woo! Our first major final. My first major final, certainly. Very excited to be here. And very glad we have these 2 teams, given the form that they have played so far. Sentinel's been looking absolutely on fire, Smacks. I think this is the team we expected them to be at some point. Very exciting to have arrived at Major 2 looking this good.
Oh yeah, we knew that these guys were eventually going to be competitive for the top of the table in North America. It's just so exciting that they're here now for the second major in the entire year.
Oh my God, what is this drafts?
We're already off to some crazy stuff. IMT did not ban Yuumi. They banned the Ashe from Rest instead, and Sentinels didn't actually pick up on that, or they just decided to give it over to Immortals, and now they have what I would consider the best combination in the whole game for Yuumi, Olaf.
I mean, they definitely knew that Yuumi was open. I hope. I certainly think so, right? There's not that many champions that start with Y in Wild Rifts right now, let alone the games in general. So this has to be a plan here for Sentinels here. And yeah, Olaf already very strong in his own. Yuumi obviously basically permabanned with good reason. So I'm very curious to see just how good this Corki first pick is and what the rest of the plan is, because it's Graves again alongside Brands here as well. This is a real spicy game 1.
We've had the Graves for Sheesh in the jungle as a response to these aggressive junglers like the Olaf, sort of a counter matchup for him. And this is, again, a bit of an unorthodox champion because it's a ranged one. You don't clear the camps as fast as some of the melee champions who do have the cleave autos in Wild Rift. So for Sheesh, she's going to need to keep up in that way. And this is a champion that takes quite a few items to really come online. So Sheesh has been really popping off today. There'll be a little bit of a delay from what we expect to see based on the jungle matchup against Ledmont's Olaf.
Yeah, also a lot of different bans here. Orianna Ari on one side, Camille Garam. We've already finished Braum and Darius. Is going to be the end of Sentinel's comp here. But even the Fiora ban from IMT, I don't know who the Fiora player is on Sentinels, right? Is it a jungle ban like we've seen Tarzan play basically all major? Is it MTS, who's a very skilled player that you probably want to keep those kinds of champions out of his hands? And Ziggs being the last pick here, probably, well, they have Ziggs and Varus. So now I don't know which one's going bottom lane. Doesn't matter, pick one. They're both good.
Yeah, I would assume that it's the Varus for Gume, but like you said, it's pretty much interchangeable at this point. The worry in this early game right now that I see for Immortals is that MTS, who you just highlighted as being very good, is playing Darius versus a tank. That is not good news for Araki Zoro. It's not good news for the pressure up in that Baron lane for Immortals. MTS has been known to just completely mop the floor with anybody, especially on this Darius. This is going to be a good one.
Well, I was going to say, I think this mid lane matchup was super exciting between these 2 players. This is definitely going to be more of a little bit more chill with Ziggs and Corki, but top lane's going to be a banger, as always, because MTS is such a fun player to watch. But the match will be highlighted coming in. kicking off with quite the matchup here with Lebmont and Sheesh on Olaf and Graves respectively, especially with the Yuumi in the mix. Like, Sheesh is...
God, yeah.
Lebmont's going to have run of the show when Yuumi and Olaf gets going. So I guess we'll see what the plan is for Sentinels, because if you win this game, that is a very big statement to kick off your momentum in this best of 5 grand finals.
Oh yeah, if Sentinels win this against Yuumi Olaf, then everything that I know about Wild Rift has been a sham, and I'm gonna need to go back and do some more research in solo queue soon, because Yuumi Olaf is so strong. Yuumi provides every single thing that Olaf could possibly want, and Olaf already a very strong champion in the meta right now. Yuumi receiving so many buffs. The same can be said about this one too. Oh, it's just too powerful. I'm worried for Sentinels for sure.
Yeah, this is I feel like this happens sometimes in long series where, you know, you kind of just put your opponents to the test. Like, can you play the good stuff? Yeah, can you play the really powerful champions? We'll see what happens. You know, we had a game to give, maybe in the best of 5. Definitely a dangerous way of thinking, but Sentinels definitely issuing the challenge on Immortals, responding very well. As Hoon with some great harass here on Tamali. As Sheesh is going to go ahead and sneak by the lane and get a push in, because Lebmont's here as well to do the same thing, but Lebmont's level 3, Sheesh now 3 as well.
Like I was saying about the clear speed, Lebmont's able to clear all of his red sag camps in the time that it takes Sheesh to clear red and raptors. That is, again, due to the melee cleave autos, which Graves does not have. His autos may be AoE, but not quite to the same extent. You can't hit every single raptor and every single Krug at the same time. Sticking around in mid lane for a very long time, really just taking a lot of harass from Hoon, who's been quite accurate with these bombs.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of this all throughout the Major. I feel like it's to do with the crabs, but obviously there's one on each side, so they're going to go ahead and split those. Lebmont actually sneaking down here to the bottom half of the map. This is such a good setup for IMT here. What a path here from Lebmont. Now going to go down the bottom side, and that's the easiest first blood I've ever seen. Rest just dead.
That was beautiful from Lebmont. There's no possible way for Rest to survive all of that burst. Even through the flash, still gets hit by everything as Lebmont chases it with his own. And like you said, it was initially going for Sheesh to go for the Scuttle Crab trade, but because Lebmont got his pick of where he wanted to go, able to set up that dive so well, now Rest set rather behind in this matchup, which is, again, very dangerous to let scale when there's a Yuumi involved.
Yeah, we'll see how that shakes out. Also, Rest not on one of the more typical utility-style champions. Obviously, Brand has some utility that he can use. Rest, obviously, a very competent player, regardless of the class of champion. But Rest, as a form of support, has definitely slotted into the Ashe and Twisted Fate, I suppose, sometimes role there in the Dragon lane. But obviously, those were correctly banned by IMT, because when Sen have Ashe in particular, it's just like unbearable to play against. So IMT coming in with a good game plan, getting gifted the Yuumi as well. Perhaps this beginning's going to go ahead and stop that arrow from coming in with the Unbreakable. But IMT after the early start, gold's still even, interestingly, despite that first blood kill. So we'll see if things can open up a little more for either side.
I'm picturing in my head that the reason is because of the Darius Gragas matchup. I'm betting that MTS is getting a pretty sizable lead, which is why he was able to take that recall earlier than Araki, just now getting back into the base. Like he's able to get a Bramble Vest, which is really going to help in that matchup, denying some of the healing, and just providing the armor against this Bruiser is not quite the worst decision that Araki Zoro can make, and one could argue that it is the best decision, is up in this lane, really just on his own with the decisions that Lebmont has made so far.
Yeah, Sheesh also obviously slower, as you mentioned, in the early stages, but feeling pretty good now with the amount of farm that's been able to accrue. As you can see, Araki definitely feeling the pain in the 1v1, but as long as you don't die, things are going to be okay eventually. First objectives are spawning, and teams are moving into mid now. It's actually jungle doing battle here, and Lebmont's just straight up winning.
Yeah, forced to flash there for Sheesh, even after the added benefit of the ultimate from Graves giving you slight movement on there. He is still not in the safety zone quite yet of his own structure, as Lebmont was thinking about starting up Drake. After Sentinels showed that they would be completely okay with the trade, he's like, wait, I'm stronger than them. I want to fight.
Yeah, I don't want to trade. By the way, Lebmont did that without Yuumi. His package going in for Mali. They're getting aggressive onto Araki Zoro. MTS, though, zoned them out of the way. Zig's there with the bomb. Not going to be enough, though. The pull is good. The steal is there, but it's going to cost them a kill. Charm is going to get away, though. Top side also, Marley does get the second kill. Sentinels make it 2 for the Herald.
Stealing the Herald, not quite worth it in the end for Lebmont, unless he can actually get first turret with it. Find it rather unlikely as Sentinels still on this Rift, get some nice damage into that Baron lane structure. A good move from Hoon secures it as Gume forced to flash. Wow.
I'm also getting away with it there, so watch this team fight again.
We're seeing Charm, he very nearly bites the bullet as well, but no crowd control on top of him as we're right back to live. Lebmont, scary enough where we need to watch him wherever he goes. I don't blame our observers for that one. He's in position.
Death Dance already done, up about 500 gold or so. Up against Sheesh and IMT are going to look to get both objectives here. Already got the Herald, you can see it's still there. But Lebmont and Sentinels maybe want to challenge, but they are too late to try and get this dragon. And it will go over to IMT. Nice start to their objective game here.
Yeah, both of them in one fell swoop for Lebmont. Now linking up with Charm again very early. These two champions really appreciate being together. Can't crowd control the Olaf as well. It's a nice part of being with Yuumi as MTS. You're just dead.
Yeah, very nice kill there. Easy one for Olaf to chase down. Pops the Herald bottom lane. And IMT going to start snowballing here. They're down 700 gold, but that is not going to be long here as IMT get back on the board.
Nobody here to respond to this Dragon Lane push means that there could potentially be a second Rift Herald charge. And yeah, nobody's here at all. I think this is just going to charge one more time. MTS not in position quite yet. And while Sentinels do get one trade, they have a Ziggs against them. So Immortals getting that extra damage does actually mean quite a lot. Ziggs can eventually just come on down and drop a satchel charge on top of that, destroying the turret in its entirety.
That's Yuumi also. I'm now remembering. Very annoying to play against. Makes sense why Charm and Gume want to pair up in the 2v2. As Marley just busy catching waves right now. Rest trying to look for an angle here, but Araki Zoro, even though he's on some vision, pretty tough customer to tackle.
I'm going to point out again that while Sentinels did lose out on their Dragon turret, they are looking for a trade. They haven't actually achieved that yet. Molly's still up there trying desperately to make that one happen. There's been some really solid wave clear rotation from Hoon to make sure that that is there, and now Araki is making that post his own. Sentinel's perhaps going to look for a roam to make it more uncomfortable for him, and will be a back off for Araki. I think that's going to be the turret. There it is.
Good work there, Sentinels, keeping their gold lead up. Still up about 400-500 gold, so not a lot, but keeping their lead is nice, even though Lebmont did get that great dive early on to kick things off for IMT. It is a close opening to this game, which is always what we want to see in a grand final. I do worry, though, as everyone should, whenever you see a Yuumi in a game, that just feels like the later the game goes, the happier the cat gets.
I have been playing some Yuumi on my own, and while I'm not, like I said yesterday, I'm not quite so keen on playing as I am with something like a Blitzcrank, which is a lot of fun. The late game just feels so good, especially if you don't run out of mana on Yuumi. That's the one thing that could possibly get in her way, but I'm sure with Charm on this champion, he's put in many games on the cat, and he will be able to avoid this as, oh boy.
Yeah, MTS going to have to flash out of the way. Good dodge there. I had to use both summoner cells actually to get away from the rampaging Olaf plus Yuumi combination.
Amont did flash as well, so it's not an empty trade for Sentinels. They have a lot less to worry about for this Olaf completely trucking down everybody. We're getting a lot of poke in that mid lane. We've been talking a lot about Olaf Yuumi. The Ziggs and the Varus together are also very dangerous. That's so much poke.
Yeah, you got good, long range damage. You got good close range damage. You got Araki to tank it up. It all tied together nicely here for IMT. Like we said, we are surprised that Sentinels were willing to give over such a powerful set of champions, but we'll see if Sentinels can navigate this next Rift Herald fight right now. Lebmont not having the ulti just yet. Now, Corky's going to go for it, but Lebmont is going to take him out, and the Olaf's going to live. Are you serious, man? No, it does die to the brand at the end of the day, and Sentinels are going to try and turn it back around, but the Yuumi's still alive, and the rest of the damage is more than there for IMT as Sheesh. Oh, he's slowed by the honey fruit. He's been forced to flash away, but they don't have to stop. The cat's there, Gumi's there, and Hoon is going to get the kill at the end of it all.
Can't outplay it for Shishi. Only now purchases the stasis, and it is Immortals again taking a huge team fight. The only solace there for Sentinels is that they killed Lepmont and they denied the Rift Herald. They're the ones who smite that one away, but we get to watch this team fight one more time. Molly's package just doesn't have quite enough follow-up. There's not a lot of crowd control on this team unless Beginnings is there, and you can see him desperately trying to make that one a reality. But Hoon's knockup completely denies it alongside Araki Zoro's ult, so he can't get the follow-up crowd controls. We are watching the Drake fight on live. See if we can have this one be a bit more competitive for Sentinels. They don't have Corki package, so it's hard.
Yeah, and again, Lepmont is owning the Rift right now on the Olaf. 2 items done. Charm scaling up. Marley pretty strong, though. 1.5 items or so. Rest also, you know, a good brand ult is worth a lot in any sort of team fight. Rest definitely found a good one in that Rift Herald fight. We'll see if the Dragon fight's going to be similar. But IMT just abandoning this fight for now. Not interested in fighting Sentinels on their terms.
Are a bit low on mana for Charm, which I again highlighted that's a problem. It's even more of a problem when you go for this full AP build. You don't have the mana regeneration from some of the support items. That is just a nice added benefit when locking those within. Things like the Ardent Sensor and the Staff of Flowing Water can be quite nice to make sure you're topped off in the utility department. But the damage is quite nice as well, so it's give and take when you go for either build.
Well, sheesh, just forced the ulti there. Beginning's also very low. Does have Unbreakable back with that ulti from Varus. Catches Rest and Gume scoops up a free one. There's now MTS. Oh, exhausted, man. So frustrating. Oh, he did the thing with the Ragnarok Blast Gun. Oh, it's the best.
Whoops. Lepmon not quite ready for that interaction. It's on the other side. Araki, so much damage.
Yeah, nice. But do they have enough? Sheesh also trying to dish some out, but Araki's just going for it. Yeah, the exhaust is not enough. Hoon's here as well. Sheesh is going to go down by the looks of things. Gume is going to find the arrow, takes out one more. Now MTS is trying to dunk them, but Lepmon, he just lives forever! Olaf cannot be slain, and now they're going to go back in for it, and it just feels bad, man. They get the Mountain Dragon, they can't get the kills, and now Marley's going to die. No, not yet. The Q barely going to miss there for Charm. But Gume, his Qs don't miss off. The MTS with beautiful movement, though, as Rest gets chained up, but no follow-up there for IMT.
Sentinels still can't find their way into these team fights. The crowd control is so difficult to land. They've got a lot of damage once it does, but they're seeing now that without a full engaged champion on their team, they just can't quite make it work, and Lepmon and Charm are able to just run around the entire team, taking another team fight once more for Immortals. 2 Drakes in their pockets. Every single objective, apart from that one Rift Herald that was stolen away, has gone over to their side. Let's see if this Rift Herald can even be effective at the end of the day.
Yeah, Sentinel's trying to get escorted into the mid lane here. It's not going to charge. No, it is. Just barely not enough damage there for IMT to prevent that from happening. But great defense there for Immortals. The Sentinels still kind of fishing for scraps here now in the bottom half of the map. Are going to take down a second tower, but I'm sure IMT will answer soon in mid lane by the looks of things.
Sentinels have been able to stay afloat in terms of the golden resources in this game. You have to give them credit in that department. The team fights have not been easy for them whatsoever. Resource gain is still in their favor, though, because of their added synergy as a squad and what they've shown in the macro department. As really, that's been their strength for this entire year that we've seen them play. So here's the engagement.
MTS with the play. There's Marley over the top of the package as well. Brando barely going to miss, but Gume completely divided off for the rest of the team. Nice pick for Sentinels.
That's what it looks like when the crowd control does arrive on time and in an effective manner. It's MTS who uses all of his movement to get in range of the apprehend. And when you look across the board, that is one of the only ways they can actually do that. It's really difficult to land onto multiple members as well. So the fact that they were able to make it work regardless is huge for Sentinels. That is the way that they kill people.
Yeah, it's MTS and like beginnings with a heroic Braum play. As top lane, they're going to go after Lepmont. No cap this time around, but level 12 Olaf's pretty scary, even in a 1v2.
Take a brief moment to look at these items. There's only one healing reduction item, and it is on Rest. He's got an Oblivion Orb. Oh, okay.
Oh, no, Sheesh has one too.
I
just saw it too.
I missed it. Yeah. He's got a lot of swords in there, so it kind of blended in, but 2 of them for Sentinels. They can use those to cut out a lot of the utility from Charm. And again, he's going for this full AP build, so he doesn't have as frequent of heals, which means if you have that healing reduction on when they land, it's a lot more effective, and you can't just go out of range and wait for the healing reduction to wear off before using that Zoomies spell for Charm.
Yeah, I like that. Good, necessary counterplay, actually, for Sentinels.
Yeah,
Gotta cut some of the healing. I mean, Olaf as well, right? So much natural healing. In this get Gragas as well. Plenty of good opportunities to use those, as MTS is getting bullied here by the Olaf and the Yuumi, just connected together pretty much permanently throughout this entire game. But as we've said a few times, Sentinels keeping the gold respectable. I'm just don't know how the team fights are supposed to shake out, but if anyone's going to show us, it's going to be Sentinels.
Yeah. I wasn't quite sure if Molly picked up package there. If that is the case, then they will have that one available for the Cloud. I didn't quite see if he has it, but they've got this extra tool at their disposal, which is really the only other way that anyone else is going to be slowed or knocked up or anything on the side of Immortals. Other than that, Gume and Hoon are just so safe in this game as long as they are behind Araki.
Araki just going in again, like you said, so tanky. MTS going to pull him in, but I'm not sure that's the target you're looking for. Beginnings has to dash away, and now they're flashing through. Rest is just dead. They can't stop the Olaf. He clicked the wrong person because the stasis is happening, but now Lemon's going to finish off the kill, and they keep on going. The damage there is decent. There was Sentinels still fighting back. The brand ulti was already popped, so the damage was done, and MTS is going off in the team fight. Sentinels, how did you win that?
Immortals are engaging into all of these members for Sentinels. They're actually able to deal all of their damage, and crucially, Rest survives with the stasis for so long that he's actually able to get all of his spells back and deal some passive damage to Lebmont. The healing is reduced for even longer because, again, he's the one who has the Oblivion Orb. He's the one who's actually able to cut the healing. As Rest, he actually sells an item, so he's able to purchase the teleport. They want this Baron so bad. They want to do it before Lebmont has a chance to arrive.
Very aggressive, but I love the call here from Sentinels. It's just Gume and Hoon. They can maybe try and steal it. The Q is there, but the smite is not. It's Sheesh. It's the Q is the Baron.
I don't know if Rest is going to be able to undo his item purchases with the teleport. Hopefully he is, because he wasn't needed there. The Baron secured for Sentinels, and this is their way to get back into this game. When they are the ones who have Baron, they are on the aggressive, they have the sieging power, and it's on Immortals to engage into them. That is how Sentinels is going to be able to deal their damage.
All right, well, Sentinels also going to get the dragon off the back of it, so you can see how it does go well, as you said, when they can actually get in range with the Darius and friends. A lot of damage, but I don't know if IMT are going to give them a similar opportunity. We'll see if Sentinels can force the issue around these objectives, maybe with the Baron as they look to beef that gold lead up even more. They'll take out mid. They've still got Baron to play with for quite a while, so Sentinels want to get as much gold value as they can out of this objective.
Ollie solo in that bottom lane here against both Lebmont and Charm. As you can see the Yuumi ears over Olaf, very cute.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing the Baron spread across the rift and trying to get all of these minion waves in at the exact same time. I really like the timing that we're seeing out of Sentinels with that as well. They are going to be pressuring both top and bot together, meaning that Immortals either lose one and fully commit to the other, or they're just going to get whittled away with all the damage, and is looking like a bit of column B right now.
I know it's obvious, but even though the siege takes a little while, MTS obviously, this one's easy for him, especially with Sheesh rotating up. But this Braum pick, real nice into this double poke as well. Beginnings has done a lot of negating Hoon and Gume, completely destroying them every single exchange by just putting up the door at good times here. Obviously, you know, it only lasts so long, and there's some good poke right as I say that, but Sentinels are gaining ground here. IMT, pretty good defensively with the wave clear between the Varus and the Ziggs, but are able to take, I think, 2 more towers for Sentinels and boost themselves up to 4k ahead, although we are going quite late in this first game.
If that's all the Sentinels get out of that Baron, I would call that a success. They're back in the lead for this one, and it's a pretty sizable one, too. 4,000 is nothing to sneeze at, so the fact that they're able to make that one so effective, despite not getting an inhibitor, is going to be a really, really big benefit once this next Drake comes around, and
the big one.
Crucially, that next Drake is the big one, yes. The Elder Infernal.
Yeah, the biggest of the big Drakes. As MTS continuing to be a nuisance here, so powerful on the Darius, both individually in this 1v1, and obviously as we've seen in the team fights for Sentinels. So we got, you know, 2 different Infinity Edges. We got 3 items done for rest. We got the damage, I feel like, for Sentinels. You just got to get in range to hit the Ziggs and the Varus that are, you know, attacking you from their Nexus or something. So we'll see how IMT can defend, but they've definitely shown a lot of prowess already with this comp. And they're not going to fall behind. Like we said, Yuumi Olaf scales kind of forever. You know, it's the stock you always want to buy.
Getting in range of Ziggs and Varus, and sometimes even Yuumi, is just so difficult. Luckily for Sentinels, they have waited a while before fighting, so all of their flashes are available. The same can be said of Immortals. Everybody still has all their summoner spells. It's been a while since either team has felt fully comfortable with committing anything major. Speaking of majors, are in the grand finals. we're in that best of 5. It's still game 1, so losing this one doesn't mean the end of the world. But Sentinels certainly do have that lead right now, and once we get to these objectives, we'll see if they can keep it.
All right, well, Sentinel's gonna have to back away. Did try and set a trap in the brush, but no takers there on the IMT side. Or beginnings, a little too far forward, but pops back to Mali is well safe enough there on the fairly tanky Braum.
It's not a position the Sentinels want. They're going to get poked down if they don't act fast. And they still, like I said, they have all those flashes, so they feasibly could do it. Or they just back away, wait for the Corki package, which is the ultimate equalizer. So they wait for this dragon to spawn at this point. I just realized the ultimate equalizer joke doesn't actually have the double meaning because Rumble's not in this game yet.
You know what? I got it and I loved it, so that's okay. As Sentinels clearing out the vision. This is the kind of trap you love to set, right? This is a choice that IMT don't want to have to make because they don't want to run into Sentinels and fight them because that's what their comp wants them to do. But they don't want to give away the Older Infernal either, Smacks. This is beautiful setup here for Sentinels.
I really like this a lot. They do have Corki package still. They just need to get onto Lebmon and make sure there's no smite.
There's Lebmon. Oh, the dragon, though, still getting aggressed on Lebmon a little further away. That bomb from Hoon did so much damage. A beautiful ulti there out of beginnings. As Arakizo is getting low. Final chapter popped. MTS, I don't think he got that. Did Araki get away? I don't know how that happened, but Marley goes in. MTS does get the kill at the end of the day. And Sentinels in a 5v4 are going to try and take this dragon.
They have a lot of poke. They still have that Varus. They still have that Ziggs. They could feasibly get into this. No steal, though.
Sheesh has it now. Lebmon going to be forfeit. No, Marley wants the carries instead. He's going in with the GA. Restab's in as well. Aces is everywhere with MTS. Thru gets another kill. Somehow his beginnings is trying to chase them down. They've got no health on Lebmon and Hoon, but they just can't catch them.
Everybody on Sentinels has either Guardian Angel or Stasis, or in some cases both, as they're still buying him as well. Sheesh now at full item capacity. This is going to be a closed out first game. You have to feel for Sentinels. They've got that big Drake. They did win that team fight. And that was really, really impressive as well. The ultimate from beginnings really had them on the ropes for Immortals. You had to full on engage through that frosty terrain.
That is so much damage. JP Yuumi is not a joke, and Lebmon chases down the kill with the help of Hoon. Good knock up there from beginning, and now Sentinels are going to move in and try and punish. There's one kill, Lebmon, and now Charm loose as well. Get the Yuumi kill, the cat. No! Hoon is going to ferry Charm to safety as Sentinels are going to run to the Baron.
Crucially right there, Lebmon's the one who dies. He's the one who has the smite on this team, and Sheesh is still alive. We have to wait for Sentinels to have that smite cooldown available again, them to feel fully confident with this. Sheesh, taken so low by the poke. Hoon is still very accurate with all of these skill shots, and Gume right there to follow up as well. Sentinels backing off, even though the enemy jungler's dead.
Yeah, I mean, looked perfect there, but again, unlike the dragon, it's really tough to ferry IMT into this pit because they're poking you from a very comfortable angle with that Baron pit kind of doing the work for them and separating the terrain nicely. So they do back away, which is smart, but unfortunately Sentinels can't grab the Baron again. They're up like 7,000 gold, and this game still feels like there's a few thousand between the two teams. IMT is staying very into this game despite how late we're getting, despite that Sentinels still have a lead.
You stealing away blue up's actually a pretty big deal. We're going to have to watch Hoon's mana bar and see if it means that Immortals can't continue this team fight, because if that's the case, then Sheesh just got away with murder right there. Already half mana for Hoon. He's the one who's dealing all of this poke damage, or at least softening them up before the executes come through for Lebmont. Immortals have a sneaky ward on this Baron. They're fully okay with keeping this one alive for a little bit and stalling out these health bars. Once that Corki package comes through, they might not feel as cozy.
Yeah, MTS actually rotating in here. Was down the bottom lane, got the wave pushing in the right direction. And now going to come back in. Sentinels maybe can cut off IMT, but they don't have everyone. Rest is based. This is very bad news for Sentinels. Final chapter out. There's the ulti out of Hoon. Beginnings blocks a lot of that. But MTS needs to go off in the rest of this fight. There's the GA popped. And this is again a 5v2 with the GA happening there. Sheesh gets revived there. MTS still trying to live. It's going to flash on out of there. Does get to safety. And now Lebon in the front line, but he's got a GA of his own now. Is not going to go down. The GA is though going to get popped as Rest. Is getting aggressive to try and finish off as Marley on the other side. A huge flank there out of the Corki. Gets the double kill. And I think Marley may have given the team the game. Making a quadra at the end of the day for the Corki. And Sentinels are going to take game number 1.
Nice job, Molly, in the end with the Infernal Elder. So much damage on the flank, and Sentinels stalled out long enough for him to get there. No Corki package needed. He's got enough damage on his own. And what a comeback for Sentinels to reclaim game 1. 3-0 against Immortals on the day so far.
Not like that, though. That was definitely a tighter game between the two teams. That's the kind of game you want to open a grand final with, you have to think. That's the kind of game that feels like it might have the series go in the distance. What a little roller coaster we've been on. As you can see there from the goal graph. That was the theme park ride we just exited. This game 1 is now done. And who on earth do you pick the star player here?
You have to think if it's a roller coaster, you'd want to go from right to left on that one, though.
Yeah, it's true.
Some downward momentum.
Just the start of the roller coaster. We haven't had the drop yet, you know. It's a 5-game series. We got to chill.
Oh yeah. I guess that's a good point. We we'll see what the rest of the ride entails later on. I think star player. My money's on Molly for this one.
Same.
Just off that last team fight. I think that was enough to convince me. Yeah, he did do the most damage on his team, but Hoon very nearly at 50k.
That's absurd. I mean, this is a very long game, right? This is not the norm for Wild Rift if you're just tuning in. Games usually don't go this long, but with teams this good and this close, you are going to get some late game comebacks like that.
Let's give it to Molly though.
All right, I'm here.
The player of the game, the star player here in the WNS. And you know, I'm gonna give everyone a little bit of a tidbit for Molly right now, because in case you didn't know, WNS does have a podcast. It's with myself and Alec Battery. And our most recent guest was starting mid laner for Tribe.
He's pretty good.
We asked him. He's quite good at the game. We asked starting what his team would be if he picked 5 players not on his own team to be the all-star player in North America, or the all-star team in North America. Without missing a beat, he instantly said, I'm picking Molly for that team. He didn't start from the top and go down. He instantly was like, yep, Molly's the guy you want on that team. He even said that he thought that Molly was the only mid laner that was better than him at that time. And starting, if you know him, you know that he's a talker. You know that he's got some big smack talk. So to hear him say that he thinks Molly is better than him right now, very, very big praise. We're seeing a glimpse of that right now in the grand finals.
That KP is unreal for that Corki. 93 with 14 involvements and only 1 death. I mean, again, it was a low engage comp for Sentinels. It kind of required Immortals to run into them at certain points. And I will say, Sentinels' map play around those big late game objectives was close to flawless. And that's kind of one of the ways their comp needed to play to get Immortals, like, to coax them out of their shell, right? And actually start a fight with them. Because Sentinels were not going to get fights that looked that good if IMT didn't have to worry about those objectives. But Sentinels set them up really, really well and managed to find some key team fights to take a win away from Yuumi and Olaf. May I remind you, Spax?
I was going to bring that up because I want to question and just talk about whether or not we think that Sentinels did counter the Yuumi and Olaf. Like, they won the game, sure, but do we feel confident enough at this point for Sentinels to leave those champions and that pair up? Because as we see from this early game, Lemon and Charm did still do a lot in that game.
I think no. Like, maybe if their plan is to, like, oh, we can outplay it as a team, then that's very impressive, but I think a little risky.
Yeah.
If they have more specific, like, counters or things they feel like can give them more active counterplay in draft, then I'm here to see that. But this game felt real tough for Sentinels. I don't want to play this game again, right? It's like it took too long, even though we won. Every Olaf Yumi game is going to take this long.
Right. If Sentinels feel like the better team on the day, especially, then like, yeah, that's cool. But you do still want to give yourselves the biggest odds to win the game. And I'm with you. I think if they're giving over Olaf and Yumi, I don't think that's the biggest odds for them to win. It still did look phenomenal for Lebmont and Charm in this game. And if their idea of counting this champion is Graves, which I think does make sense, it's not quite fully there yet. We've seen better games from Sheesh. We've seen him really come online in other ways, and I do think that the Olaf and Yumi still hindered that well enough to where you're right. I would probably take that away if I'm Sentinels.
Yeah, but these team fights were a thing of beauty. Rest, I mean, not, the champions are necessarily used to, but played beautifully this game, and Marley just going off, needed to do this in order to secure this game, but did. And that was awarded star play as a result. So strap in, folks. Probably going to be a long one here in this best of 5, especially if this game time is any indicator of how the games could go. Not decisive at all, which is, I think, again, a great way to start a best of 5 between these two teams. You don't want to see too many one-sided games.
If you're going to lose game 1, then Immortals probably are going to take a game like that over pretty much anything else, especially the upper finals as well. That was a lot closer. They did have the lead in a good chunk of those fights, and we saw some really good moments from them as well. I think the disengage potential from Rakuzoro, especially on this Gragas, was really solid. And I mean, Hoon dealing 50k damage in that game as well. Like, yeah, that Zig's definitely online. You can pick that one again for him. For sure. And like we were saying before, if Immortals do just play this draft again, I would imagine that it's just 5 games of this draft, Immortals very well could just win the whole series just by losing that game.
Oh, absolutely. So, like I said, I don't think you can let this happen again, or at least too many times. So we'll see what happens. I'm very curious to see what sides the teams end up on as well. I don't know how side selection was chosen for this game, but I'm curious if we do stay on the same side, because obviously IMT are going to get the choice after losing game 1. I believe that's how it works. Don't quote me. Again, I'll do anything you want in esports except run a tournament. I'm terrible at it. Don't ask me what the rules are. They tell me, and I'm always wrong. So
the most important thing there is that we have a team of like 20 or 30 people behind us that do know what they're doing.
Yes.
So shout out to them. They're the real heroes for getting everyone aligned.
I was told that is how it works. Thank you, production/tournament organizers. That's very helpful. Hey. I'm a genius and I'm Team Selected Blue. So it is going to be a different look here. And yeah, you definitely have to bet Yumi on Red Side. Well, you know what? We'll see. Let's just wait and see. I'm excited for it. I'm excited. Also, to be fair, IMT also gave them Yumi if they wanted it. But IMT weren't scared either. So that's really interesting if both teams are willing to give the champion away. You know what? We'll find out soon. It's Max. Here's draft number 2.
It's right here. Immortals, they're starting things off about as you'd expect. I think those are exactly the same bands as the previous game. Sentinels, though, they took notes on the previous series that they saw. They are still banning this Rakan. They're moving over to Olaf, and they think that that's the problem champion and not Yumi. Very interesting.
And again, this Fiora, once again, is onto the Rift, and I assume this is Lebmont's champion. Obviously, there are some other places you can put it, but, I mean, given the type of player Lebmont is, I feel like Fiora is the kind of jungler where, yeah, you should get it going. And there's the Yumi. Sentinels not going to make the same mistake twice, let's say.
Yeah. Touching on the starting interview one more time, he did say that he likes Fiora mid. So if Hoon's on that hype train too, then there's a chance that comes out. We're seeing that Yumi come through. We're expecting this to be the Yumi and the Morgana lane, which... Okay, we're going to get to the Akshan in a second. Yeah. The Yumi Morgana lane... Morgana doesn't really appreciate Yumi's spells, so Sentinels really do need at least one champion on their squad to pop off when they are with the Yumi. I would expect something like a Jax or a Riven, things that Sheesh is very, very skilled at. Let's talk about Akshan.
Hey, look, there's Jax, but we'll talk about Akshan because that's probably a mid pick, but obviously could go for Gume down in the bottom lane with that Thresh, which is maybe a cool answer to the types of Yumi lanes you put together. Morgana obviously throws a bit of a wrench in those plans, but Akshan's a spicy one. Always fun to see.
Really is. You got the stealth factor, which is always fun. That's the closest thing you can get to that, because Twitch isn't in the game quite yet. So you've got the surprise factor, you got the revives, and all the movement is so cool, especially if you are popping off and getting all the resets with the heroic swing in the team fights. Slightly harder now that we're seeing the Yuumi and the Jax as a pair, and if Sentinels do go for another frontliner, or maybe an assassin as well, this Akshan could still be on the struggle bus, even though it's a really, really cool champion.
Yeah, we'll see. Barris banned on the Sen side, maybe Ziggs to follow as well. Although if they're thinking it tunes Akshan, they can maybe get away with not. Although of course Gume could take it, so they won't. They'll ban Lucian instead. And Diana was one of the frontliners that Sentinels could have played, and that's going to be banned out here as well by IMT.
Doing more of those marksmen. Again, I do want to point out that there have been a lot more marksmen in this tournament from the last major. So the fact that these are getting banned out maybe means that Gume wants to go over to the mage playstyle. Previously, we saw just like every single mage that could possibly be played in that role was banned out by both teams. Brand, Morgana, Orianna, even Veigar in some instances were removed. So we'll see what Gume wants to do. Turns out Sentinels really listened to me. They took both of the options for Yuumi. I'm
assuming that's Jax jungle because I don't know how the lanes go. Although maybe I'm wild, and maybe I mean I don't know if Fiora's going either. You know what?
Riven's very good.
Figure it out. Well, okay, MTS Riven makes sense. Top lane. There's a lot of good Riven players in Wild Rift, as it turns out. It's everywhere. Every Baron laner has a pop-off Riven in their region.
Very true. We're staying with the marksman for Gume, so this is again that engaged champion that we saw him pilot in the previous series that Immortals played earlier against NME, going in with the entire team. They don't have a lot of crowd control to really make that one fully stand out to me. The thing that made it work before was the combination of Set and Rakan. They don't have either of those champions. They're the Rakan's banned away. They could still pick Set, so I would like that. Gragas does a pretty similar thing.
Yep, I feel like in the wheelhouse there. Likely again, Araki's champion once more. Did look good on it in game number 1. That means Ludmont's Fiora, that means Thresh and Kai'Sa, and of course Hune's Akshan as expected. So that leaves us with the questions, Max. What is Sentinel's final pick here? Is Morgana the bottom laner? Is Marley taking it? Is Riven going somewhere else other than the hands of MTS? I feel like these are questions we'll get to find out soon.
Something like an Orianna really fits here. Oh man, okay. So they're just going full dive. The only magic damage they need is Morgana for rest.
And Yuumi.
Wow. That's true. If Beginnings wants to go full AP like Charm just did, then they've got some more magic damage from that. Yeah, so very, very cool. With the Camille locked
Molly's
in.
Riven.
It is Molly's Riven. You can't feasibly play Camille and Jax in that mid lane very often, so turns out they have 3 good Riven players on this team, Molly piloting it. Again, this is a lot of Yuumi champions, which is what I wanted to see after the Morgana.
Yeah, makes sense. And again, you got some pretty short range, pretty squishy, although pretty mobile marksman that you need to pick off on the other side. Even Fiora doesn't necessarily have the best time when everyone's diving her. So going to be very intrigued to see how these two comps clash, because this is a huge departure from game 1, even though Yuumi was left open again and given over to the red side again, which is an interesting trend to kind of keep track of. But yeah, couldn't be more different as far as these drafts go.
Sentinels, really interestingly, does quite like playing a lot of tanks on their team. Like even in the last game, they had Darius and Braum. Nothing like that in this draft. They've got 3 bruisers, a Morgana, and Yuumi, who's going to be strapping on to those bruisers. So, entirely different playstyle for Sentinels. Very bold move in the grand finals as well to pull something like this out. We know that all these champions have games for these players as well. Like none of this is super surprising, but when it all comes together like this, it makes an entirely different picture, which is just one of the beauties of League of Legends Wild Rift. It's just amazing.
Oh, absolutely. So we'll see how this one goes. IMT, I think a little bit more pep in the step as far as early game goes. So Gume and Charm already off to the races early here in the 2v2. Morgana should be just fine here, though. Again, Rest is mostly just chilling. More of a utility style champion, this one. Definitely a champion that lots of the marksman plays here in North America know the way around, even though, again, Ash will be permabanned for Rest this entire series long, if IMT remember to make sure they ban that one in phase number 1. Rest also in trouble, apparently. Don't know what happened in that trade, but it wasn't good. See how Mali does here up against Akshan. Sheesh and Lebmont are here. We have the battle for the mid into battle for the crab once again.
Sheesh on the back end for this one as Lebmont got there just a little bit earlier. Doesn't mean the Immortals are going to move over to this bottom side. And when the crab isn't alive yet, this is the best move to go for Rest and Beginnings. They know that there's no crab to be taking, so there's nothing that Lebmont could possibly be doing apart from invading or going and diving you underneath the turret. So excellent defensive maneuvers here from Sentinels. Even Sheesh piling in to try to deny us any type of an invade.
Really nice, actually. Unfortunately, he's going to mean the blue buff gets stolen, which is a real nice bit of team play here for IMT. Lebmont going to smite that away. Get a nice quick level 4. Sheesh very far behind as far as clearing extra camps goes, but will catch up now level 4 himself.
What he's spotted over here too on that ward. Nicely done for Immortals. This does mean that they can just go right back and have Lebmont clear out all of his own camps as well. Not even skipping a beat. Instantly going to be level 4 at 2 minutes, or level 5, excuse me, is heal Dragon Lane.
Landing hits. Is going to be wrapped up. And Rest and Beginnings are just going to chill out. So, love the party there for Lebmont. Again, kind of demonstrating why he's such a good jungler, such a good player, really. Here in North America. Very smart. Very good all around. And a lot of Fiora be successful so far this weekend. Mostly Cloud9 and Tarzan, obviously, piloting the champions. Didn't get to see all the games, so haven't looked at exactly every single draft, but maybe something that's just generally very powerful.
I have a feeling that it is, as we don't have a Black Shield in time for the hook.
Ignite's real good, and that's not going to matter. Rest is going to go down in the 2v2 with Gume with First Blood.
And Rest didn't pop the Black Shield right there. He did for the Flay, but by that point, it's already too late. And Gume and Charm even did still have their ultimates after that one too, so could have even used the Killer Instinct if required. Not so for Gume. First Blood in the isolated matchup, no jungler involvement needed at all. And Immortals, they've won the jungle matchup so far. They've won the Dragon Lane matchup. All that's left is top and mid.
Yeah, and they're both looking fine right now. MTS is slightly ahead, and I think we'll feel very comfortable in general. MTS loves this Camille, as we've seen from this weekend. Very good on that champion. And Mom is actually slightly, I guess it's even at this point, which is kind of surprising to me. I thought Akshan would have a little bit more play being fully here in the early 1v1, but Molly's navigated well as we have a swap here, and Charm is just threatening. The rest is like, please don't hook me again. I didn't like that very much.
I do really like that this Morgana is on this team. You know, we know that there are a lot of mages that are possible to be played in this role, but when you have all of these bruisers and they're all diving into the front line, just having the extra utility of the Black Shield is so nice. And there's not that much crowd control for Immortals either, which makes it even more effective. You can void out just like one Thresh Hook, one Body Slam, and that's really all you need. There's nothing else that's threatening you.
Well, nice little play for both sides here. IMT basically get to decide what objective they want. They decide on the Heralds. We'll take that away, and Dragon will be traded off nice and quickly there for Sentinels as they do pick up the Mountain Drake. See what the Herald wants to be dropped here for Lebmont. Does have some options. Also, Trinity Fault's already done, so feeling pretty powerful as a jungler right now. Sheesh not quite there yet, but Jax is scaling up and getting that gold. So it has been a pretty quiet start. Immortals up about 1,200 gold, which is nice, but again, I feel like these two teams never in a rush. You know, they can play lots of different styles. They can play all-out aggression. They can play late game. But I think in this kind of matchup in the grand final, like, you can forgive the players for maybe being a little bit more careful than you'd like to see, because obviously everyone loves when games are super fast and bloody. We
have the grand challenge up in the Baron lane here. MTS gotta run at this point.
The jungler, by the way, 1v1ing the top lane or thereabouts. MTS very smartly positioned to get away from it, but the tower will not be so lucky as Riftel takes it down, and First Blood gold goes to Lebmont on that turret.
Charm's support follow-up just barely more effective than that of Sentinels, as he does have the Dark Passage, keeping that jungler alive. And as you said, it is the jungler who's able to do this. You have so much farm on Fiora, and there's really nobody that can match this champion right now. She's just barely right now has his Trinity Force, very delayed to compared to what his counterpart was able to show for it in the early game. And while Sheesh eventually could be able to match this Fiora, the lead makes it really difficult and a hard sell for Sentinels. They will need to find some other way to get Sheesh and the gang into this game.
All right, well, bottom side, here comes Charm. Molly may be in trouble. Threatening him. Molly going in. Beginnings is here as well, but they spot Charm now. Good little Scry's Bloom usage there for beginnings. Molly will heal up the Riven. Again, we do have plenty of Yuumi targets here, but Yuumi needs the farm, and the champion she's empowering needs some farm as well. But there is always that cat clock in the back of your minds as Sheesh shadowing here for MTS, but Arakizora not biting the gank.
It's so interesting for Yuumi because every single item... Oh, hold on a second. Araki is in trouble.
Sheesh is in there. Good ulti, very good ulti. But MTS able to follow up with a hook shot, and that's going to be a kill. Oh, no, Sheesh can't get it. MTS barely able to get it with the flash. Nice dive there for Sentinels, but it cost him a lot.
On the other side, it looks like Molly did die to the exchange from Immortals. Really close on both dives. You can see the blinking HP bar of Gume. Rest there on the case, making sure that's not a turret trade in the end. Immortals only still have the one from earlier. Sentinels keeping themselves afloat in that way. Kill on MTS is not too bad. This is really the biggest meaningful gold lead that they have in isolated matchup for Sentinels. Perhaps it's MTS who's going to be able to match Ledmont later.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how much MTS can get done on this team, on this champion, but I can't imagine how much better it is with a Yuumi powered up in the back pocket. True. And it is beginnings with the Ardent Census, so a departure from Charm's AP heavy build. That makes sense given the texture of the composition.
I was saying earlier, it's interesting with Yuumi's itemization. Like every other champion in the game, every item that you buy makes you scarier.
Yeah.
But for Yuumi, every item you buy makes your entire team scarier.
Yeah.
So one of the daunting things about this champion, you kind of just get another extra item onto your Riven or your Jax or your Camille. Just makes your inventory that much bigger.
Nice play here for Res. Black Shield. There this time, Charm tried to kind of time it out, but still the push for IMT is good. They take down the mid tower. Dragons are going to be back up as well here alongside the Herald. So MTS does answer in the top lane, but both teams are gearing up for probably this Infernal fight. Makes sense if the game's going to go along with this much damage. Oh, what a hook though. And now they should be able to get this, but final chapter committed. Their Res gets away, and they turn it back around. No, not dead yet. Finally goes down, but MTS locks out Gume. Great ult there for Arakizora to turn off the ultimatum though. And now Sheesh and Molly trying to find a target, but they can't find anything yet. It's Riven ulting, but it doesn't get the execution kills they were looking for. But Sentinels, I think, just barely went out in this trade.
Yuumi still healing everybody up, and in a one-for-one trade, Charm is most of the crowd control on the side of Immortals, so it's really difficult for them to continue a team fight afterward. Ledmont still looking in the areas. There's a teleport arriving for Sentinels. They do secure it in the end.
No binding landing, but they're going to go in and get Sheesh powered up by the Yuumi. Now Araki's left for dead. He's going to be killed, but Sheesh still low. Goes into stasis. Gume going to try and line up the kill as they're trying to get some back. That Q from Gume, beautiful. Oops up the kill, and Rex is going to be forfeit as well. Hoon swinging on in with the heroic. Rope is going to get another kill there, and IMT do at least answer back for a couple.
Sentinels now with 2 dragons. They lose out on this team fight, but as you mentioned before, Pastry, with this game going later, they're going to be okay with that one as long as they don't lose too much off of the Rift. Immortals even giving over one more kill as well. Araki trying to play bouncer, but there's nobody there to back him up, and it is just Sentinels not respecting his authority in the end. They will take him out on the escape path. Immortals secure the Rift Herald. Uh-oh.
Blind hook? Maybe not. Maybe Kaiserby was involved, but nice read there for Charm, if that was indeed without vision. Of course, with the Yuumi there, not a whole lot of threat there for Molly. And you kind of see how the Sentinels team fight can go, right? With Yuumi hopping between all these carries. Great pick there on the top side as well. Hoon just too far forward.
Again, good looks for Sentinels up in this Baron lane. MTS is doing a phenomenal job of finding out these picks. That is what Camille is best at in the side lane. As long as you have someone there to link up with you, when you have the Hextech ultimatum, there's really no escape. Far from Arakizora, who I do want to give credit to. He's had some creative escapes, even for his teammates with the explosive casks, but he's not there for that one.
Yeah, you can see some of the Gragas value that is added on here alongside this Camille. The final chapter is disgusting, and Charm just locked up forever. Sheesh gonna grab that one.
Another pick for Sentinels. This is even more ultimates used, but in the game of Wild Rift, that doesn't actually mean that much. The cooldowns are quite low. You can see Beginnings, his ultimate, already a quarter of the way through. So that's going to be available for another team fight if it does come up. And now,
Hey,
ooh,
yeah.
I don't
like this at all. Doing too far forward. No flash, just dead. She's on a killing spree now.
Immortals have shown some good looks in this early game, but now they're really throwing it all away. Sentinels feeling so inevitable at this point with the Yuumi strapping onto every single one of these bruisers, and now potentially happening again mid. Oh no.
Lebon just dead again. The riposte wears off, and Sentinels let's keep getting gifted kills. Great hook there for Tom. Beautiful ult out of Hiraki Zoro, and they do get a kill back.
Okay, that hook and ultimate combination from Charm and Hiraki Zoro at least find somebody. They're still bleeding all these kills over.
Oh my god, it's so gross. Final chapter back, Hiraki Zoro getting dove on again. It's just so many targets for Yuumi to keep on healing up. Sen don't get the tower, they don't get a kill. Well, this is looking like a problem, Smacks.
Yeah, slightly bulky enough now, but that's going to change very rapidly in this game with every single item that comes on through. Charm won't be able to get tanky enough to survive that one in, say, 2 minutes, maybe even less as well, with these recalls coming on through from Sentinels. I'd be scared if I'm Immortals. They're getting outscaled very quickly, and they don't have the front line to survive these bruisers.
If you're getting outscaled and the gold is even at 12.5 minutes, it is a bad time, especially given that Sen do have the dragon advantage as well. And I love this take on the Yuumi comp. You know, it's not just one obvious target. Like, Olaf Yuumi is great. It can work. We've seen it, right? It almost worked for Immortals in the last game, but just the endless bounty of bruises for Yuumi to jump on. It's just like a conga line of problems.
It really is. You just have Beginnings bouncing to and from everybody on Sentinels, and this means that if he's on MTS dives in, gets Hexic Ultimatum, and then dies, then it's still just as scary, because you still have Sheesh and Molly right there to take advantage of the Yuumi. As look at this, Sheesh is the target right now.
It was zoning final chapter, I think. Try and get the steal, but no. Nice, and Sheesh goes in, and now Sentinels just dive on through. Lemon completely zoned out of the way. Beginnings bouncing around there. Sheesh flushes out to safety. Rest dives in there with the ulti, goes into stasis, but does trade a kill back and forth. Lemon dead, but Rest dead on the other side. Sentinels now in a 4v4.
Was damage still. This re-engage for MTS. Got a flash out. They can't quite find it in the end. The added utility of Rest, turns out, is very, very beneficial for Sentinels, and they already got the prize they wanted. That's 3 Drakes for Sentinels, as well as a kill onto Lebmont. Sentinels don't need to keep winning these plays. They have this advantage. They can grow it as on top of it all, and going for that 5v5 play won't actually give you the Nexus, so I like this play a lot from Sentinels.
Yeah, a bit of discipline here. MTS went straight back to the top wave. They got what they wanted for. They do want this mid tower. It's been kind of annoying to, have such a short mid lane where you can't really get out onto the map and really take control of the big river objectives. But you know what? Sentinels found enough space. They'll get it eventually. No need to worry about it here. They're happy to sit on their scaling right now. They're still slightly ahead in gold. And again, in this kind of comp, as 3 items are now done on every single topside player, and 2 items are done for beginning it, is the Sensor and the Staff of Flowing Water. It just feels so tough to fight through this for IMT.
And let's do the Grievous Wounds check again against the Yuumi team. We have 1 Bramble Vest, 1 Executioner's Calling for Hiraki Zoro and Gume, respectfully. That is probably not enough. I think you probably are going to want a bit more than that one. We got a
Molly,
smash.
that is such a beautiful flash. Gets out of there.
Good moves. I also want to point out with the Yuumi, there's 3 Death Dances for MTS, Sheesh, and Molly. They all have that, so you really want to reduce healing.
Tom, that was the sickest looking angle I've seen someone go for in a while. I love and respect it so much. Unfortunately, didn't get it, but I do love that IMT was doing this, right? Because you kind of have to. You're like, all right, well, we can't beat the death ball with the stupid cat on someone, so let's find picks, right? That's kind of the next logical step.
The logic checks out to me. You really do need to find these members out one by one, and ideally the one that doesn't have the Yuumi on it, honestly. You'd think that you'd want to kill both of them at the same time, but that's just too much to ask right now for Immortals, I feel. This composition is built to kill 1 member at a time, apart from, the front line, who's just trying to get people away from Akshan and Kaisa. But Lebmont really can only kill one person with his auto attacks, with his Q, with his ultimate as well. I mean, the ultimate's not multi-target. It's not TFT we're playing right now. So Immortals need to get that online.
And I love, again, Sentinel's so respectful of Immortals being in fog, right? It's hard to one rift, mate. You don't get very many wards in this game. So you have to just kind of use your eyes, look at the minimap, figure out, what the timings are. Are people off screen? How long have they been off for? So IMT fogging there, Sentinels just play very, very respectfully, not getting picked off. And when you're playing, 1-3-1, right, you don't have to do that, but it does get you more of a lead if you could successfully keep these side lanes pushing in your favor, especially when you don't have a mid-outer tower taken just yet. I mean, that's just these Sentinels executing well ahead. Even though it's only slightly ahead, they know that the game is heading in the correct direction for them. It's just about, winning this next team fight in 20 seconds for this Ocean Elder, because that is going to be so much power for Sentinels with 3 dragons already.
Ooh.
Very nice. Reds force the flash. Black Shield's there. Going to be safe. Now can I get the counter kill? MTS diving on in. Final chapters there as well. And there's just every ulti burn. The support is going to go down. Charm will die for 50 seconds.
Oh, man. That's not what you want for Charm. He was really looking forward to getting that pick, but the team wasn't there with the damage to follow up. Now Sheesh is on the back line.
Sheesh going in, maybe too far, but now the rest of the squad goes in. Molly dives in, MTS follows, and that is a good stasis, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Molly tries to get the damage, not enough with the wind slash there from the Riven. Molly actually still holding on to the second activation, but Sentinels, they know what the prize is. They're going straight to the dragon.
Yeah, well, they're going to be able to start this one up. Lebmont is so low. He's going to teleport in. No flash, but the smite is there. That's all he needs if he can get into this pit.
Right instead. That's all they want. Stasis is good. IMT needs to buy time of hit. Let's flank. Molly over the top does get the kill. Final chapter goes off again. Sheesh is unstoppable. Gume is dead, and the game is either over or effectively over. Smack Sentinels are pretty much 2-0 now in this series, as they're going to get the ace and the Elder.
Oh, yeah, that's it. You do need to let the Drake reset. There we go. We're in the pit for Sentinels. They were able to completely mop the floor with Immortals. 5-for-0 ace. One more time. 4 Drakes now. Oh, wow. I haven't seen a 4 Drake team in so long. And it's just way, way too much power for Sentinels. Immortals can't deal with this one. I think you're 100% right. We're going to game 3. It's going to be match point.
Yeah, we're not done. Immortals can find a way back maybe, but this is the Everest of Wild Rift, strategy situations. It is, you're 5,000 gold down, but that's not the real gold lead. You're down 4 dragons, all 4 dragons, in fact. Enemy team's got a Yumi. They've got 1 billion bruises. She's just 17,000 gold as Jax from the jungle. Cool. Love that.
Man, the plays the Sentinels made in this game may have been slower than we've seen in the past, but it's not without confidence. That is not a line that you take in this game if you feel shaky about whether or not you're going to win. They knew exactly how they were going to tackle each and every one of these objective fights, and they're still doing it right now. They have this gigantic lead. What can Immortals do?
I don't think I can do anything about this Baron, which does not spell good news for the IMT chances in this game, but you got to take a fight somewhere. Sentinels, though, starting the fight off when they're taking the Baron. That is just gross. And now they keep on diving. MTS going to finish off Lebmont on the side. Dax is legendary. Pretty much everyone is dead. It's just going to be Hoon left alive to pick up the scraps of the Nexus. Because Sentinels, the game's over. Who's going to watch the Nexus crumble?
Everyone's still full HP thanks to the Ocean Elder. 20 minutes into this one, Sentinels have taken the Grand Slam of objectives, flashing in to finish off Hoon. Get him. There it is. That's game 2, Rats.
Very nice fish, Sheesh. Let's go. Sentinels up 2-0 again, just like the upper finals. Bad news for them. Got to win at least one more game here. It's a best of 5, not a best of 3, but Sentinels... Game 1, very close between the two teams, and Sentinels made a comeback against the Yuumi. This time they get handed the Yuumi. They play a slower early game, and then you can see kind of right there between the 10 and 15 minute mark, they slowly but surely keep grinding out, and then the game falls off a cliff for Immortals, and Sentinels find the W.
And keeping score on the day, Sentinels now 4-0 against the previous kings of North America in 2022. Immortals, up until this point, had not lost a single series And now Sentinels, they take the win in the upper finals. They're at match point in the grand finals. And before we even get to that third game, Pastry, we got to figure out who's star player in this one.
Yeah.
Yumi's not the flashiest champion, but it certainly was effective. And if there's any game to give Yumi star player, I think this is the one for beginnings.
Yeah, is it the Yumi or is it the best Yumi-enabled champion? Right, kind of between Sheesh and beginnings. It feels like. I don't know. I'm struggling. I don't know how to settle this. Also, MTS did way too much damage. He's got to stop that.
Twitch chat's probably going to get mad at us if we pick Yumi. So we should pick Yumi. I'm going to go with beginnings.
All right, let's go, Yumi. Tiga, what do you think?
Sorry, Twitch chat. That was high tier cat.
Unlucky.
Gaming. Also, just a note here from Stats Guru and all around greatness for the broadcast. Lena dropping knowledge for us. This is Beginning's first Yumi game. First Yumi game in the WNS season. So that's pretty awesome, especially because we got to see Charm do that earlier in the last, and not just weren't able to close out. Actually, see Yumi start to be traded back and forth. Champion diversity coming out to match up with Yakshan coming out, Rivet being there, being on in multiple different roles, and then the Morgana locking in as well. So I'm loving the fact that the Sentinel squad is showing up with a bunch of different types of picks here.
Yeah, you know why it's first Yumi game? Just ban all the time. Shouldn't give people Yumi, okay? It's not okay. You can't keep letting it through. Sentinels can't keep getting away with this. You can't give away Yumi on red side. Get it on blue, not take it, win the game, and then get it again and then effortlessly beat your opponents? That's not all right. I'm not okay with it, Max.
It takes a complete mastery of this champion for Sentinels to be okay with giving it to the other team, but then also still acknowledging that it's good enough for them to take it, Like, it's the best of both worlds for Sentinels, and all of that is because of Beginnings. Lena may have told us that this is his first game of Yumi on stage, but we know from that he has put in the hours on this champion in solo queue, in scrims, and on this team. They feel very confident in Beginnings on this champion. And after that game, so do I.
Yeah, I think one thing that I really want to take away here is the pace of these games, right? We're no longer just getting these massive, drawn-out clashes that just keep going over and over again. Both teams are willing to take these tit-for-tat type fights, and if it looks good, then they'll continue. But it's not like, hey, we need to force fights out of nowhere. And it feels like we're starting to see Immortals behind the curve in terms of understanding of how these comps work and an understanding of how they want to play the game. Whereas Sentinels feel comfortable getting to this late game area and just kind of sitting on it with better scaling champs and then winning these fights here, Smack.
It's super impressive, not only in the context of just this isolated game 2, but also after watching the first one, where they did have to win through a comeback. And they did that through finding a lot of skirmishes as a team and actually fighting their way back into this game. And on the flip side, when you see this game where they know they have the scaling advantage and they have all of these Drakes on their side, they say, hey, we don't want to go for any of these fights anymore. We know that we probably could win them, but that's feasibly the only way that we could possibly lose from this position. We're going to wait for Immortals to actually engage onto us. And then once Immortals didn't, it just looked like the easiest game that we've seen Sentinels play so far. They didn't have to do a whole lot up until the very end, where we get team fights like this, where they already have the Elder Ocean and Immortals can't do anything.
Yeah, if I'm, thinking about Sentinels now, especially in these last two games, I mean, there are a lot of individual talent, great teamwork, great team play. There's a lot going for this team. They're all around very good. But the one thing I feel like they're better than every other team right now in the WNS is play around objectives and how they set up for them. Because they've consistently baited IMT, no slouches in North America, to just these objective fights that they seemingly cannot possibly win. And they were behind in game 1 and ahead in this one. Like, the way they set up and bait their opponents into objectives and, basically put you into horrible situations where you either have to take the fight that you're going to lose or give us the objective, which means you're going to lose later. Sentinel's mastery around objectives has been so fun to watch, especially in the late game.
I'm wondering if production will be able to help us out here with this one and pull up just the damage charts, I guess the stats at the end of the game, the individual player stats here, because I think one gulf here, and we knew this coming into this matchup, is in the top lane, what MTS is bringing for Sentinels and what Araki Zoro does for Immortals, and it's more of the map play and playing around that. But the damage numbers are just so starkly different in the way that they draft and the way that the team is played. It is 24,000 damage for MTS and 9,000 for Araki Zoro. Like, that is almost 3 times the amount of damage that they're pumping out. Everything else is relatively close, right? Even with Rest, even on a Morgana, dishing out about the same damage as Gume, Hoon dishing out about the same damage as Molly, Lamont dishing out slightly more damage than the Jax with Sheesh. But that top side of the map has felt like something that they're not getting the advantage when Zoro is willing to stack his wave and play through someone else, like we've seen them do in the past.
We're seeing a bit of that come through just based on how it's drafted, but you're definitely right. For Araki, this definitely feels more uncomfortable than what we're used to seeing him in. And I think maybe a bit of that, again, is because for Lebmon, he's not able to fully pop off against this team today. And, you know, maybe that's just because in the last major, we didn't actually see this matchup very often. Sentinels didn't even get to go to the finals because they were taken out by NME earlier. Now that Sentinels are on the other side and they do actually get a best of 5 and a best of 3 before against this team, maybe this is just a stylistic difference that favors Sentinels overall, where Lebmont can't do the usual Lebmont thing when he's against a team that is so well organized.
Yeah, thinking about top lane specifically, like, Araki's a great player, but this feels like role player versus superstar to me.
Yes.
Like, MTS is just a legend. He's so good, and he will take over and push every ad. And also, Sheesh is helping him now. Like, he went top lane a lot in that last game, so MTS doesn't need the help, but when he gets it, it's even worse. And Araki's doing what he has with the resources he's getting, which is not very many, because they're trying to get Lebmont's Fiora going. They're trying to win in other stages of the map. But when it's isolated like this is what MTS games look like against basically everyone, and Sentinels are really leaning on that strength. Not to mention everyone else is playing great.
Right, that was less of a slight on just Araki and more of like how their composition is shaping up, and it just feels like the way they're drafting Sentinels is just getting more out of all of their players than what we're normally used to seeing from this Immortals squad. Now, Smacks, roleplay time. I'm gonna put you in the seat. You got a reverse sweep on the menu. How do you start it here in game number 3 for Immortals?
Well, I think we talked about the Yuumi composition that they had in game 1 a lot, and I think you want to try to emulate that a bit. It's very clear that Sentinels are not going to ban Yuumi, and they're going to give it over to Immortals because they feel confident against it. I don't feel confident against Yuumi. I think that champion's so broken. So I think it starts with Immortals getting their hands on that champion one more time. Whether it's with the Olaf or something else, maybe putting another carry into that composition will actually be the difference maker. Sentinels, they had multiple Yuumi carries, and in the Immortals game, they had a Ziggs in the mid lane, where Hoon is usually at the forefront of everyone's game plan for Immortals. Maybe put Hoon on one of those carries as well as the Olaf, and it looks a bit better.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see Hoon get a little bit more, like, I mean, his Ziggs is not like a massive playmaking champion, but his Ziggs look a lot better than Akshan in this game. I think Akshan has a lot of value, especially as a mid laner, but Hoon couldn't show it this game, unfortunately, for whatever reason. Like, his Ari got banned in game 1, but not in game 2. I feel like this is the kind of time where you can pull that champion out again, because I think if you are going to win, like, Lemon and Hoon have to do a lot of work in this matchup, and you have to find ways to be proactive. So whether you're enabling a carry from Lemon, like something like this Fiora again, and Hoon's following in, or vice versa, you have to find a way to attack Marley and Sheesh, because we already know MTS is going to be involved if it's a 3v3 on top side. You better at least try and win the 2v2.
Yeah, and when we look at Lamont, who we were proclaiming best player in North America, best player in WNS last major, it's tough. Changing form in the middle of a tournament, multiple games, very, very tough, but he's going to have to dig deep and find a way to do it if Immortals are going to start with the comeback here in game number 3. The draft is ready. Will Sentinels crown themselves as the new kings of North America, or will Immortals prolong the fight? Let's find out.
Alrighty, Smack. So we've got 2 games, 2 different games, 2 Sentinel wins, and 2 different drafts. So now Sentinels on the blue side. Will we get a different game again? And I think the first question we have to ask ourselves is, will Yuumi be banned?
Probably. Oh no, they won't, because they have to ban Ashe. So once the Fiora comes in, then that's definitely a surefire no. Sentinels, ooh, this is cool. They don't give over the Olaf and the Yuumi together. Maybe like baiting Immortals into keeping Yuumi up so they can steal that one for Sheesh.
No.
Wow.
Instead, Garen Yuumi, which is fine, but I mean, Lemon
That's
has
good
like
too.
maybe Jax, if he wants a champion like that. There's other things you can build. Darius is good, right? Maybe not necessarily as a jungler, but Baraki wants that in top lane, let's say. So there's things to do, but ooh, Galio Senna. Interesting. This is really cool.
Yeah.
Senna, by the way, like a rest champion to a T. I love this for him.
For sure. It's not quite
support.
Ashe,
She's
but
support.
it is a support, yeah. And we've seen old school specifically really pop off on this champion, enough so that C9 had to have it banned against him in all of the games afterwards. So I like this look a lot from Sentinels. I think it makes a ton of sense with the Galio as well. Your team fighting is already online. You have a frontliner, you have a damage dealer, and you have a support. What else can you put into this team to make sure that MTS and Molly are firing on all cylinders and being the best versions of themselves?
All right, well, Brand ban there. Diana and Camille, the bans there for IMT. So MTS and Molly going to lose some divers, going to lose some frontline there. Obviously, I think trying to minimize some of the losses in top lane also is going to help. MTS, way too good on Camille, I think, has demonstrated a lot of mastery and a lot of comfort on that champion. So I think in some ways you just have to push him off it to see if you can like try something else, because obviously trying the same thing isn't going to work if you keep giving him the Camille. But Lucian banned as well. Could be Gume's champion. Obviously isn't going to be because it's banned. So I don't know what else these teams want to do, because these cores are both really solid. I did like the Kai'Sa from Gume though, so happy to see it here, even though obviously Gume Kai'Sa is a very different kind of 2v2 than say Kai'Sa Thresh.
Yeah. You're still lacking some crowd control that I really liked about the Kai'Sa draft from before for Immortals. So for this last jungle pick for Lebmont, I would like to see some more crowd control locked in. Even despite being against Olaf, I think it's still going to be worth it to activate Gume on the Kai'Sa and make sure that you're getting some solid Orianna shockwaves on top of all of that. This is what I wanted to see from MTS, though. He's on that Darius. This is one of those champions that he can fully demolish everybody on. For Molly, I'm expecting something like Diana's banned. That was going to be my first option. What else has he got in the tank? Maybe something like an Akali? That's still up.
Could be his Galio too, if he wants to play that. Doesn't feel like the way Molly wants to play, so I like Zed a lot more.
That, in the same vein as Akali, is that assassin that can get onto that backline and cause some problems for both Hoon and Gume in this game. Because we're definitely expecting this final pick for Immortals to be a frontliner that uses this Yuumi very well. You do already have Araki Zoro on Garen, but even still, like I said before, Sentinels had a lot of carries for Yuumi. I think that's the right way to do it. Immortals, I would like it if they had one more.
Ooh.
Maybe you could make a case for that, maybe.
It's not the same like mid to late game strength, but pretty annoying when Lee Sin's running around. And I think this does give Lemont a lot of agency and a lot more early game, which I think maybe is something IMT are looking for here. Like they're kind of getting buried in the later stages of the game because Sentinels are so good around objectives, especially big objectives like Baron and big dragons. So I like this for Lemont, right? It's like, okay, I can't beat the Olaf straight up because Olaf is dumb. So I'm going to try and take over the early game and get my laners ahead instead, right? Maybe, honestly, like try and put some pressure on MTS. Like, he's pretty slippery. He's pretty good in 1v2s, but you have to try something. And I do like that Lemont is deciding that, you know what, if we're going down, I'm going down swinging.
And Lebmont is also just so good at the Lee Sin as well. He has put up some of the most disgusting clips I've ever seen in Wild Rift on this champion. So on match point, Immortals are making sure that Lebmont has one last chance to fully pop off in this series before they potentially go home. And honestly, I mean, for Immortals, they hope that they don't go home on this one. They hope that it is enough to work out.
Don't want to get 5-0'd on the day, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So Sentinels, match point, they'll have 3 different chances to take this series for themselves. See how many they need here as Rest and Beginnings already lining up here. Feels like a pretty nice lane. I mean, Senna just feels so good into Yuumi and Kai'Sa. But See how Beginnings does on the support Galio. It can be a little tricky sometimes, but not too bad, as Hoon also should be happy with this matchup. Obviously, Mali Zed is a super good, effective champion for him, but the 1v1 isn't really where Zed shines often, unless, opponents sleep, which is not going to be.
He does shine later once he has items and ultimate. Usually, wait until level 9. Then that 1v1 does really start to kick in for Mali, but obviously not there quite yet. We want to take a moment to talk about these supports just a bit, because playing Yuumi and then like a frontliner and then back to Yuumi for Charm, and then sort of swapping that with Beginnings, that takes a lot of skill at not just your champion, but the playstyle at which you approach the game. Because Yuumi and Galio, or Yuumi and Braum, play very, very differently from each other. You have to have a lot of awareness of your role on the team and in the game.
Lebmont looking good. Very nice early aggression, but the shadow from Mali is going to get him out of the way. Sheesh going in, but isn't going to go too far forward.
A lot of damage on him. It's going to help a lot. Against the ranged champion also for Hoon, it gives him a ton of extra time to use in this lane, and we're already seeing the early game power of Lebmont on this Lee Sin. Potentially looking for even more on Tamali, or Sheesh, I should say.
Flash E into the Q. Sheesh now going to be the target.
Wow.
Gume's there. They finish it off, and Hoon gets first blood.
And you can't do that without the added benefit of mid lane and dragon lane all together. Rest and Beginnings were forced to back away from that lane, leaving Gume and Charm enough time to go and help out with the play, and Hoon is able to punish Mali's early game as well. Like you said, Pastry Time, he doesn't like this early level 1, or early 1v1 as Zed. He doesn't have ult yet.
Lebmont going in, very aggressive there with Charm alongside, but Rest and Beginnings with some good defense, but unfortunately are going to lose a little bit of some gold perhaps here with the plates. I mean, Lemont doesn't have to go anyway. He's been so aggressive with his bottom side pathing. Rest going to get tagged. Lemont may be in trouble, but the taunt comes through. The W is wonderful. The final chapter, are you kidding me? The ulties are there, and Charm's going to send them back.
Lebmont was level 4 before, but he hit level 5 in the middle of that play and used the kick on top of Rest. And Rest's root completely saved the play as well. The crowd control was enough for both of them to survive on the side of Sentinels and void the play. Still rather low, and with Gume at level 5, this is dangerous.
Ooh, that minion! What a hero! Saving Beginnings there as Gume and Charm just barely miscalculate that all in.
Oh, no way. Oh, Beginnings. That's so mischievous of you to stay just behind that melee minion and survive. He didn't even have the flash or anything. He just completely won that because of the minion and forced the flash out of Gume on top of it. Sentinels, that's a nice little happy accident for them, I think.
Yeah. Well, so we do this every time, so I'll correct myself finally. I don't know why I never think of it, but at least in the early stages of the lane, it is actually Beginnings farming here, so Rest is truly all the way back to support, at least for now on the center. And, I mean, that's cool. Galio's going to be going roller. Beginnings going to have a lot more gold than you'd expect your average support, even in Wild Rift, have access to. And that also takes a shift, right? Now you're the farmer in the lane. So it's cool to see Beginnings swapping styles so much here as Rest is on Grievous Wound shooting for now. That's one of the nice things about center and Tiumi, actually. You do get to put Grievous Wound pretty liberally as center.
A lot of that extra range to apply it onto everybody, and you have the AoE damage from time to time as well if everyone's lining up and getting ready for it. Sentinel's okay to go for a Rift Herald trade, giving the Rift Herald over to Immortals and taking the Drake for themselves. Honestly, a bit surprising considering that Olaf usually likes to brawl, but against Lee Sin, that is the only matchup where that's not true.
Oh, sheesh, just gonna get a heat stunk on by Lemont's Q. Good ulties there from Beginnings and Rest to save the day, but didn't want to have to use him to save Sheesh, but unfortunately did have to.
It would have been a kill onto Sheesh if they didn't. So
I think without Mountain Drake, that would have been a kill.
That's probably true as well. All the extra shielding there, making sure that he does stay alive, and proving my point exactly right there. If Lebmont gets on top of Sheesh, even though he's playing Olaf, it's still scary. And for Sentinels, I mean, they probably wish that they just banned the Lee Sin instead of whatever else they did at this point. Lebmont so strong at this stage.
Yeah, IMT off to a pretty good early lead here as well. 1,500 gold ahead MTS and Araki doing battle once again, but Araki feeling just fine. Garen's kind of champing where you can lose gracefully and pretty hard to kick you out of lane. MTS, though, is going to give it a go. Going back in once again, but Araki Zero has to know this is likely a possibility. Apprehend is nice, though. MTS, take it over. Can he get the solo? Bolo, there's the ulti, but it's not enough, and MTS is going back through, but he just tanks up a couple tower shots and says, see you later.
Oh, he just lived. The last tick, not quite enough. One more tick, if it was allowed, would have killed him. But good usage of both summoner spells keeps Araki Zoro alive right now. And it's Hoon to respond to his post and make sure that they don't lose out on this entire Baron lane. Turret, not so lucky for Sentinels in mid lane, it looks like, as that mid lane is very, very low.
Yeah, it took a beating. Oh, Sheesh actually, I think, smote the cat in there to try and keep the tower alive for a little bit longer. So it does do so, but not much HP left there as Rest and Hoon doing battle. Rest going to have to kite out here. Hoon's got ulti, so Rest cannot commit to this 1v1. Didn't really like it to begin with, to be fair.
We've seen the benefit of this Lee Sin for Lebmon. He's able to bully Sheesh out in this game. The downside of this champion is that you need to put the pedal to the metal constantly. Any misstep means that you are now a detriment to the team because your damage not quite there. And there's not actually a lot of damage on the side of Immortals. Like, the best Yuumi carrier is Garen, and Garen doesn't deal nearly as much as all three of the ones that we saw from Sentinels in the previous game. The Riven, the Jax, the Camille, all definitely outdoing Garen in that way. So Immortals need to stay ahead of the curve in order to match pace of damage dealers like MTS's on the Darius and Rest on the Senna.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be more about kind of the mid-game power that Yuumi can bring, powering up one of these carries. So definitely IMT on the right track. They're up a couple thousand gold. Sentinels digging in for another slow one here, but that seems to be something they're more than happy with at this stage. MTS looking good, up a couple hundred gold in his lane. Rest, getting the farm, feeling pretty good. And Ollie not really there yet, but we'll see if Zed can try and find some kills and snowball get the assassination rolling here. And of course, we know that Olaf's Olaf is always going to be pretty good if your team sets you up nicely.
Hoon does have a pretty sizable lead thanks to the early pressure from Lebmont and the first blood that he got as well, the only kill in this game so far. Sentinels haven't been able to match that one yet. Drake and Herald spawning now might change that a bit, as we're likely going to be seeing some brawls around those objectives. MTS and the gang for Sentinels very heavily committing to the top side of the map, which might lead to a Rift Herald take if they don't actually recall, which they're definitely considering right now.
Interesting. It seems like teams have decided to fight for the Herald by the looks of things. Actually, Iraqis are straight up winning the 1v1 versus Mali, so that's a bad time there. In fact, Yuumi and Lee Sin are also coming down, so Mali's just probably dead here. Have hit the death mark. Nope, no hope at all. Lebmont's going to finish that off.
Very, very dead underneath that turret. With all the tankiness in the world from Araki Zoro, flashing in with the kick for Lebmont on top of it. The Sentinels again go for an objective trade. They do have all their members stationed on the Rift Herald. Immortals do get a Drake, unlike the previous game where Sentinels cleanly swept them out of all of those in the game. Sentinels see if they can get this mid lane, or this Baron lane turret. They're really close.
Oh, MTS shouldn't look at the play out to Hoon. Charms here though, so no dice on the rest of that play. Good route. It's going to keep going, but Hoon doesn't have Shockwave, so Rest is going to be safe, but unfortunately can't finish off the tower. She did get the Rift Herald, but obviously don't want to use it in top lane, so going to be a bit before Sentinels catching on that tower gold.
See if they can. They're down pretty heavily at this point. This is, I feel, the largest lead that Immortals have had in this entire series. I might be wrong about that one, but if I am, then it's quite close. The Sentinels have had a pretty solid grasp, all things considered. Rift Herald could change that. Once they do inevitably get that Baron lane, that could also change that a bit. Sentinels, they're, again, pretty okay with scaling into this game. The major scaling member of Immortals is kind of just Yuumi. And Yuumi doesn't really deal damage, because Charm's not going full AP this time.
Yeah, he's going for stuff. Floodwater, it looks like, after that sensor. We'll see. They're definitely going to be an interesting mid-game if IMT don't continue to snowball their gold lead, which they certainly could. Sentinels haven't found too much traction anywhere other than top lane. That's pretty much been neutralized with the Araki Zoro swapping down the bottom side. I mean, yeah, this is good for MTS. That's almost a kill. The bleed is not going to last. In fact, Sheech is in there instead. That'll be enough as Ragnarok popped. He still had it. Final chapter not going to do the damage they need as Marley dove for Lebmont, but didn't quite find it. But did commit the death mark.
More damage onto these members for Immortals. The Sentinels do walk away with a pick in tow. Hoon dead even after using both of his summoner spells thanks to all the bleed damage from MTS. I was looking at that minimap for a bit and I saw the apprehend land and I was wondering Hoon would actually have enough stacks on top of him. Turns out MTS deals enough damage there.
Rocky Zoro spinning around. Sentinels trying to get a tower. Only have one. We're going to try and break something. Rift out. I love this play. They should secure it here. Rocky Zoro can't get the rest of that done. The charge is in. They're actually defending pretty well. IMT!
Good.
They do kill the Herald. Unfortunate for Sentinels, but great play by Immortals.
Every single member for Immortals climbing on into that mid lane to make sure the Rift Herald does not finish off the job in mid, and they keep their turret lead alive. Only 3,000 gold right now. Lebmont looking for a play.
They're in the top half of the map. Lebmont fishing, but doesn't find it just yet. MTS back to the top lane matchup. Trying to bully Araki Zoro, but Araki feeling just fine. Rest all gets queued up. Dangerous. But no re-queue there for Lebmont is going to leave Rest alone for now.
Oh, MTS. Oh, wow. You do not want to dash
Shadow, they're
Darius.
going for it. In fact, Beginnings is there as well. Lebmont the target. Burning down. Does go down. The Yumi not enough. And can they keep going? Darius is kind of a line, but MTS gets silenced and smoked by Araki Zoro as well. But Marley's diving back through. He's going to try and get a kill in. Deathmark pops, but it's not enough. The Yumi and the Garen tankiness keeps Araki alive.
Feels like Lebmont didn't quite acknowledge just how close MTS was to that play, using the dash directly into his waiting arms. It's a 1-for-1 in the end. Sentinels find a shutdown onto Lebmont, and they have enough time to potentially clear out an entire turret down there as we get to watch this one again. Like I was saying, Lebmont didn't see the Darius, I think.
Well, Darius definitely saw the enemy team as Araki.
Yeah.
Nice little kill. The Yumi again, making him pretty tanky, but Molly, I mean, how do you not get the kill? It was bad, man.
Aaron's pretty tank.
Yeah.
And Molly using his ultimate on that character, that's pretty much the only one that is going to be okay if that ends up happening. Deathmark not quite there yet. Molly, maybe once he hits level 13 can change that, but not there by any means right now. Sentinels again want to pressure this mid lane. They don't have the Rift Herald anymore. They're still here looking for it.
Ooh, Lebmont tried to make a big play. Dawning Shadow popped by Rest, but Lebmont's still fishing. Molly a bit late because he was pushing the bottom half of the map, but IMT pushing forward towards this next dragon. It is just a Cloud Dragon, but IMT are going to start it.
Sentinels are not wanting this to happen. They have to fight through Lebmont's kick, which hasn't been used yet.
Ooh, MTS finds Hoon. That's a big play there from MTS. He's going to try and get the dunk. Gallows is going to cut him off, but Hoon is going to get dunked. The stasis a little late, but it doesn't matter. It's Sheesh that's stolen the Cloud Dragon, and now Sentinel's piling. Sheesh is going to go down. MTS gets the solo kill. Now going to have to rejoin the fight. Rest somehow living for so long there as MTS rejoins the fight, but I think it's a little too late. There's nothing he can do. Beginnings now left alive. MTS is going to get out of there. Beginnings may have saved the day, but his life will be forfeit. IMT win that fight.
Sentinels steal away that dragon, but as you said, Pastry, Immortals feel all right in the end. They only give up 2 members, and one of them was just because MTS is so strong in the 1v1. There's no way for Hoon to match it. We get to watch the full 4v4 in the end as well, as Molly, playing on the outskirts of this one, isn't again able to get the assassination down, and he's completely dunked out of the team fight by Araki Zoro as well. Pretty thankful, I'm sure, that he didn't end up dying to that ultimate. It was very, very, very close. But Immortals get to walk away with more kills.
You can kind of see what the Darius is kind of doing. MTS, once again, very strong. Still plenty left here for Sentinels. I mean, Rest can support the Yumi-esque way. These bruises, not nearly as powerful, but, has some value. A lot of slows here to try and tie them up as the bruises run on in and hit them. Especially those squishier backline targets. But IMT still up a couple thousand gold. Sentinels settling in for a long game again, but don't have quite the same scaling. 2 dragons is nice. That kill from Sheesh may be critical for Sentinels' chances in this game, but IMT definitely still battling there as MTS and Rocky going at it again, but Lebmont's here this time. A beautiful bait. Nice kick there for Lebmont. Dawning Shadow as the MTS is desperately trying to get this kill, but Rest is here to save the day. No global ulti, but still roams down. But that's good for Gume in top lane.
Gume and Charm actually able to outlast the Molly engage. I'm not quite sure if Molly's level 13 yet, but if he is, that's very surprising. Zed deals a lot of damage. Meanwhile, under this turret, oh
mid lane dive double kill. Hello, beginnings. All right, there's one trader back. Someone gets it in the end from the tower dive.
Looks like Sheesh died to the last take of the Death Dance, his own item. Ended up killing him in the end. We do see beginnings the support with a double kill. It's pretty impressive. Yeah, of course he's a support with an asterisk. He was farming in that lane, so he's got a bit more gold.
Here we go again. Beginnings actually going through big route there after the taunt, I believe. And now MTS going up through the Rockies are so big, and they turn it back around. IMT just clean house in the mid lane.
MTS had all of the bleed stacks onto Iraqi Zoro, but he just can't finish the job. The Sterix alongside with the Garen W are way too much sustain and durability as well as Molly. Like I said, he is level 12. This isn't going to hurt that much.
Iraqi Zoro. Oh, Molly making a big play, going to force the flash his teleport in from Cheech. To get the Scott Crab Lemont here as well. They have to be very careful. Good kick, but Molly's able to get away there. Had the shadow ready.
Right. 15 seconds before the nearest enemy member is alive in Immortals. They've got this Baron to half HP. Sheesh, nowhere to be seen. He needs to get into this pit and use the smite to actually start this one off.
Oh, I love this. Peel off. Make sure they can do it. Iraqi low, but it's not going to matter. Molly going in, trying to take it. Doesn't get it. The kills there. That is not what they wanted. Now MTS trying to clean house. Maybe this is. Can they get more kills there? Try and get the Barons off. Who's going to be the target? W, a rare miss there. It's Charm also there, but he has a teammate to bounce back to safety. Sentinels get a couple kills, but I'm not sure it's enough, Smacks.
That is a full Baron for Immortals. This is the biggest lead that we've seen for sure for them in this series. This could be enough for them to actually win out on this game, but they need to mount a defense on this Elder Infernal. This Baron's not going to matter if they can't win this fight.
Beginnings here again, trying to run interference. Lebmont, Gume, and Chum all alive, but the Elder Infernal is spawned. This is a massive fight here.
Lebmont needs to get into this. Baron does not mean anything in the wake of the Elder Infernal. He has his smite available, so does Sheesh. If Sentinels can't get them out, then it's at 50-50.
As the root, MTS has got it back in. Lebmont, I think he's dead. He dashes away, though, just in time. Dragon's still here. TP coming through. Molly's here. Lebmont again gets rooted. Rest! He's found a critical skill shot. Drive is there. Can they get the kill on the back end of it? Daunting Shadow over the top. NCS running away, but he does die at the end to Iraqi Zoro. Beginning. Now going to get killed as well. IMT. They turn it back around. Iraqi Zoro is top and on smack. IMT looking for the Infernal.
Sheesh is still alive, but he doesn't have ultimate, he doesn't have flash, he can't get into this pit, and he's steal. No, it's not there, and Sheesh is on the run.
Yep, rest here, but that's not enough to save today. Iraqi Zoro will not be stopped. Cat not needed for the Garen. Molly's going to be chased away. Rest is trying to run interference, but forced to flash Gume here to finish off the final few kills. Deathmark is nice. Stasis there for Molly's good as well. Can't get it. Molly trying to buy time. Very tricky shadow play, but that's not going to be enough either. Molly is just going to have to eventually cop it. Does go down to IMT, who are trying to break this series open for themselves.
It looks like we've got a game 4 on our hands. Sentinels won't fully sweep the day, and Immortals, alongside their Elder Infernal, make this series a bit more interesting.
All right, this is what we wanted, Smacks. We didn't want a sweep, and it will not be one. Immortals back on the board. Iraqis are going off in this game on the Garen. Must have heard me call him a roleplay. He carried that game, that's for sure.
Yeah, not bad right there. It turns out in the end, the Sentinels didn't have enough time to actually stall out that Elder and take a really clean play like we usually see from them, because the members of Immortals that were dead did teleport right on into the team fight, and once everyone was there for Immortals, Sentinels just had to cower in fear and watch as everything they tried to build on their comeback completely went away. And look at all the teleports.
Yeah, there was a lot of teleports in that game, especially towards the end there with all the happenings around those big objectives. But star player Smacks, we have to have a chat. Hard to pick, but I feel like my hat is getting tipped towards Iraqi Zoro.
I think so too. He's the only Yumi carrier that really makes a lot of sense in this game, and he did everything that you'd ask of him to do. I'm with you.
All right.
He did do a lot of damage. Yeah, I'm with you on Iraqi Zoro. I think we give it to him again.
All right, I'm here for it. I have to definitely keep eyes out on Gumi because I don't know how much damage was getting done by this Kai'Sa. I felt like Gumi was just farming. Diego, what's going on?
Guys, I was like, it's not. I think we're right with Arakizoro getting this star player, but Gume had himself a game just fighting on the outskirts time and time again, and wasn't just dishing out random damage. It was very useful damage in a lot of these fights, while the game was still kind of swinging back and forth, although the kill lead is definitely there in Immortals, and we saw in the gold graft as well earlier. This kind of followed the same suit as the other games, but this time, big Yuumi difference as well in the draft. You saw how many times Charm was able to bounce from one to the other, keep people alive, and even in that Baron escape there, I love that one where Hoon gets caught, he detaches, and I believe it was Arakizoro had already started his recall. And so once Charm attached on in, immediately he's able to bounce on out, stay alive without getting any CC on the Yuumi, so Yuumi doesn't die as well. A lot of the time into those situations, it's a 2-for-1, but nice play there on the Yuumi by Charm to stay alive. And we look at this, Arakizoro has to be the big story. Damage coming through on the top side of the map. MTS multiple times so close to getting the reset with the Noxian Guillotine, but not to be on the opposite side, though. Arakizoro, tons of damage, big presence in these fights, and this is what we've been wanting to see from this player.
It feels like the Garen is the perfect pick to really outlast the Darius. In the 1v1 matchup and in the team fights as well, you can't actually dunk him fully down when he's got the Sterex to make sure that he stays alive with all the shielding, and then the W as well. Like, you can't actually fully solo kill Arakizoro on this pick, even though it is that traditional tank in Wild Rift. So it did a lot to mitigate the powers that we've seen so many times from MTS. And again, it was the biggest carrier for the Yuumi as well. I'm really glad that Immortals actually, to that point, showed that you probably should still ban Yuumi if you're Sentinels. You can have all the confidence in the world, but that champion's still too good.
Yeah, I don't know how many times we're going to see it, but it's fun to see these two top teams want to leave such a powerful champion open. But I feel like at some point the series will start to shift where Yuumi will get banned again. Sentinels definitely made it closer than you would expect, but IMT, I think, rallying a lot more around objectives and pushing the envelope a little more, which is nice. Like, I feel like they're getting dictated to a little bit in Game 2 and even a little bit in Game 1. This time, IMT definitely being a bit more proactive and playing very well as a team to navigate a Sentinels that they know are so hungry, to scrap for every possible advantage they can get, even when IMT know they're ahead.
The Elder Dragon teamfight is really the big one for Sentinels in this game, which shows that even their calm, calculated playstyle isn't end-all be-all. Because as we're about to see after this Baron play, of course, they tried to stall it out and they tried not to take a 50-50 Drake play, fearing that Lebmont would have just stolen away the Drake. But if they don't fully burn down the Drake, then they end up in a situation where everybody's teleporting in and Immortals has the man advantage in the end. Yeah. So I think they really did need to actually fully burst this dragon, and them stalling out and trying to go for a higher percentage play was their ultimate downfall in this game.
Yeah,
a little bit of split there. A little bit split there on that last part of the fight where some of the members of Sentinels went left around the Drake pit, some of them went in front of the Drake pit, and that's where they got split up. And Rest was dishing out a lot of damage on the Senna, but you just can't help it when the rest of the team shows up, is able to clean things up. And I love this here at the end. Some swagger from Hoon. Watch him throw the ball outside the map, right there, and still shockwave. I was like, oh, okay. That's some of the swag that I need to see from this Immortals walk-off. So you guys didn't see that?
I didn't know you could awesome. Do that.
Yeah,
Why can he throw the ball outside the confines of the box? What?
He was hitting us with it. He was hitting us.
Yeah. I loved it. I loved it because they need that kind of energy. They need that kind of swagger back again, as you have been counting here, Smacks. 0-4 in today's matches against Sentinels until that moment. And this is the sleeping giant that now has awoken. 2-1, so still a mountain to climb for Immortals, but will they be able to do it? We'll find out. We're going to take a short break here as our players and casters will reset. We'll come back with our final 2 games here in Wild Rift North American Series Major number 2. What up, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series. We're in the grand finals of Major number 2, and we got the 2 best teams in North America duking it out. And for the first time, all Major 2, Immortals have gotten a win here over Sentinels. They're down 2-1, but are trying to mount the reverse sweep and reclaim their spot as the number 1 team in NA. Degon here with Pastry and Smacks. And y'all, it was a good one, but now the secret's up. Yumi's probably going to go on the ban list. What does this open up here, Smacks?
Please ban this champion. I beg. Please.
Please.
As we do know, the Sentinels are going to be moving over to blue side. That would put the burden over onto Immortals, most likely to take that one away. And I think it's the right decision. I think they should probably get rid of that one. The Olaf, I like the attempt from Sentinels to remove the Olaf from the pool to make sure they don't have that combination. I think they just picked the wrong one. I think you just take Yumi instead.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like the draft should evolve now. Like Sentinels, I think were like, oh, like this is something maybe they've tried or they feel confident in, and like, you know, they made it work. But I don't think you can get away with it anymore now that IMT have shown, like, yeah, come on.
All right, well, the reverse sweep on the cards. Will it be how it ends, or does it end right here, right now? Sentinels looking to close this one out and claim the name as the best team in North America heading into the regional championships. 2-1 is the score. Let's see if they close it out here with game number 4.
Now, the thing is, Smacks, IMT may not have lost the series in 2022 until very recently when they got toured by Sentinels in the upper bracket of this tournament. But they haven't lost the tournament yet. Plenty of fight left here for IMT to keep that perfect clean sheet alive.
Not wrong. Not wrong at all. Immortals could still win all of the tournaments that they have entered up until this point. And even through this as well. And wouldn't you know it, Yumi's gone. Sentinels have bitten the bullet, and they say, all right, enough's enough.
Ooh.
We're done with this now.
Ashes open, though, interestingly. If you're a first pick, clearly a very highly priced champion. And the thing I was going to say, like, if this is what these two teams think, then they clearly both agree that Yumi is very powerful, but also agree that she is not first pickable. Like, she's not good enough that you can give away 2 champions. So this is an interesting adaptation, but I think it might be the right one. Sentinel's saying, like, all right, we can't let her into the game, but we don't want to take her. So, yeah, we'll just ban her and take Fiora. We think she's way better.
That could very well be. Sentinels also acknowledging that Immortals did not ban the Ashe, actually won't pick it at all for themselves unless this is a beginnings Morgana. They leave that one up. They say rest. He's got a lot that he can offer on other champions as well, and we're gonna go back to the comp that felt the most comfortable to us, which was Morgana and a whole bunch of bruisers.
Yeah, also, like, rest of Morgana looks really good every time I've seen it. And the reason I would is because Yasuo's in the draft already. Also, Malphite got banned. I really love to see that. Definitely got to keep that out of the heads. Diana being banned. Don't you want Diana? Oh, that's so interesting.
It might be Hoon's Yasuo. I think it's most likely that it is. So
yeah.
At that point, I don't think you send Diana to the Baron lane.
No, that doesn't sound like the Iraqi Zoro I know and love.
Yeah. The Malphite ban's really smart, and now with this Orianna, wow.
Oh, it's bot lane.
Much setup.
It's bot lane. It's Gume's Yasuo. It has to be.
It could be Gume's Orianna too. Just match.
Oh,
that's definitely something that's.
Okay. Now I'm getting excited for this draft. I like it. All right. So this is the question, right? Like Yasuo again. We've seen a lot of Yasuo games today on camera. Makes me very happy. Big Yasuo fan. Yasuo hasn't won yet on camera, which is not good news for IMT if they're trying to win the tournament.
Very, very true. This is a tough sell, considering what we've seen on the stream so far today. But this is by far the most Yasuo setup that a draft has had up until this point, and they still don't even have their Baron laner. So Iraqi Zoro could easily just lock in a Gragas and make it every single champion on your team. That is all things ready for Hoon's Yasuo to pop off. I think that's probably where they're going with this as well. For Sentinels, they've got all these bruisers. They've got 2 support champions in the Morgana and the Braum this time, not the Yumi. Pretty big difference. But they have more frontline this way, and everybody is completely focused, honed in on getting into that frontline, and probably just assassinating Hoon as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think when Charm gets her Khan, which doesn't happen very often, that's one of the concessions Sentinels had to make in this draft. Yasuo is a very obvious setup here, and it is the Gragas as you expected, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, yeah, if there's going to be a Yasuo draft, this is the Yasuo draft, right? You get Rakan, Hoon's like, oh yeah, give me that other champion. Charm, do the thing, I'll win, yeah. It's totally all me.
I like this Yasuo draft a lot. I was really skeptical about the other ones, but this one is really, really solid. This is exactly what you want when you have this champion. And Hoon, we know this guy's a very flashy player as well. We know that he can pilot these assassin-like champions like the Yasuo, so this is his time. And it is now confirmed that it is him playing this champion against Molly Zed. It's a bit of a scaling matchup for both of them. Molly has a slightly larger spike at level 5, but Hoon's going to scale up and deal way more damage to the whole team later.
Yeah, going to be a very fun game to watch, and I feel like IMT have put themselves in a really smart spot. I actually love that Lebmont is going back to Lee Sin here. Yeah. Back to the early game, doesn't want to let Sheesh get out of control with the farming or with the early game, so Lebmont's going to control all of that, and then that bridges very nicely into the mid-game power and the late-game power that this Yasuo and friends is obviously going to have. So love what IMT have put together here. Definitely it's enough to take the win here in this one. So we'll see if they can do it and give us a game 5. We haven't had one yet in a major on Wilder Smacks. Very excited for this to be the one, because these two teams are, feels like close to peak form right now. They are playing so well.
Sure. For Sentinels especially, this is definitely the best that we've seen of them in all of their games. Up until that last game where Immortals finally got the better end of them. It means that it's not just a full, complete 5-0 sweep in the effective best of 9 today.
Yeah.
We're actually getting Immortals fighting back, so that's good.
That would be a bad time. Also, love to see Oriana back in the bottom lane. Oh, MTS just yeets it to the top side. Misses the Rockyzora there.
Actually, that's really interesting that Gragas early game deals enough physical damage that it gives you the physical shield there for MTS.
Oh.
Rocky didn't even auto-attack him, so the precision protocol didn't end up doing anything right there, so... Really, really curious. Okay, well, apparently it changed its mind. Really
interesting. Weird. Very odd. But Araki feeling pretty comfy in this matchup. Obviously, Ignite here for MTS is showing the intention in this 1v1, but Araki's going to be just fine there. With the Grasses, Gragas has got barrier. Very tanky, very tough to push out of lane. So we'll see if MTS's Camille can take over the game as he has done so many times. She's going to have to be patient though, because once again, it is the IMT Crab Rave in the bottom half of the map.
Dun, 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 dun. Sweet. See that one picked up by Immortals, level 4 now for Lebmont, and Sheesh actually not taking the time to go clear the crab on his own. We'll see if he has enough backup to actually take this one, or if Lebmont will just go for the double scut.
Lebmont with the early Q, but 3v3, great win for Hoon. My goodness, that was fast. Blocking the incoming Winter's Bite. Look at Araki, he's got the prio. He's down here early. Lebmont flash Q in. Whoa. Oh, it's so aggressive. You love to see it. But for Hoon already. Maybe a second on the card. Beginning very low, but not done yet. As MTS is going to kill for himself. And now MTS is going to flash away. He's so low. It's Molly that's going to die. It's so many kills for the Yasuo. 3 kills for IMT in this early game.
Complete devastation on the side of Sentinels. They can't manage a comeback in that play, and Immortals do end up walking away with 3 kills, including First Blood, and even the second Scuttle Crab. This gold advantage is all of a sudden just so large. And look at this crowd control setup again. Lebmont, feels like deja vu from last game. He's setting things up with the Flash Tempest, slowing everyone down and setting up for the grand entrance on Charm.
And this, just continuing to find kills. I'm not sure what Marley was doing back in there. It does get kind of an extra kill over to Hoon as MTS. Didn't really have anywhere to go. Nice to get a trade kill, but was a one-way trip for sure in the Camille. So Sentinels already feeling the pressure. Immortals up 1,000 gold already in this early game. Oh my god, Charge Blade's done.
Yeah, he's got Charge Blade. He's got 100% crit now. They're getting ready for the objectives, and you have to feel like Immortals have the advantage at this point. The Bruisers aren't online yet for Sentinels. They don't have their Trinity Forces. They don't have their Black Cleavers. They really need those to make this next team fight competitive. And for Sentinels, the best they can hope for right now is an objective trade.
Yeah, I actually love this swap as well. I love that Molly's getting out of that mid lane and just trying to get bumped somewhere else so he can be effective. Yeah. But I also love that Hood is matching, right? And the dual lanes are going to swap in. So IMT matching that play nicely. Even though we do see this swap a lot, especially around these first objectives. And it looks like Dragon is going to be the first one on the menu. Not bad. The first one's Ocean, as both teams are currently descending upon the area.
And again, Immortals, they definitely have their pick of the litter right now. They can go for either objective and potentially even just disrupt Sentinels wherever they go as well. On Sentinels' side, it's up to them to scout out which one Lebmon is doing and then immediately go to the other one. But look at this, Lebmon baits that he's starting Drake and then comes to contest Sentinels on the other side as well, changing his mind.
We've seen a lot of this. Team seems to like the Herald, and IMT not willing to let it go without a fight, so they are going to start it here. And I think Sen are going to just take the trade. Beginning's going to just barely miss out on getting a knock up there by Charm. But IMT are like chasing them to these objectives.
Yeah.
It's so aggressive.
Beautifully snappy moves on both sides. Wow,
Great riposte. Ulti from Braum. Over go in, but this could be a bit dicey for IMT. Ocean Dragon goes to Sheesh, but is the fight going to go Sentinel's way as well? Oh, grand challenge issued, and finally secured for Sheesh, but Beginning's going to be sacrificed as a result. Who's going to get another kill? In fact, another double kill.
Molly, Sheesh, and Rest dead. Sentinels get the dragon, but they do get ran around the rift, and such snappy moves from both teams to actually get to both of these objectives. I absolutely adore the macro call from Iraqi Zoro and the squad, getting things started on this Gragas. Beautiful stuff, and just like you mentioned, we had Lebmon all the way over on the other side, taking the Rift Herald completely uncontested, but Immortals know that he has all the time in the world. They scout out where Sentinels is, and they make such a crucial read, crushing all hopes from Sentinels, and they get another teamfight win.
Apologies to Lebmont, by the way. Didn't even see your sweet kill there onto Rest, because I was so focused on the double kill that Hoon got. Now 4-0 and 1 on this Yasuo, but Lebmont having another cracking early game here, and I have to think that, like, maybe the UB ban should have been Lee Sin for Sentinels here.
Yeah, maybe. We're going to have to reconsider a lot of different bans if we go to a Game 5 at this point, and it's looking likely Immortals off to a phenomenal lead. And unlike the last game, you know that they have a solid scaling advantage. They have Yasuo, who's already at a tremendous advantage. That's only going to grow from here on out. Yasuo not easily countered in this game, and once he has the Blade of the Ring King, he's going to have enough sustain to outlast any 1v1 in the game, and that's including the 1v1 queen herself, Fiora.
Pretty scary stuff there for Sentinels. Down almost 4,000 gold. IMT, though, not letting up on the pressure, which you love to see. Again, they've got all this power. Just kick him. Yeah, click the button. It's so easy.
No way for Molly to combat that once it's already in motion. Lebmont dashing in, kicking him against the wall, effectively stunning him from the entire duration of that spell. We're seeing Iraqi Zoro. He's staying stalwart in mid lane as well. No possible punish here for Sentinels. They can't get any structure damage in the mid lane. The best they can do is get some taps down on the dragon lane. But even then, Lebmont's here too.
Yeah, Lebmont is just everywhere in this game. Such a menace with 2 items already done. Marley just cannot be where he was in top lane, and soundly punished by IMT. I mean, that was even their weak side. Right, there were 4 people there from IMT trying to push down that tower, so Sentinel's getting a little bit loosey-goosey, unfortunately. It's tough. It's a long series, right? The first 2 games were very long between these 2 teams, and as the games get a little bit faster, you'd hope for Sentinels that means they're just winning faster. But that just means IMT is starting to pick up the pace here, and again, it's just so easy. Fiora is going to get out, but not for too much longer. Hoon able to find a proto belts on in. Is going to die. No! Hoon able to live at the end of it all.
Sentinels just can't match the ferocity of Lebmont's Lee Sin. It feels like it took him that last Lee Sin game to really get his stride, but now that he's got his confidence back, he's ready to fully obliterate these early games, and Immortals are finally here. Every single member has arrived to Major 2, and this is the result of that. Every single skirmish is going their way.
And what a time to arrive as well, right? You know, backs against the wall, trying to charge up the reverse sweep in the grand finals after Sentinels 4 Oju to kick off their major, right?
Oh man, it's such a cool story. If Lebmont's actually able to make this sweep happen, then it's Rest.
Oh, Tom! Oh, Recon play. Wouldn't expect nothing less. This game is going to be over in a hurry. Smacks.
Oh man, and you know, Charm really does need that because you know he's 16, he's in high school, he's got school tomorrow, so
yeah.
He's gotta wrap this one up quick, and it gives Immortals a lot of credit as well, because even after losing those first 2 games, even though Charm knows he's gonna be tired tomorrow, he's like, all right, I did not stay up this late on a school night to lose in Major 2. We are winning this. We are getting the reverse sweep, and they're definitely convincing at that one right now, Pastry. They're certainly on track to get to that Game 5.
Yeah, Hoon just took the Rift Herald on his own. IMT took a couple towers off the end of that play. They're up now about 8,000 gold. And Hoon is just, I mean, so strong. And I shudder to say this, but I don't even know if I'm the most worried about the Esso. I think Lebon's still the scariest person on the enemy team.
You might be right, honestly. Lebmon has made every single play work. He does. He's got less KP, but just been farming really effectively, and a lot of kills on this Lee Sin too. He's going for Guardian Angel, I believe. Oh wow,
this is really nice. Very good CC chain. No way to get out from that one. Sheesh gets a kill.
That was really good, and the confidence to charge up a slow-moving spell like the Glacial Fissure as well, like Beginnings, really getting the read onto Hoon. There's a million ways that could have gone wrong, but it didn't. And Hoon fully punished in this game. Big shutdown.
Yep, you got to go for it too. Like, that's kind of scrappiness they need, but they're going in for the 3v4. Shockwave's good, finds 2. Gume with the nice moves as Lebmont dominated, gets another kill. But Sentinel, sorry, still going. MTS trying to find it, but Stasis could undo all of that play. Charm with a double knock up. And they are going to get a trade kill. Lebmont finally dead, but it costs Molly his life.
Another shutdown onto Lebmont means Sentinels are picking up some gold, but you're clearly seeing that Immortals are still favored in this one. That's without Hoon. That's their big damage dealer gone. Still winning out on these plays. Charm, excellent crowd control layering with Gume on top of it. I don't think Iraqi Zoro is going to find much on this play, but he is annoying.
I mean, I love these trying, because I'm here just doing everything right now. They're like, there's no bad angles. Maybe Charm thinks better of that decision. Oh no!
Wow.
In the bounce out, Raposto gonna save Sheesh. Gonna force Toon Flash. MTS gonna lock him down. There's the ultimatum, but Charm dashes in to help the team, and Sentinel's gonna find a few more kills. One more going over. Sentinel starting to find some gold on the ground.
Hoon dying again is bad news for Immortals. He's going to need to die quite a few more times to actually have it be super meaningful and have Sentinels be favored in this game. They're still far, far away from that one, especially considering the reason he even died is because they used that Rift Herald mid lane, another structure for Immortals. Certainly still on that track to win this one, and the healing from Iraqi Zoro was beautiful on that play as well.
Yeah, IMT, as you kind of alluded to before, Smack, starting to really click. Even instead of finding some nice picks, it's IMT that still have most of the advantage on this Rift, and Libmont's going to remind MTS of that in bottom lane.
And even hook shot out, fully canceled by the Dragon's Rage, and Lebmont's still scary as ever. That's so funny. Oh, wow, I love that attempt.
Yeah, had the words and knew it was low. As I don't need these Krugs. Give me that red. Close.
Wow, that would have been so tilting if he got that.
Oh, yeah.
Luckily for Sentinels, they at least have a red buff to their name.
Well, I love that attempt. Iraqi Zoro trying for a very cheeky toss there to maybe push MTS in range of Lebmont. Didn't have a kick, but Lebmont's, just taking every fight. I'm getting out there. Must have tenacity, because he is zipping out of these Morgana bindings, which is usually not how that goes.
Tenacity is very effective. And good call out. He does actually have that. So he's able to avoid a lot of that crowd control, and there's really only crowd control from Rest and Beginnings in this one. Everyone else is damage dealing, and they're not dealing a lot of damage, to say the least, right now. The tank in Iraqi Zoro has not been shut down, and the damage is certainly in favor of the other side right now.
Sentinel's going to be forced off this objective as well. There's a Cloud Dragon available. I don't think Sen can fight. Looks like Sheesh and Rest are going to trade, which I like to see. Sentinels just have to find gold, have to find time. Can't afford to be fighting for this Cloud Dragon.
This is feasibly the only way that Sentinels do win at this point. And Cloud Dragon, to their credit, is not as effective as this next Elder. MTS?
Yeah, that's the flush out, but Charm right there with the quickness. Oh, unfortunately, just wears off trying to get Beginnings, but Lebmont's got him. But nothing more. Charm going back in. Dashes back over. Rest is now here because Sheesh actually looking for the flank there to charm into the double knockup. Hoon gonna make it, seeing as IMT should be able to take this fight. Hoon is just going off in the back half of it all as Lebmont's playing yet another enemy. And Gume's going to chase down Marley, who's going to get out of there, but it's 3 kills already for IMT. Charm did die, but that's a worthy sacrifice there here for Immortals as they're looking to push us to game number 5.
Gume trying to find the last straggler here as scouts out where the shadow is. Molly on the run, can't go back to his shadow. I don't believe he can fully escape. He's waiting for his ultimate cooldown, but that last chunk makes this so difficult to actually finish off the kill.
Very nice there for Molly, dashing back to the shadow. Deathmark has to commit. The ball got used. That's very nice, but it's not enough to barrier committed. But Gume's going to live, and now Hoon's going to get the kill. And Beginnings actually is coming up, but that's not what they want. This, though, is... Lebmont, he's got GA, but that's so gross. They find a good pick, and Charm's just going to say, nah. MTS going to have to run away.
Guardian Angel means that he can't even get a return kill. Other than onto Arakizura, I believe, as he is currently dead. So Sentinels find 1... Not going to be a worthy trade in terms of the Baron buff. Mortals do still have that one on their members. Come back down to this bottom side of the Rift and set up shop for this next Elder Dragon Immortals, keeping that lead fully online. And the side laning the Sentinels is attempting is just not going to be enough.
I mean, they have to try it, right? But eventually Immortals is going to pull them to this Elder Mountain fight, or maybe the next Baron fight, and Sentinels are going to have a fight they don't want to have. We'll see how much time and gold they can get for themselves before that moment. But IMT, just an expertly played early game here, continuing to snowball efficiently, wanting to make sure Charm can get to bed early and get their homework done. IMT still keeping their win streak at Majors alive. They may have lost a couple games, they may have lost a series, they haven't lost a Major yet.
Come on, it's under heavy fire right now. This would be a pretty big kill if they were to get it, and they do. Bunch of ultimates.
Losing a lot though. Ooh, inhibitor. Yeah. Not the turret you want to have to lose there. MTS can't run him off at the party beginning with a beautiful glacial fissure onto 3. The shockwave from Gume is nice, actually on a rampage. Get 2 kills. It's all IMT right now. Charm finds 2 as well with the quickness and the charm. And Molly's going to get away, gets ignited by Gume and dies. So it's actually Charm Ignite that takes him down. Gume that takes the final kill, but it is going to be the ace on the board and the final game. IMT will push us to a 5th.
Let's get into the final game of the Grand Finals, pastry time. Well done to Immortals. And if you're Charm's parents, I'm sorry, but your son is just too cracked at the video game. We're going to that 5th game.
And I have to stay up a little late.
Oh, boy. Well done for Immortals. That one was in their hands the entire way through. And that should be a lesson to everybody else who's playing Wild Rift. That is how you draft a Yasuo composition.
Yes. So the question then becomes, Max, who is the star player of this game, and why is it Lebmont?
It's definitely Lebmont.
Okay, it's good. We're aligned.
Oh, yeah. For the reasoning, though, the early game was just too ferocious. That was so gross. This is why I get so excited to see Lebmont on this champion. He is, in my opinion, the best Lee Sin in the entire region. Nobody even holds a candle to that one. Sorry, Rafa. I'm sure you already know this, though. So, Degon, how good is your Lee Sin?
My Lee Sin is as great as his vision. Does not exist. It does not exist. I will say, though, Lebmont, we've been asking for it. Where is it? When are we going to see shades of the player that was running over all of the competition? And here it is. And I want to just dive back into the draft. It is fascinating to me that we keep seeing this evolve now that the Yuumi is gone. We saw the first prio on Fiora and Camille. Those are both junglers that we've seen throughout the tournament. But, you know, the Lee Sin draft, they're like, no worries, Lebmont will take over the game. And this was the first game we got to see true early game chaos, kills that happened before 7 minutes, guys. It finally happened at like 2.5. And that is something that I feel like Immortals have shied away from since all of Major 2. It's been very measured and then calculated aggression, but not just goofy aggression to create chaos. And this time, it allowed Lebmont to take over the game and set up Hoon for those big ultimates. And you love to see it, Patient.
Oh, yeah. I mean, any good ESL game is a great game for me, but this is all Lebmont, right? Lee's great setting that up. We said that Lebmont needed to be the bridge to the mid game, to the late game, and Immortals didn't need the late game because Lebmont did such a good job in the early game that the game was basically won by the time he got out, past the 10-minute mark.
I am still awestruck by how good this guy is at playing Lee Sin with just his thumbs. It's so ridiculous. Like, I can barely do that with my mouse and keyboard, but I mean, Lebmont's just he's just on another level than me. You gotta ban this champion. You gotta do it. Sentinels. You gotta add the Yuumi, the Lee Sin.
Yep. I mean, I cannot do that with a mouse and keyboard. So yeah, I don't know how he does it either on just a mobile phone.
Well, then something's gonna come through, and Stats God Lena dropping more knowledge bombs on us. Sheesh's most played jungler was Fiora. So you're thinking, wow, you get your most played jungler on one of your biggest takeover players. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this draft run back again, because you could very easily, from the Sentinel side, be like, oh yeah, well, we just entered the game right here. Like, now we're playing from behind the whole way through. Sheesh is going up against a great player on one of his favorite champions, and it wasn't equal throughout. So I could see that draft happening. And the other thing is, Yasuo was Hoon's most played mid during the grand finals in Major #1. It was picked and banned the whole series, but Sentinels don't have that priority. And so this composition, as you said, Smacks, perfectly crafted by Immortals, doesn't necessarily have a counter here in terms of being taken away.
I didn't even notice that in that last play as well. Like, for Molly, he knew that there was a chance that he was going to be killed, and he used his shadow.
Yep.
He didn't even get to reactivate it by the time he hit the ground after being kicked.
You're just dead.
That's brutal. And I hate to pick on Molly, but I don't think this Zed is cutting it right now.
I agree.
He just played 2 games on it, and it's a bit inoffensive for now. For me, I think this champion has a lot of potential, but they're not quite hitting it at this point. And I would like to see Molly on a champion he's more comfortable on moving forward if Sentinels are going to be winning this series.
Yeah, I agree. I think I love Zed, great champion, but not for Molly, at least right now. And I think that in general, the way Immortals play, like, we know they like to play, with some beef in the top lane. Araki's almost always playing a tank, or at least a bruiser, right? I just feel like Zed is such a tough champion to pilot against a team like Immortals, and obviously Molly is not having an on day with the champ either. So moving away from that, I mean, Rest is getting Ashe, but I think he's been fine on Morgana, so I don't necessarily think that's the problem. We highlighted at the start, I think it is just jungle. Like, you start by banning the Lee Sin, and then figure out a way to stop Lebmont from running over you, because it feels like, again, junglers are always good barometers for how teams are playing, and Lebmont's had the run of show for the last 2, where Sheesh looked a lot stronger in the first 2 when the game was a little bit slower. So find a way to play at the jungle tempo you want to play at, and then the game should be a lot more straightforward for you from that point.
Well, this is it, y'all. Game 5, it's here. The top 2 teams in North America vie for the #1 spot. Immortals going to try and get the brooms in the reverse sweep, or can Sentinels stop it in their tracks? It's the decisive game, and it starts right now with the draft.
Curling champions IMT sweeping their way back, or will they? Smacks, will they?
We'll have to see. Before we get into this draft, I do want to point out that in the previous series where these 2 teams played, Degon predicted Sentinels to win, and then they did. And then he switched over to Immortals for this one, and if they win again, I'm going to have to see what's going on in his crystal ball, because, he's definitely hacking in some way if he's right about this.
Yeah, he's totally not just taking the other opinions so we can have the conversation. He's a prophet. I don't know what else to say. Yumi's banned, by the way. So is Rakan, and so is Lee Sin. So this is going to be, already just based on these 6 bans, the most competitive game of the 5. Because a lot of power been taken out of the hands of both these 2 teams, and they stole the setup.
Wow, that's really interesting for Gume. He hasn't been playing a whole lot of the marksmen in this series. He played that Kaisa, but it's been a lot of mages and a lot of supportive style. Which Senna does that second part, but it's not a mage. It is more of that marksman. And for this squad now, we could actually see this Gragas selected for Charm. It's been Iraqi Zoro's champion of choice for a while, but moving down to the Dragon Lane's a lot easier when you have Senna.
Yeah, for sure. And this is definitely full comfort for Sentinels, right? Heard about Shisha's Fiora. Oh my god, they're going straight back to it. Hoon wants the Yasuo again for the game 5. But Camille for MTS, rest on Ashe. I mean, it's kind of expected in some ways. Like, if they can build a full comfort comp, these teams are going to do it in this situation.
Gotta force the Malphite ban yet again. Ooh, I like the call out as well. Gotta get that one away from Ledmont. Another Naka-centered champion that helps out Yasuo a lot. So getting that one out of there is really smart. For the side of Sentinels, they do finally have that coveted Ashe. And I think this is a matchup where it does work out quite well. Into Senna, you do have more utility early. You scale perhaps a little bit worse, but you have all of this stun capability from your ultimate, and the volley really comes online a lot easier than the Senna's damage.
Ooh, Akshan.
Is that Iraqi's Akshan?
It's
gotta be, right?
Is it straight support Senna? And Gume's Akshan?
Oh, maybe. That would be really weird. I think either way, it's a bit odd.
Yeah, no, this is really weird.
Immortals.
This is not what we expected. Oh, let's go. Akali's back in the mix.
That's good. That's good. I was looking forward to seeing if Molly would go back to this champion. Again, I hate to say it, but I didn't really like the Zed from him, and I think Sentinels have acknowledged this as well, so I feel less bad saying it. Molly, moving over to the AP variant of the ninjas.
Hey, both great champions right now. I think in general, you got to shake it off. You had 2 Zed games. Maybe didn't feel so hot. Just making a change in that spot is good for like confidence and mental anyway. There's Morgana, which I guess has to be the support at this point for beginnings.
Yeah, feels like it. So that's really interesting. Again, I do want to point out this is not a champion that is typically as good in support as she is in AD. But when you have Rest on your team and you have Ashe available, you're gonna pick Ashe.
Yeah,
it's gonna go a lot better. So I fully support this decision.
What is going on? Nunu is our jungler. That's Lebmont's pick. So is Gume's Akshan?
It's either Gume's or Iraqi Zoro.
Yeah, okay. Oh, let's go!
Okay, Iraqi Zoro. Last game of the finals. Going for a carry champion. Not something that we see from him every day. We know he loves playing carries.
He heard me, Smacks.
But it doesn't happen very often. He's usually playing facilitators and tanks, Malphite and the Gragas. We've seen that a lot in this series, and like maybe a Garen, maybe a Renekton to spice it up. This is taking the spice cabinet and fully just dumping it into the meal. You
just emptied it into the sink, all over your food, all over your phone. It's getting late. It's tough to align all the things you're trying to, think about. I haven't eaten in a bit. It's been a long day. How do I organize this pizza I bought and just top it off with a little bit? And then the whole shaker just falls straight onto the pizza. And Iraqi Zoro says, "Come meet me in the top lane, MTS. I'm sick of you."
Just took a bite out of a chili pepper to keep the adrenaline going and make sure he's still awake for this one. I know some of the IMT guys are on East Coast, so it's a bit late, but it's all right. We only have the one more game, and it's sure to deliver in this one, Pastry. We're back to Yasuo for Hoon. Rest is finally playing Ashe today. I wasn't sure if he would get his hands on it a single time, but in the very last opportunity, we are here and it is available.
Yeah, this will be a very fun game. Thank you, Stats, once again. Araki has played Akshan once before. This is his second time around on stage with the champion. Like you said, he doesn't really like, the image of him, the tank player, the role player. On this team, he often is that, but not this game, Smacks. He's taking charge.
Yeah, it's not that he doesn't like it. It's just that he wishes that he could play carries. He's okay being the facilitator on this team because he knows his team is that good. But, an Irelia game every once in a while, I'm sure he would appreciate if it was built into his contract somehow.
Keeps you young, Just a little Irelia, a little Akshan in the game 5 of the grand finals. Perfect time to pull it out.
Oh, yeah.
Invoke that clause if he does have it.
Yeah, maybe I'm giving him a suggestion. Tipping off Immortals for that one. Sorry if that ends up happening. You can blame me. So Lebmont's here. Speaking of players who are playing things outside of the norm, Lebmont on the tank this time around is really interesting.
Ooh, what a route out of Beginnings! That looks like first blood. It's close, and it will be confirmed. Marley able to pick it up, but Beginnings now low. Hoon is going to get another kill. No, it's Senna that gets it, but sheesh. Trying to go back in, can't do anything. Senna is a nuisance for these melee champions, and in fact, it might be a second kill, but Marley's going to dodge just about everything.
Oh!
But Gume can't finish that kill.
Roots not quite enough as the tornado does go a bit to the right, and Gume too low to stay underneath the turret and fully capture that one in the end. Does not want to mess with the early game turret damage. MTS looking for a fight.
No ulti, but the ignite is there. Hoon could be the target. MTS loves to get these early kills off the roams, but not gonna get it. Hoon barely gonna live.
Oh, the Raptors almost finish it off, but he's just a little bit too fast in the end. And Hoon thanking his lucky stars there that the jungle camps are on his side this time around. MTS flashing theirs. Root connects.
Nice black shield, but Gume's skill shot accuracy is a little terrifying this early on the Senna for the first time this series.
I really love Senna on these drafts. It really
Same.
lets you open up so much with what your support is able to do and what you're able to pack in to the rest of your competition as well. Because when you have a champion that has a lot of healing for you, you're able to get away with like not going for the sustain item or playing more aggressively in that early lane. Because realistically in Wild Rift, there aren't a lot of champions that heal your allies in this game, let alone ones that are strong enough to be played in the meta in the grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. And Gume is once again giving farm over to Charm. It's one of the things we've seen a lot pretty consistently is it's a bit more of an even share between the two, so the support I think gets some early gold. Oh, that knock-up really sucks for Marley. And that's gonna be a kill. Rest with the ultimate. It's a little bit late. Sheesh, though, trying to dive in. Dawning Shadow, just barely not enough to keep him alive. But now Sheesh has got to kite this out. And Hoon looking for another kill. That last Q is beautiful. And Akshan would have had it, but Hoon gets it instead.
Good looks from Hoon and Lebmont. Again, the Yasuo setup is just too stellar. The knockup from the biggest snowball ever, making it so easy for Hoon to set this one up. Double knockup as well, as if he even needed it. And Molly even using the ultimate to try to get out, not quite able to. Windwall denies the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and Sheesh takes too much damage in the end as well. Immortals again have an early lead.
Very nice for them. Blade of the Ruined King already done for Araki as well, so feeling pretty good on the farm. Items not that expensive. Trinity Force is not there yet for either MTS or Sheesh. Charge Blade though once again done for Hoon as Immortals gear up for this 4-minute fight around the objective. But once again, they're gonna go contest. Lebmont's happy to solo this.
Lebmont, he's got the extra consume smite, so even if you do try to push him off of this, he's still going to secure it as long as he stays in the pit. As Molly is trying his best anyway. No perfect execution makes that really difficult, and it's secured by Lebmont all the same. Full swapperoonie for Sentinels and Immortals.
Yep, nice there for Sentinels to be able to keep Immortals out, not kind of get to the same situation where they couldn't get what they wanted. Rest with a beautiful arrow, just barely misses Araki's Horror.
That was really close. Of course, you meant beautiful in the aim and also in the look.
Yes.
It's a nice little purple there.
Very nice
Flowers
indeed.
and dragons everywhere. Shout out to Riot's visual team.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, they print money. I don't know what to tell you. That's all we have.
Oh, that's mean.
Yeah,
that's
that is
so
mean. The full 5 stack denied by Hoon's Windwall.
Wow.
Oh.
Rest.
Oh! I think he got it.
Back to farming. Don't worry about it. Just rest on this Ashe. It's such a treat watching him play this. He's so solid on the utility side of things, which again is something that not all marksmen are familiar with. Not all dragon laners can really do that. The best they offer most of the time is a Stray Senna game or the Orianna. And that sounds like I'm taking pop shots at Gume, but he is usually playing a carry on Immortals, even if he's not the forefront of the attention. Rest, on the other hand, makes the utility champions look like carries. That's his big flex on this team.
Now MTS is getting the pressure. Often people are in his lane on the other side, but this time everyone's actually going to be joining in the top side of the map. Araki Zoro, he gets bound on the other side. Taunting Shadow there for Gume. Point blank is not enough to protect him, and Sheesh now trying to unleash the grand challenge onto the center, but doesn't quite have enough to get the kill. MTS though has to leave the area. Took a bit of a greedy recall, but is going to be okay.
No way for Ledmont to continue that play underneath the turret. And on the other side of the rift, we're seeing Molly and Charm. Weird 1v1 matchup to see in this game, but Charm, he's got the farm from the Senna lane, so he's able to match Molly right now. And funny enough, this actually is a pretty good matchup into the Akali. You have all the damage that goes through whether Molly is in stealth or not, and Body Slam very effective against Akali as well. Pretty
easy to find her. Just throw a hitbox out. You'll probably hit Akali if she's trying to hide in the shroud. Molly gonna take the honey fruit and go back around. Sheesh. Beelining down to the dragon pit right now, trying to take that crab. But so far it's been pretty even. Sentinel's actually back up ahead in gold with those couple kills traded back. So do keep the game back to even, but MTS getting a little too much attention for his liking.
Oh,
nice kill there for Araki in the mid lane.
I imagine the Beginnings flash bound him right there, as we do see Beginnings doesn't have flash. Ledmont doesn't either now.
Yeah, it does have to use it there. Also, Rift Herald mid lane. Sentinel's going to start to crack open this game a little bit earlier now, Smacks, and this is good early game for them. Up about 2,500 gold here in the early game. This is something Sentinels could snowball here if they want to be the ones on the better side of the aggressive early game.
It certainly is. Earlier in this series, I would say that Sentinels was just going to win this game outright, but all right. Very nice. I was right about Beginnings with the flash root, but I missed out on Rest landing the ultimate. Of course he did. This is
I was going to
say.
say.
That's just how it works.
Yeah, who else but Rest Ash? I'm going to have to keep track of... ult's back up, so I assume someone else is going to get arrowed at this point.
I was saying about Immortals, I have a lot more faith in them to close this game out because Hoon is playing this Yasuo, which he's looked so skilled at, and they have a lot of setup as well. Charm hasn't even gotten into the mix with all of that yet, but he's got multiple abilities to make sure the last breath lands onto multiple members. So Hoon certainly has the ability to carry this game. There it is.
They're doing it again, binding an arrow this time. An easier setup for sure, but sheesh, the result is all the same for Sentinels. They get another kill, and they go straight to the Ocean Drake.
Face checking any single bush, as long as it's warded, is so scary because you never know where that Ash arrow is coming from. That's the benefit in Wild Rift. You can angle it and you can maneuver it while it's in the air. So Rest able to get the snipe out again. And wouldn't you know it, Pastry, we're still swapping objectives. It's going to be Sentinels with the Drake this time, and Immortals have some turret taking capabilities.
Really good to see there, but Sentinels continuing to play aggressively. Might fancy a dive here, but Charm is pretty bulky, and Ledmont and Gume are down here. They've got the extra speedy snowball with the center. She's going to be forced to flash there. A necessary evil mid lane. Also some problems here for Hoon. The 2v1 right now, Beginnings and Rest. Had the arrow going, but Hoon does get away.
I wonder what that looks like on Sentinel's side to see the stealth Nunu coming at them. I wonder if they see the snowball.
Oh, that route's so nice for Gume, but Molly does have an extra ulti charge, but it doesn't matter. Dead in the air to Gume.
Can't get out of that one. That's the interaction that I was referring to before with Charm. You can't avoid all the Gragas spells underneath the Twilight Shroud. They will all still hit you. The best you can do is not get auto-attacked. That was too close for comfort.
Yeah, she didn't have an eye. All right, and made it close. Sentinels losing a little bit of ground there, but IMT still need to find a little bit more gold to get this game back to even, but couldn't be that much closer for Game 5 of Grand Final, only 10 minutes through.
Oh, Pastry, you've made it through so many Sentinels games in this major without doing it, and finally in the last one, you gotta
get it in there.
Gotta let it rip at least once.
Exactly. If it goes off, we'll really let it rip. But for now, Sheesh has been contained, both in-game and out of my mouth.
Sentinels, they still have that lead, but you can see it's shrinking a bit. As Immortals there, they're finding some moves around the rift and avoiding the Ash arrow a bit more. I say that in a...
You cursed him? Oh, actually, here's a good response to MTS. Oh, what a stopwatch out of Araki Zoro. Beautifully done, and now Hoon's got the knock-up flash. Absolute zero out of the Nunu. MTS is going to be buried, but he somehow hook shots away, and Rest and Beginnings are up here to try and save it, but there's no follow-up kill Araki can let the ulti rip onto Rest, but not enough. Beginning trying to block it as well.
Ooh.
But again, they can't do anything. IMT want the tower more than anything else, and it looks like they are going to get it.
Immortals winning on this play, and on the other side also, Molly got solo killed by Charm in the Dragon
Excuse me?
lane. That is Charm, the support for Immortals on the roster. Not so supportive now, the Assassin Gragas getting some work done.
Yeah, Roa plus Crystal Embracer. And more gold than the Akali, I might add. Oh, Hoon, you filthy lad. Such a good knock-up setup there, and Gume is going to make it work. Sheesh up here as well, going to try and get the counter kill. Molly also here needs some of the action, does get the kill. Grand Challenge now finished as they are going to dive back through Molly with a very slick combo, but not enough to execute Gume.
Nice try there from Molly as he forces the flash out of Gume, and now Lebmont back again. Black Shield makes it difficult. Zeraki Zoro took so much damage.
Gets rooted, and now Lebmont the tank, but maybe not tanky enough, is going to live through it all. Beginnings tanks a tower shot, somehow lives as Sheesh is going in. Absolute Zero, perfectly timed, but Sheesh is going to get the kill now on a rampage.
Oh, wow. Akshan is here. Maybe he can avenge his friends if he can get in range as Sentinels so low, still in this Baron lane. Charm also fishing for some kills. I believe the recalls are going to secure it. Yep. All right. They are out. Charm can't find anyone in Immortals. They walk away very confused, honestly, that dive had ended up working.
But hey, Sentinel take it. But Immortals, they've done what we've asked them to, right? They've closed the gold gap. So you can throw the lead that Sentinels were snowballing out at this point. They are not snowballing any longer. This game is for either team to take. We're going to look at this next dragon here. It is only the Cloud, but Sentinels are going to be the first to this objective, which means in the final game of this Major, Smax, we have the Elder being infernal.
Of course it is. That's
Yep,
just how.
of course it is.
That's just how it was always destined to go. Nice arrow onto 2.
Ooh, the movement out of Lebmont there. Dodging the binding, also Stasis dodging it there for Araki Zoro. So Sentinel, no free pick. No free lunch around this dragon, that's for sure. IMT going in. Charm with the decent cost going for Rest, but the Rest Stasis is there. But Ash can't get away. Oh, that W so nice. Gets 2. Who now zipping around the fight as Lebmont running interference. They're trying to find a Dawning Shadow on Tamale, who's got into the Shroud and is going to be A-OK for now. But MTS, not so lucky. Stasis hookshot is nice, but MTS is going to live for a little while longer. Sheesh, trying to find a counterplay, but there's just nothing. It's 1 for 1. Araki and Rest of old people are the only 2 dead.
Molly is completely stuffed out of the fight, and Immortals still have all of their members at full HP remaining. Taking mid lane turret, moving over to this dragon. Immortals certainly still ahead on this play. The only way this trade is working for Sentinels is if they can get any sort of play on this Baron, but it's far too early into the game to risk that one. And I believe they did see the Scuttle Crab there for Immortals and backed away from it. Immortals 2 drinks to their names now, and again, these fights are just so dicey.
And this gold is completely even. As IMT have barely in the lead to speak of. Sheesh going to get some gold back. Rest with a nice arrow, but can you go? They are going to go for a Grand Challenge after the Proto Belt. TP coming in for Hoon. Sheesh has got to leave. Rest is here, though. That should be enough to help disengage.
Pretty big cooldown, the teleport there from Hoon, and he, by having teleport, doesn't have a boot enchant.
Ooh, very nice for Lebmont. Finding Rest. Does get the stun. Great snare there out of the Morgana, but Lebmont's just running down Rest. Rest is just gonna die. Hoon just picks it up.
There's no way for him to get out of that one. Beginning's not in range to give him the Black Shield, and Lebmont effectively solo kills the enemy bot laner. Rest cannot take part in this Baron fight. Dead for 30 seconds. Immortals have no way into this pit, but that's not going to stop them from trying.
That's Baron. Sheesh going to have to flash and steal this. Molly diving in. Sheesh going for it. Doesn't get the steal. Nunu too hard to take it away from. Sentinels are going to throw 2 players away almost as MTS does at least get a kill, but Hoon's got the double on the board for the triple there onto Beginnings as another kill happens in IMT. They get the Baron and an ace to boot.
This feels like the beginning of the end with the reverse sweep pastry. Everyone's dead for Sentinels. They might end the game right here, right now. Teleport in. This is 5 members. They're going for it's only Rest.
Oh, the Nexus is exposed. Rest. The arrow's good, but it's not going to be enough, and he knows that IMT are going to keep their win rate at Majors alive. It was close, but it was not enough. Immortals are your Major 2 champions.
Not just Major 2, they won every single tournament again. They keep that streak alive, only dropping a single series the entire way through. They are first seed going into the regional championships. Sentinels are just going to have to settle for second best right now as they get a long break to prepare for the rematch if it comes later on in April. Well done to Immortals to make that reverse sweep happen.
What a game to finish off there. Such a cool comp for both teams there. And Sentinels, like you could see it in the graph before, they had a lead. And IMT were just like, no, we can get this back. And then they had a lead. And then unfortunately for Sentinels, IMT ran away with that game. So we have to think about Starfire here. Smax and Ortegon, if you're here with us.
Yeah.
Hey!
This was quite the grit and the fight that I wanted to see from this perfect Immortals squad to get dusted up earlier by Sentinels in the upper bracket finals and find a way to complete the reverse sweep, guys.
It's done.
They did it.
The brooms are out.
Done it. They've been swept on up in Sentinels. You feel for them because they definitely did turn a corner, but then it feels like they turned another corner and went back to where they started as Immortals are the ones that will hoist the trophy. They'll take the first place. They'll take all $6,000 that first place has, as both teams will move on to the regional championships, but they will have the upper edge moving toward those regionals. And again, what more can you say about the grit and resilience of this Immortals squad? Because I'm looking at this draft and the Nunu pick comes out and my mind, as you guys and we all in the back were just like, all right, so Akshan is going where? And then Nunu goes where? And Gragas goes where? What is happening here? Why are these being picked? Why are you putting your super strong best player jungler on Nunu? And that final pick there showed it off exactly why Lamont was still able to exert an insane amount of pressure on this game. Although maybe it wasn't in terms of damage, but being right place, right time.
Degon, I'll tell you where the Gragas goes. The Gragas goes to star player because Charm solo killed Molly in that game. We didn't even get to watch it, but he fully crushed it on this champion, and he was setting everyone up as well. I was so impressed by him in this game, and you got to give that shout out to the support men. I'm very, very impressed by his capability of playing so many different styles in this series, and this was really just the capstone on that.
Yeah, it's a fun one. We'll see what happens here, but Hoon's Yasuo, again, been set up well, to be honest, by his team, but having another excellent game and an excellent tournament, honestly. I think, Lemont's been a bit hot and cold, definitely really hot in the back end of this series, but Hoon's been consistent all day for the most part. I mean, for me, his worst look was getting Ash arrowed by Ahri, by Rest on his Ahri time and time again, and he corrected pretty rapidly from that point.
Yeah, and this moment here at the Baron was just, you could kind of feel Sentinels being like, hey, it's slipping away and we got to take this fight now. I know you died earlier, Rest, but we've got to go in with the 4v5, but that just seems like such a tough ask, there. When Lamont is Nunu, you have Zoom, Smite, feels difficult to try and fight that one through, and Sentinels falter at the final step. More importantly, Immortals dig deep in their draft, their preparation, their execution. Akshan being picked and played for Rocky Zoro, only his second time playing this one, most of the time shifting that one on over to Hoon in the mid lane. You love to see all these trends that happened, and Immortals getting back to what they're known for, the Yasuo in the hands of Hoon once again, something that we saw in the last grand finals where he found comfort in the team setting up around it. Man, this Immortals squad is still very, very scary, Smax.
Honestly, the only downside is that we have to wait a while before we get to see them play on stage again, because they already qualified for that regional championship. And again, they look like the best team in North America. Not for lack of trying by Sentinels. We've got two really stellar squads at the top of the table and a lot lined up underneath that as well. This is a stacked region. And, oh man, Immortals, it must feel good for them to still sit at the top. While a little bit shaky to get there, they still managed to do it.
Yeah, they might have still been the best team in North America, even if they lost the Sentinels, honestly, because I think their performance has just been so good. But it's definitive once again. Immortals are still the best team in North America, and they don't have to worry about any questions until, the championship rolls around.
Yeah, there's always something to be said about malleability in terms of team composition and style of play. And so we know that enemy is just always going to challenge your hands. They're always going to run at you. And to be able to see that from Sentinels today was pretty great. But then it felt like those last two games to close it out, they started to falter in those aggression battles. And Sentinels were able to find that and step on in and become the back-to-back major champions. And we are standing by with one of the major reasons for that championship run here for Immortals. We've got Hoon joining us. Hoon, congratulations on the win. How's it feel to being back in championship?
I mean, light work. It feels really great.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, basically, after we lost the first two games, we were like, why don't we just play Lee Sin? Because Luma is the best Lee Sin in the world, right? So we picked it, and then after that, it's like, oh, why don't we play Yasuo? I'm the best Yasuo in the world. And then we pick Yasuo, and then, oh, they open Rakan! Oh my god, perfect game! And then after the fourth game, you already know, their mentality is gone, and our morale is on top. Oh, so happy right now. So happy.
So, Hoon, I have to ask you, are you just good at Yasuo, or is Yasuo actually a good champion? Because I've heard a lot of divided opinions. I think it's good. Is it actually good, or is it just you?
Okay, to be honest, Yasuo is broken, yes. Not because I'm good, but still, yeah.
It's got to be at least a little bit because we're good.
It's a lot of pressure to play Yasuo. It's like very mechanical champion. So a lot of pressure on you. Like, I can just play Orion and sit back and then relax and getting carried, but I didn't choose to because we're up against the wall, And then
yeah. How fast did Charm go to sleep after that victory? Is he asleep right now? I'm asking for his parents.
Yes, pretty much. All he wants to do right now, all he wants to say is, don't give him Rakan. That's all he wants to say. He said.
Jeez. What about the Gragas? He 1v1 the mid laner there in Mali.
Oh. Yeah. We didn't actually see that, but he said he did it.
We didn't see it either.
Like, yeah, we did. Very good job.
When it comes to, I guess, the strength of the region, now that we saw Major 2, we know that you already qualified for the regional championship. What does it say about the region when teams are constantly fighting, not only to be in the top 2, but at times like Sentinel did today, beat you? How good is our region?
I don't know. I think Tribe has the better answers for that, but I'm pretty confident with my team right now. I don't know about our region, but as our team, we're pretty confident. And I think we're better than EU for sure. That's all I can say. That's all
we need. I'm curious, were we worried at all in this series? Because it was obviously, a bit longer. You guys hadn't lost a series until the major, and then now that has unfortunately happened, but haven't lost a major yet. Was there any concern on the Immortals camp, or were you still very confident even after losing in the upper bracket?
Can you repeat the question again, please?
Were you worried at all after losing to Sentinels in the upper bracket?
Oh, yeah, a little bit.
That makes sense.
Right, makes sense. There you have it. He's able to show. Hoon is able to show that. Sometimes you do get a little nervous, but they're able to bounce back and show why they are the best team in North America and one of the top teams globally here in Wild Rift Esports. Hoon, I'm proud to also announce that you are the MVP of Major number 2. Congratulations,
Let's go!
brother.
Mom! Just kidding. I'll leave alone.
She might be watching.
Thank
You never know.
I mean, do I deserve this? All right. I'll take it.
Yeah, man. We also, final words here before we close off the interview with you.
Any final words?
Yeah.
After we lost 2 games, a lot of my friends trash talking me in DMs, doubting me, and I'm washed. But, they're wrong. Especially Mo, he's stupid. He doesn't know what he's talking about. You know, I'm
That's
gonna
right.
take my time to trash talk everybody in my DM right now. Just let me go. Let me go.
All right, Hoon, go ahead and go do that. You definitely proved them wrong today. Congratulations. Immortals, your Major 2 champions. Hoon, take care, brother.
All right,
All right. I'm sure you're saying
Right. Well, everyone has a new favorite player. It's Hoon. He's good at the game, and he's the funniest human in existence. If there aren't like as many clips as humanly possible, or whatever subreddit people use for competitive Wild Rift, I'm gonna be upset because the whole interview was just clippable.
He's got a lot of time to fully craft some comebacks in those DMs as well. He's got about 6 weeks before he has to play again on stage. So very well deserved some time off there, and yeah. I love the banter there so much.
Oh, very much so. Love the fact that he was just so candid about where they were at, where he was at. And that's the thing, too. Immortals, I think, are now getting used to being number one. They're used to having targets on their back and kind of seeing a little bit what happens when you stumble a little bit. The haters start coming out, and now he gets to shut them up on the same day. That's a pretty cool feeling. Doesn't have to wait and feel bad too long as we take a look at the bracket one more time. The final time here for Major number 2 of the WNS. We started with the 8 best teams in North America. We whittled it down to 4 here in day number 2, which left us with Immortals, Sentinels, No More Ego, and Cloud9. No More Ego, the finalist from Major number 1, worked their way to 3rd place, but in the end, it was Sentinels and Immortals, with Sentinels getting first blood on Immortals, and Immortals taking revenge, taking names, and taking Major 2, along with the ticket to the regional championship. A huge run here by Immortals. So, y'all, it has been one heck of a tournament. Congratulations to Immortals, who have locked in their spot in the Season 1 WNS Championship along with Sentinels. But y'all, we're not done yet here in the WNS. Circuit 3 starts next weekend at 3 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/Wild Rift Esports. And you all at home, you've been with us this whole time saying, hey, we could do that. I got some friends. You can still sign up at giantslayer.tv/Wild Rift.
Do it.
That is giantslayer.tv/Wild Rift NA, and be a part of the $150,000 prize pool that has been given out and put out to have people come and win. It's possible for you to go ahead and get that. So make sure to sign up and get in those matches starting next weekend. And of course, Major number 3, the top 4, the next 4 teams, 3rd through 6th place, get the auto bid, plus 4 more teams after that will vie for 4 more spots in the regional championship. You don't want to miss it. All that action starts April 2nd and 3rd. On behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, it has been one hell of a day and one hell of a weekend of Wild Rift, and we'll catch y'all next week for more North American action.